Okay, what's up, live stream? Hold on, live stream. I need to get all the way back up there. Yo, what up, what? Bro, live stream, this butter pecan coffee tastes pretty good. Okay, yeah. Almost at where we was. And this is exactly where we left off.
Jane adjusts the strap on her field pack, eyes sharp behind the glow of her lenses. Logistically, it's insane. She taps her tablet and projects a rotating model of the mothership. But insane can work. The docking bays cycle every 90 seconds. If we hit during that window, we bypass a third of their perimeter fleet automatically.
Okay, so this is where we left off.
Jane nods sharp, voice calm but firm. You're right. The strength of the linchpin.
Freezer just said that they need to get this phone no matter what.
Firepower on tech. TC back against the wall, wrapping stuff. And that man is fast, smart, and the path Jane set up prepares him until it's already handled. Rich crosses his arms and eyes narrow. Still, don't forget, even the best laid plans can go sideways. But if anyone can make it happen, it's Tyler under Jane's guidance. Bayer tightens his grip on the carpet on the top. We do our part. Clear the mothership. Take the left and right hand. Neutralize the leader. Protect the kid. That scroll leads out clearly. RS steps forward, aura faintly pulsing, eyes steady. And when he grabs it, we all move. No delays. The universe doesn't wait, and neither do we. Jane smirks faintly, tapping her tablet. Tylen is ready. He just needs the moment. We give him that window, and he'll take it. He won't fail. Trust in the kid. Rico exhales, fist tightening. Good. That's what I needed to hear. Let's do this shit. No mistakes.
Damn it, bro.
The rain lashes against them, stinging like needles, but the squad moves as one. Rico's void armor hums softly, the purple trims igniting brighter with each burst of propulsion. His dreads whip in the wind, the purple highlights flickering like lightning. Every movement leaves a faint ripple in the void energy surrounding him. RS glides beside him, aura flaring a constant crimson glow, eyes scanning the skies ahead. Every pulse of his energy seems to cut through the rain like a blade. Bear hovers slightly behind, cybernetic helmet lights cutting through the gloom, purple at the edges, soft blue mapping their trajectory. Microdrones inside the helmet map the terrain in real time, sending updates back to Jane. Below them, the lake house locks down silently. Doors seal. Windows flash faintly with the security grid. The exit gate clicks shut. Even the water around the property ripples as force fields reinforce the perimeter. Jane's voice comes through earpieces. Jane, all access points secured. No interference from locals. Any aerial or ground tracking is neutralized for the next 10 minutes. TC and Rich ride their proton bikes in formation behind them, wheels barely touching the stormy lake surface. Their HUDs glow faintly red, marking the shortest path to the alien base. This weather's perfect for cover if we don't die to lightning first. Rich chuckles through the comm. Focus, nigga. Storm's on our side. Let's not get sidetracked. Rico looks forward, eyes narrowing at the glowing mark on their HUD, the alien base. We're almost there. Everyone stays sharp. No screw-ups, no delays. Universe depends on this. RS tilts his head slightly, aura tightening like a coiled spring. Time to see what the enemy's got. Let's remind them who owns the skies. The rain intensifies, the wind howls, but the trio cuts through it like living blades of light, purple and red radiating in streaks behind them. Every second brings them closer to the base and to the storm that will decide the fate of everything.
Should have made a farm first, bro.
The low hum of Jane's proton accelerator slices through the storm's roar. She leans forward slightly, her visor scanning every inch of the path ahead. Streams of plasma trail behind the craft, glowing faint blue and violet against the rain-slick darkness. The vehicle hovers effortlessly, adjusting to the gusting wind without a single mechanical sound. Jane's fingers dance over the control console built into the accelerator's cockpit, feeding real-time coordinates to everyone's HUDs. Energy shields flicker briefly as the plasma thrusters adapt to sudden wind shear. From above, she can see Rico, RS, and Vare moving like streaks of colored light through the storm. Their aura trails, armor highlights, and helmet glows make them easy to track even through the torrential rain. Jane taps her comm. Rico, RS, Vare, your route is clear for the next 2 clicks. I've disabled all local aerial surveillance and neutralized automated defense drones in the area. No surprises until you hit the base perimeter. I'll maintain overwatch from here. Her accelerator banks slightly to follow the trio, plasma thrusters flaring brighter as she matches their speed. Lightning reflects off the sleek titanium carbon frame, casting a halo of blue light around her.
No top, I
Jane,
guess.
TC, Rich, maintain visual on the squad. Don't stray from your path. Any deviation, and I'll alert you immediately. Below, the lake house locks shimmer faintly, completely sealed, an unnoticeable fortress under Jane's control. The storm rages around them, but Jane's accelerator glides like a phantom, silently shadowing the squad as they carve a path toward the alien base. Jane, everyone ready? Because this is the real deal. No more practice runs. Her eyes narrow beneath the visor, scanning the distant lights of the alien stronghold glowing faint green through the rain. Time to move.
Let's do with this. Need an infinite water source. I can do it with these. Oh yeah, they're about to get on the mothership, I think.
Through the rain curtain, the alien base burns neon green against the mountainside, angular towers, rotating spotlights, shield pylons humming faintly around the perimeter. There it is, Rico says, and dissolves into void smoke mid-flight. A streak of deep violet vapor tears through the storm, faster than before, skimming low across the ground before reforming behind a jagged rock formation just outside the base's defensive grid. He solidifies silently. Above, Jane banks hard and ascends. Her proton accelerator shifts frequencies, plasma glow dimming until it becomes nearly invisible. The craft refracts rain and light around it, cloak field fully engaged. Only a faint distortion in the storm marks her position. She stabilizes high above the base. Full tactical view. Her HUD floods with motion signatures. Perimeter scan complete, she whispers over comms. 3 patrol units east side, 2 elevated sniper nests on the southern tower. Heavy armor squad inside the main gate corridor. RS lands beside Rico in a controlled glide, aura compressing tightly so it doesn't flare too early. There touches down seconds later, helmet optics shifting into combat mode. Purple and blue lines map structural weak points across the outer wall. TC and Rich arrive behind cover near the lower ridge, proton bikes powering down to silent mode. Jane's voice comes through clean and calm. Thermal signatures indicate at least 25 hostiles outside the primary structure. More inside. Shield generators are active but localized. Take out the western pylon first, that'll create a 12-second vulnerability window in the grid. A patrol unit rounds the corner. Jane immediately pings their HUDs. 2 hostiles approaching your 2 o'clock. 1 cloaked. RS sides flash red slightly. I see them. Bear's commas unfold with a metallic whisper. Rain pours harder. Searchlights sweep dangerously close to Rico's position. Jane lowers her voice. Once you move fast. If one of them tries to break line of sight, I'll mark them. No survivors. We can't risk an alert signal reaching orbit. The storm rumbles overhead. The base hums, unaware it's about to be breached. Jane steadies her craft in the clouds. All units, a half-second pause. Go.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna need more soon. Oh yeah, Vader opens a rocket launcher brace from his forearm and shoots 3 rockets at the left pylon and explodes it, which somehow breaks the force field and they don't know it. But 3 aliens already died because they were working on the force fade, so Jane tells them this. No, I don't want to press the share button, dude.
The rockets scream through the rain. 3 streaks of fire. Direct hit. The western pylon detonates in a violent emerald explosion. Shockwaves tearing through the storm. Metal scaffolding collapses inward as arcs of unstable energy ripple outward from the impact point. For half a second, nothing. Then the entire force field grid flickers. It drops. Across the perimeter, shield lines blink out one by one like dying stars. Jane's voice cuts through immediately. Sharper now. Field collapse confirmed. You didn't just destroy the pylon. You hit an active calibration site. Her HUD zooms in. There were 3 technicians directly interfaced with the grid when it detonated. Feedback surge vaporized them instantly. She exhales slowly. You accidentally turned their own system against them. Bear lowers his forearm brace, smoke rising from the launcher port. I'll take that. Rico grins under the rain. Good shit, Bear. Hell yeah. Jane, how'd the force field already go down? Jane overlays a schematic on their HUDs. The pylons are interlinked. When one fails during a synchronization phase, it overloads the central relay. They were mid-adjustment when you hit it. Perfect timing. A siren begins to wail inside the base. Red lights replace the green glow along the outer walls. Jane's tone hardens. They know something's wrong now. Internal squads are mobilizing. RS aura expands slightly. Red glow cutting through the downpour. Then we don't give them time to think. TC revs his proton bike once before ditching it behind cover. Gates open. No shield. Let's punch through. Rich activates his bracer. Energy sigils forming faint shields around the group. I'll cover flanks. Don't get surrounded. Bear's helmet highlights multiple movement signatures pouring toward the main gate. Heavy response incoming, 30 meters. Jane tracks heat signatures from above. 2 squads moving to defensive positions inside the entry corridor. 1 sniper relocating to the north tower. RS, that one's yours. The storm roars louder as if reacting to the shift in momentum. The base isn't fortified anymore. It's exposed. Jane steadies her aim from the sky. Windows open. Hit them hard before they reorganize. And inside the base, armored figures begin pouring toward the breach.
You think I'm a Rooouuunnnnndd? On live stream, I'm watching Gojo. He's trying to use it. He's trying to tweet the hollow. Oh my god. Nambyo Shoka. You think I'm a Rooouuunnndd?
The plasma bomb slams into the gate entrance and obliterates the concrete with a violent green explosion. But Rico, RS, and Bear are already gone from that exact position. Chunks of molten debris rain down. Rico skids across the wet ground, laughing under the storm. Damn, they aim ass! More aliens pour out, weapons charging, armor glowing brighter under combat mode. Alien commander, flank them, don't let them breathe! Before the next volley fires, RS. His blue UI rectangle flashes open midair. His fingers blur. Reality responds. The air at the gate compresses unnaturally. Laser fire exits alien barrels and immediately drops. Plasma bolts sag and slam into the dirt like they suddenly weigh 1,000 pounds. Energy rounds sputter out in the mud. The aliens hesitate. Alien 2, what is happening to our projectiles? RS! Eye glows brighter red. Physics adjustment. Bear launches forward first. His commas slice clean arcs through two frontliners before they can recalibrate.
Oh yeah, bro.
Sparks and violet blood spray across the rain-slicked ground. Above, Jane's voice is rapid and precise.
Worth it.
Rear flank clear.
No.
TC, Rich, you're invisible to them right now. Move. Inside the base perimeter, two guarding aliens barely register the shadows behind them before silent cuts. They collapse. TC and Rich step into position along a raised maintenance platform. Rich activates his bracer. Precision targeting overlays lock onto exposed helmets. TC exhales once. Then they open fire. 2 clean headshots. Then 3. Then 5. Alien bodies drop in staggered sequence, collapsing into the mud and broken concrete outside.
You think I'm a Rooouuunnndd?
From the front, Rico bursts forward through the suppressed projectile field, void armor blazing purple. He shoulder checks one alien so hard it lifts off the ground and smashes into another. Bear spins, comma slicing through a plasma rifle and the arms holding it. RS steps forward calmly, maintaining the altered pressure field while firing bone spikes between movements, each one punching clean through armor joints. Jane tracks fleeing heat signatures, 3 trying to retreat into the inner corridor. Marking now. Red outlines
See how
flash
much
in the
better it
HUD.
is now?
TC adjusts aim. Got him. Pop, pop, pop. They fall before reaching the door. Within seconds, the outer perimeter is littered with smoking armor and sparking weapons. Rain washes over the battlefield. Jane scans. Outer defense neutralized. Inner gate security sealing blast doors. You got 15 seconds before lockdown. RS aura tightens. Then we breach now. The storm howls louder, and the real fight waits inside.
Someone thinks I'm a Rakuva. RS says, I got this. You guys get the ships ready. Check how many of us fit first in one, so we don't need more ships. I can take care of the rest of the aliens here. If you see what Rico sees, you know what I'm about to do.
Jane immediately responds, voice sharp. RS, don't overextend. There are still multiple heat signatures inside the outer structures. TC reloads quickly, but doesn't argue. If you're sure, we move fast. No dragging this out. Rich looks toward the hangar entrance further inside the compound. I see the docking bay doors. 3 mid-sized cruisers, 1 heavy transport. We only need 1 if it's intact. Bear glances at RS, optics narrowing slightly. Make it loud enough that they don't think about us. Jane overlays a tactical path on everyone's HUD except RS. Hangar is 200 meters through the east corridor. Minimal resistance right now. Most hostiles are converging on RS's position. She lowers her tone slightly. Don't die trying to prove a point. TC gestures forward. Let's move. While he's doing whatever he's about to do, Rich gives RS one last look. Don't take too long. They break formation and sprint toward the hangar corridor. Weapons up, moving fast, while alien forces redirect toward the gate. Inside the base, armored footsteps thunder toward RS location. Jane's voice stays in his ear now. Multiple squads incoming. Heavy units too. I'm counting at least 40 signatures moving toward you. A pause. Whatever you're about to do, you have a very big audience. Rain pours harder. Alien reinforcements flood into the courtyard. Weapons charging, armor locking into place, and RS stands alone at the breach point. RS lifts slowly into the storm air. Rain bends around him. The blue rectangular UI expands wider than before. Lines of script cascading rapidly across it. Symbols overlap. Variables rewrite. Reality flickers. Jane sees the energy spike instantly. RS, whatever you're scripting is off the charts. That output is too late. Above the base structure, space itself distorts. A perfect glowing hue manifests in the sky. Translucent, massive, the size of the entire outer building. Inside it, gravity warps violently. Jane's voice drops to a whisper. Oh my God. RS' eyes burn crimson. He closes his hand. Hue drops. Impact. There is no explosion. There is no fire. Just compression. The building doesn't shatter. It implodes. Metal, concrete, alien alloy, armor, weapons. Everything inside the cube is crushed downward instantly under neutron star level gravitational pressure. The sound comes half a second later. A thunderclap so violent it rattles the mountain range. Shockwaves tear outward, blasting rain and debris in every direction. Then, silence. Where the building stood, there is now a perfectly square crater carved into the earth. Flat, smooth, smoldering. Smoke and dust billow upward into the storm clouds. Jane stares at her readings. All outer heat signatures she swallows. Gone. Inside the hangar corridor, TC nearly stumbles with the shockwave. What the hell was that? Rich looks back toward the courtyard entrance, eyes wide. Remind me not to piss him off. Bear's helmet recalibrates from That wasn't a blast. He pauses. That was deletion. Jane's instruments struggle to stabilize. Gravitational spike in stellar core density, 0.8 seconds. If you had sustained that any longer, you would have cracked the mountain. Outside, RS slowly descends. Smoke rolls past him. The square crater steams beneath the rain. His aura flickers heavily now, output clearly massive. Jane's voice comes through, steady but serious. RS, you just erased the entire outer structure. A pause. Inner hangar and subterranean levels remain intact, but they definitely felt that. Deep inside the base, emergency alarms scream. Heavy blast doors slam shut. The real command structure is still alive. And now, they know exactly who they're dealing with.
Oh yeah, so let's go. I don't have to repeat anything. You think I'm gonna
RS
recoup?
aura spikes again, even after the gravitational collapse, even after the square crater. He's still not done. High above the smoking ruin, space tears open. A gaster blaster the size of a small building manifests in the storm clouds. 50 by 50 feet of skeletal, monstrous geometry. Its eye sockets blaze crimson. Wind reverses direction. Rain stops falling. It rises. Sand, debris, smoke, everything spirals upward into the gaping jaws of the construct as energy condenses into a single blinding core. Jane's instruments scream. RS, that charge level is... Rico doesn't wait. Oh shit, take cover, here it comes. Everyone dives behind reinforced debris and structural remains. The gaster blaster fires. There is no beam at first.
No,
There is a column. A solid roaring pillar of red-white energy erupts downward into the crater. The world turns red, then nearly white. The blast drills into the earth with catastrophic force. The square edges of the crater disintegrate, melting and collapsing outward as the energy bores deeper. Shockwaves ripple through the mountainside. The base alarms inside the inner structures abruptly cut out. The beam sustains, then cuts off. Silence follows. Where the square crater once was, now there is a massive circular basin of molten, glowing earth. The ground has been vitrified into glass-like layers. Steam and red vapor pour upward in violent plumes. Jane's voice returns, quieter now. No remaining life signs in the outer compound. Her HUD sweeps again. Correction, no remaining life signs in the entire upper installation. TC slowly peeks over cover. He just turned the front half of the base into a sun. Rich exhales slowly. Nothing survives that. Bayer's helmet scans deep thermal pockets. Subterranean hangar and command core remain structurally intact. They're shielded below bedrock. Jane nods from above. Deep levels absorb partial energy displacement, but anything within 300 meters of that blast radius, she pauses, is gone. Smoke swirls around RS as he descends again. His aura flickers heavily now. The energy expenditure is obvious, but the courtyard is silent. No alien voices, no movement, just molten rock glowing in the rain. Jane refocuses. Hangar access tunnel is still viable through the eastern trench. Minimal resistance left topside. TC stands fully now. Well, he looks toward the glowing basin. That definitely got their attention. Deep underground, emergency power shifts. Something heavier, something important is waking up.
That was nice. TC just makes a funny point, but makes sense. Oh, damn it.
Rich shoots TC a look. Yeah, if it was that simple, we wouldn't be risking a mothership heist. Jane's voice cuts in from above, analytical and steady. The headquarters shield isn't perimeter based like this one was. It's layered, quantum anchored from inside the mountain. External force just disperses across the dome and redirects into the ground. She overlays a schematic into their HUDs. You could drop 3 more of those gravity cubes on it, and it would still hold. All you do is destabilize the tectonic shelf under the region. Bear nods slightly. The shield has to be shut down internally or bypassed from command authority. RS aura dims slightly as he lands, energy output stabilizing. That's why we board the mothership. Jane continues. The mothership's primary cannon is key to the command network. It can penetrate the dome because it's recognized as friendly origin fire. That's the loophole. Rich reloads calmly. We steal their gun. Use it against them. TC smirks. See, Rico ain't just yelling plans for fun. Jane adds one more detail. And if we try brute force without the ship, Worst case scenario, the shield reflects the energy back into the surrounding area. That would level half the coastline. A brief silence settles. Bear looks toward the underground access tunnel. So we do it the right way. RS, red eyes glow faintly again. Controlled destruction, Jane confirms. Outer base neutralized. Hangar approach clear. Subterranean command is active, but in emergency lockdown. You have maybe 6 minutes before they establish full orbital alert. TC gestures toward the trench. Then we stop talking. Rich nods. Move. Rain continues to pour into the massive glowing crater behind them. The loud part is over. Now comes the precise part.
TC says, Rick, let's clear the hangars for our homies. We need to see the ship's inside, but I know there's more inwards in there. There, you and Rico go on top of the hangar and clear the upper deck. Me and Rich handle the main floor. And Jade says, TC, Rick, don't walk straight into it. They got kill shot set. They're waiting. Rich says, that's why we got breach charges.
Jane's voice sharpens immediately. Thermals confirm it. 4 heavy signatures behind stacked cargo on the main floor. 2 elevated gunners in the rafters. They're absolutely set for a frontal entry. TC smirks under the rain. Good. Then we don't give him one. Rich is already pulling a compact breach charge from his belt, kneeling near the side access seam instead of the main hangar doors. Sidewalls thinner. Maintenance paneling. We pop this. They'll still be aiming at the front like idiots. Jane adjusts the overlay in their HUDs, marking structural weak points. Breach 2 meters left of the hydraulic column. Any closer and you'll compromise the lift rails. Bear looks up at the hangar's exterior superstructure. I see access struts leading to the upper deck. His helmet optics flash. Minimal movement up top, probably Overwatch snipers. RS nods once. Then we take the sky. Rico and Bear launch upward, gripping the rain-slick metal and scaling fast. Bear's commas lock into anchor points as he pulls himself silently along the side. Inside the hangar, muted alien voices bark orders. Plasma rifles hum at full charge. TC plants the breach charge. Rich stacks beside him, weapon ready. Jane counts down in their ears. Upper deck, 2 hostiles pacing. One moving toward the eastern rail. Rico, Bear, you're clear to engage silently.
Bruh.
A faint metallic scrape echoes from above as Bear prepares to strike. Below, Jane lowers her voice. Main floor gunners are focused on the front gate. They still think you're coming through there. TC glances at Rich. On 3. Rich nods. Make it loud. Jane finishes the countdown. 1, 2. The storm roars outside. Inside the hangar, the trap is about to snap, but not the way the aliens planned. The breach charge detonates, not a massive explosion, a tight directional blast. The sidewall implodes inward in a violent spray of metal shards and dust. Smoke pours into the hangar as alarms spike louder. For half a second, silence. Then, gunfire. TC steps through the smoke first, controlled bursts, not spraying. His rounds punch through the first alien's chest plate before the soldier can rotate its rifle. Rich enters low and right, firing upward toward the catwalk supports, rather than bodies. Metal sparks. One of the elevated gunners loses footing as his perch collapses beneath him. He falls. Rich finishes in midair. Across the hangar floor, the aliens finally pivot away from the main doors. But they're late. TC ducks behind a cargo crate as plasma bolts tear through the air where his head just was. The crate glows hot at the edges. Left stack, Jane calls. 2 behind reinforced container, thermal bleed visible through the seams. TC doesn't peek blindly. He tosses a flash disruptor around the side instead. It pops. A violent white-blue pulse fills that section of the hangar. The 2 aliens stumble out disoriented. Rich drops one clean. The second manages to fire. The plasma bolt grazes Rich's shoulder shield, dispersing across the energy barrier with a sharp crack. Shield holding, Rich mutters, adjusting position. Up top, Rico lands heavy on the upper deck railing, boots denting metal. An alien sniper turns, too slow. Rico's fist slams into its helmet and drives it through the guardrail. Below, it hits the floor hard. Vare moves differently, precise. He doesn't announce himself. One comma hooks a rifle barrel downward. The other slices clean across the exposed neck joint. Purple sparks and alien blood spray across the cabin.
That's what I'm talking about, man.
Walks along the upper beam column. Projectiles fire toward him. He shifts his hand slightly. The air warps. Shots curve off trajectory and slam into the ceiling. One alien attempts to retreat deeper into the hangar's interior corridor. Jane marks it instantly. Runner, north side door. RS raises one finger. A bone spike manifests and fires like a rail shot. It punches through the alien's back before the door finishes sliding open. On the main floor, the remaining heavy unit steps forward. Bigger armor, shoulder-mounted plasma cannon. It locks onto TC Jane's voice tightens. Heavy charging. The cannon fires. TC rolls hard left as the blast obliterates the crate he was behind. Molten debris showers across the floor. Rich shifts angle and targets the cannon joint instead of the chest. 2 precise shots. The mount destabilizes, explodes. The heavy staggers but doesn't fall. It charges forward despite half its armor being shredded. TC plants his feet this time. Short burst, center mass. Then one clean shot to the visor slit. The heavy collapses with a metallic crash that echoes through the hangar. Smoke lingers. Sparks rain from the damaged rafters. No one speaks for a second. Jane scans. 6 remaining heat signatures. Deeper inside, they're regrouping near the ships. Up on the catwalk, Rico wipes rain and residue from his knuckles. RS eyes glow faintly red again. Vare looks toward the interior docking area where silhouettes of alien ships sit dormant under dim emergency lighting. The fight isn't over, but the hangar entrance belongs to them now. The regrouping squad steps cautiously into the open hangar lane, weapons raised, formed up tight. Then, something wet hits the floor in front of them. A chunk of armor, still attached to muscle. It slides across the metal. One alien looks up. Too late. A cascade of gore pours over the railing. Organs, torn plating, strips of reinforced flesh, blood splashing across helmets and visors. Then, 2 separate halves of a heavy armored alien drop straight down from the catwalk. They hit the ground with a sickening impact. The force is so violent, one half bounces, helmet cracking, and an eyeball pops loose, rolling across the hangar floor before stopping at another soldier's boot. The squad freezes. TC stares for half a second, then bursts out laughing. Man, what the hell? Rich shakes his head, a grin breaking through. Yeah, that's Rico. Before the aliens can react, something small whistles through the air, fast, wet. An alien Adam's apple, cleanly removed. It slams into the front visor of one soldier, surge force, crack. The helmet caves inward like it got hit with a steel ball. A golf ball-sized crater punches through plating and skull. The alien drops instantly. Up top, more blood drips steadily from the catwalk. Footsteps, slow, heavy, deliberate. Rico steps into view through the smoke and flickering lights, void armor splattered but glowing faintly beneath it. He looks down at the stunned squad below. One alien raises its rifle shakily. RS appears beside Rico on the railing, red eyes glowing calmly. The alien's hands start trembling. Vare emerges from the opposite side of the catwalk. Cam is still dripping. Jane's voice comes through low. Remaining hostiles showing elevated stress response. Heart rate spiking. They're destabilized. TC lifts his rifle again. Well, while they're processing, Rich nods. Ended. Gunfire erupts again. Controlled. Precise. The shaken formation breaks immediately. 2 try to retreat. One slips in blood. Another fires wildly into the ceiling. Within seconds, the last of the regrouped squad collapses across the hangar floor. Silence returns. Dripping blood. Sparking metal. Rain tapping against the open breach in the wall. Jane scans again. Main hangar floor clear. The ships sit ahead in the dim light. Intact. Waiting. And deeper inside the base, something heavy shifts, like it just felt the loss.
Yes, it's gonna have. I don't have to say anything again.
The general struggles for half a second, armor sparking, claws scraping against Rico's void plating. Then Rico launches upward. The roof doesn't stand a chance. Metal screams as it tears open in a jagged ring of twisted alloy. Rain floods in through the new hole. And then, impact. The alien's head meets the torn edge of the roof with catastrophic force. There's a brutal metallic crunch, then a wet split. Silence hangs for a fraction of a second. Rico's laughter echoes through the storm. Alien nigga thought he had control over the situation. That's not the half of it, because you sure are separated from your squad, huh? The two halves of the alien's helmeted skull slowly slide apart along the ripped metal edge. Then, gravity wins. They fall. Both halves hit the hangar floor with sickening weight. Blood splashes wide. Fragments of bone and gray matter skid across the slick metal. One chunk ricochets near TC's boot. TC freezes. Nah. He swallows hard. Nah, that one was. He turns slightly and gags once. Okay, that one got me. Rich winces, stepping back from the spreading pool. Man, you couldn't just shoot him? Bear watches the scene quietly, helmet optics adjusting as the blood spreads toward the drainage grates.
He used
decisive.
the sharp part of the
RS
freaking
stands on the
roof
upper
to
beam,
cut his head
looking
in
down
half.
at Rico as he drops back through the torn roof opening. Rain pours through the hole behind him like a spotlight. RS's eyes glow faintly red. You definitely made a statement. Jane's voice comes in, composed but tighter than before. Command level signal just flatlined. That was the base general. A pause. And the psychological effect on any surviving internal units is significant. I'm seeing retreat behavior deeper inside. TC wipes his mouth with the back of his glove. Next time, warn me before you turn the hangar into a butcher shop. Rich exhales slowly, scanning the ships again. Well, if anybody else was thinking about resisting, they're probably reconsidering. Bear folds one comma back into his forearm. The message was clear. RS looks toward the docked cruisers. Hangar secured, leadership eliminated. Jane confirms. Docking bay is yours. No remaining hostiles in this sector. Rain continues pouring through the torn roof. Blood mixes with storm water, running in dark streams toward the drainage channels. The ship sits silent, ready, and somewhere above the clouds, the mothership waits.
Get destroyed, you dumbass.
Rico drops through the torn ceiling and lands hard. The impact caves the corpse beneath his boots with a wet crunch. Armor splits. The body folds unnaturally under the force. Two eyeballs pop free and roll across the hangar floor. Blood spills from the alien's mouth, nose, and the ruptured antenna-like ears, dark fluid mixing with rainwater pouring through the roof. For a moment, only dripping and distant thunder. TC looks down at the crushed remains. You really didn't have to stomp it like that. Rich shakes his head slowly. Man's doing victory laps on corpses. Bear scans the hangar again, stepping around the spreading blood. Area remains clear. Structural integrity at 78%, but stable enough for takeoff. RS drops down beside Rico, aura now faint but steady. We've made enough noise. Jane's voice comes through, sharp and focused again. Agreed. Orbital traffic just spiked. They felt the gravitational event and the energy blast. Response ships are launching from secondary outposts. She highlights the nearest cruiser in their HUD. Third vessel on the left. Mid-sized command interceptor. Fast enough to reach orbit quickly, large enough to carry all of you. TC heads toward the boarding ramp, stepping over debris. Everybody in one ride, no splitting up. Rich jogs alongside him. I'll take co-pilot and weapons control. Vayer approaches the ship's side panel, mechanical fingers interfacing with the alien access console. Security lock encrypted, but primitive, sparks flicker. The ramp hisses and lowers. Jane confirms from above. Power core stable, fuel reserves full. Weapon systems online, but will require manual authorization override once airborne. RS glances back once at the ruined hangar. Molten crater outside, torn roof, bodies everywhere. Then he turns toward the ship. No more distractions. Thunder rolls across the mountain as they board. The storm continues pouring into the shattered base. But Double OD is already moving to the next phase. Near the ship's side maintenance rack, Rico grabs the interior hose line and twists the valve. Pressurized water blasts out in a sharp stream. He sprays down his void armor first, blood, fragments, and grime washing off in dark streaks across the hangar floor. The purple trims glow cleaner with each pass. He lifts one boot, then the other, rinsing off the thick residue stuck in the groove. Rainwater already pours through the torn ceiling, helping dilute the mess. TC does the same a few feet away, scrubbing at his sleeves. Man, I ain't bringing alien guts into the cockpit. Rich wipes down his bracer carefully, making sure no fluid seeps into the mechanisms. Last thing we need is biocontamination on the controls. Bayer stands still for a moment as Jane remotely runs a quick sterilization pulse over his Carboflex commas. A faint heat shimmer evaporates what's left on the blades. Jane's voice comes through calmly. Good call. Unknown alien pathogens are not on today's mission checklist. Quick rinse only. We don't have long. RS brushes debris from his hoodie and steps through the water runoff without much concern. Within a minute, they're cleaner. Armor gleaming again under the hangar lights. Rico shuts off the hose and tosses it aside. The boarding ramp hums softly. Jane confirms. Orbital response ships are 3 minutes out from this region. You need to lift now. TC gestures toward the interior. Mount up. One by one, they step onto alien interceptor. The ramp begins to rise. Outside, rain pours over a ruined base, blowing crazy. Inside, engines begin to warm.
Oh no, you guys did not got to hear that.
The heavy hatch seals with a hiss. Inside, the cabin smells faintly of alien metal, but there's also a bizarre mix of snacks. Boxes of fried foods, alien-packed pastries, some half-melted energy bars, even a few recognizable human restaurant packages. Rico slaps the nearest crate, grinning. Damn, that shit was fun as hell. Shit, I'm ready to do that all again. TC snorts, unloading his rifle into a side rack. Man, you crazy, but hell yeah. Next time we do it even faster. Rich cracks open a stolen soda and takes a sip, eyes scanning the cabin as he settles into the co-pilot's seat. Got food, got guns, got altitude. Honestly, perfect. Bayer unstraps his commas and leans back against the interior wall, helmet optics glinting as he eyes the collected snacks. Finally, something edible on this mission. Let's not starve before orbital insertion. RS stands near the open cockpit view, aura dimmed but eyes sharp. Keep your energy up. We don't know what the mothership is waiting for us above. But yes, this is exactly the kind of fun I like. Jane's voice chimes in from the HUD. All systems nominal. Flight path locked to intercept orbit. Snacks and sustenance are optional but recommended. Orbital coordinates in 5 minutes. Rico grabs a packet of fried alien dough snacks, tossing one to TC. Here, my dude, for motivation. Ain't nothing like alien junk food to get you hyped for orbital boarding. TC catches it midair, laughs. Bet. I'll eat this while we fly up there and turn the mothership into a funeral pyre. The engines hum louder as the interceptor slowly lifts off, rain dripping off the torn hangar roof outside. Inside, the team settles in, snacks in hand, adrenaline still high, eyes fixed on the storm clouds and the dark horizon above.
I was about to get pissed because there's a lot of this.
The interceptor rises into the stormy sky, rain streaking across the cockpit window. Rico leans against the reinforced viewport, wide grin plastered on his face. Hell yeah, look at that shit, bro. Everything blowing up. Below, the alien base is already in chaos. Plasma bombs rain down from their improvised bombardment systems, hitting ammo depots and power conduits. Sparks and fireball eruptions cascade across the complex. One bomb hits a barracks building. Kaboom! The structure instantly chains, igniting secondary charges. Walls fold, roofs cave, and dozens of smaller explosives detonate in rapid succession. The entire barracks disappears in a thunderous explosion. Rico slaps the glass, laughing uncontrollably. Oh shit, that's what I'm talking about. Another plasma strike hits the generator compound. The hum of alien energy surges into a violent shriek as the core melts and explodes. Flames engulf alien tanks, hover vehicles, and parked warcraft. Armor plates warp and bend from the heat, vehicles flipping as shockwaves roll across the complex. TC, holding the console for bomb release, leans back slightly. Man, that's some next level firepower. The place is toast. Rich smirks, checking the trajectory on the HUD. All chains confirmed. Nothing's gonna survive that. Bear watches the destruction through the upper viewport. Camera still in hand, a faint grin under his helmet. Base neutralized, casualties, massive. That generator alone, worth 10 sorties. RS steps closer to Rico, still calm, eyes glowing faintly red as the explosions ripple below. You're enjoying yourself too much, Void Lord. Rico turns, still laughing. Bruh, you know I am. Look at everything go boom. Who needs subtlety when you can do this? Jane's voice chimes in over the comm, steady but amused. Observation, the chain reactions have rendered all remaining resistance in the outer base negligible. Flight path remains clear. Focus on orbital approach. The interceptor tilts, climbing through lightning-lit clouds, leaving behind a cratered, burning wasteland of twisted metal and shattered alien machinery. Rico presses his face to the viewport one more time. Man, I could do this all day.
Rico does love killing these aliens. Because as you guys can tell, these are some really evil aliens.
The engines suddenly roar louder. No gradual climb this time. The interceptor tilts nearly vertical. Rico grabs a side rail as gravity shifts. Oh, we punching it now? Let's go! The clouds split apart as the ship tears through them, rain turning into vapor streaks against the hull. The sky darkens from storm gray to deep twilight blue in seconds. TC grips his seat. Okay, yeah. No turning back after this. Rich's eyes stay locked on the navigation display as altitude numbers spike. We just crossed safe atmosphere threshold. This is it. The shaking intensifies briefly, then smooths out. The last layer of cloud cover shatters beneath them like a white ocean, and suddenly the world opens up. Above, black space, endless and cold. Below, the planet, scarred and glowing faintly, where the base still burns. Jane's voice comes through, calm and precise. Atmospheric exit successful. Orbital velocity achieved. Return window is officially improbable. RS steps forward, looking out at the stars. No going back now. Bear rolls his shoulders, tightening his grip on his weapons. Good. Forward is where the fight is. Rico stares out at the curve of the planet shrinking beneath them, grin slowly settling into something sharper. All right then, he cracks his knuckles. Let's go take their sky. The interceptor burns a bright streak across the darkness as it
Oh no, what?
toward the looming alien presence above.
My sharpness 3 knockback 2 sword is gone. Fuck.
Rich leans forward, squinting at the forward display. 250 meters? That's basically knife fight range in space. Through the main viewport, the alien mothership looms. Massive, angular, lit by bands of cold blue energy. Its hull plating glows faintly, shield emitters pulsing along its spine like a heartbeat. TC grips the side of his seat. Man, that thing's huge. We're really about to pull up on that? Jane's voice sharpens slightly. Proximity alert. 300 meters. 275, 260. Hull integrity steady. Enemy defensive batteries are powering. Tiny points of light begin to spark along the mothership's surface. Turrets warming up. Bear steps closer to the hatch, helmet locking into combat mode. Boarding vector, Rich adjusts the approach angle. Coming in under their main cannons. If we hug that lower ridge, we might avoid a direct blast. Rico stares through the glass, eyes wide with excitement. Look at it, big, ugly, and about to get violated. RS closes his eyes for a brief second, aura flickering faintly. Stay sharp. Once we latch on, there won't be time to celebrate. Jane counts down calmly. 240 meters. Shield fluctuations detected along the ventral docking spine. That may be our entry point. The interceptor shifts, thrusters firing in short bursts as it angles toward a dimly lit section along the underside of the colossal ship. The mothership fills the entire viewport now, metal walls stretching endlessly in every direction. 200 meters, Jane announces. The turrets begin to swivel toward them. Rico cracks his neck. Say the word, and we ram this thing.
Wow.
Rich tightens his grip on the controls, nudging the interceptor slightly starboard. Yep, aim for the landing dock. They won't know it's us until we get out. Jane overlays a targeting reticle across the forward glass. Docking bay identified. Thermal signatures indicate routine traffic. If we maintain current transponder spoofing, we may pass as returning patrol. The mothership's surface rushes closer, its hull a maze of armored plates and glowing conduits. Ahead, a recessed landing dock yawns open like a metallic canyon, shield shimmer flickering faintly across the entrance. TC exhales slowly. So we just glide in like we belong there? Rich nods, easing the throttles. Exactly. Confidence sells it. Rico rolls his shoulders, flexing his gauntlets. Man, once that hatch opens, it's over for them. Bear positions himself near the boarding ramp, Camus magnetized to his back. Wait for the door cycle. First contact will be close quarters. RS, stand still. Aura barely visible. Voice calm. Let them think we're harmless for 5 more seconds. The interceptor slips beneath the larger cannons, hugging the docking approach corridor. No alarms yet, just distant tractor beam arrays guiding incoming ships. Jane speaks quietly. 150 meters, 100, matching velocity, now. The ship glides through the faint energy barrier at the dock entrance. The shimmer ripples over the hull, but no warning sirens trigger. Inside the massive bay, other alien craft sit parked in neat rows. Maintenance drones float lazily between them. Rich eases the interceptor down onto an empty pad. The landing struts lock with a heavy clunk. For a moment, silence. Jane, docking complete. They believe we are friendly. Rico grins slowly as the engines power down. Perfect. The outer hatch begins to cycle open with a mechanical hiss. TC clicks his rifle into ready position. All right, showtime.
Let's go, bro.
The hatch finishes cycling with a low hydraulic hiss. Faint blue docking lights spilling into the cabin. Outside, silhouettes of alien craft unaware. Rico steps to the ramp but pauses, turning back to the team. Now there's really no going back. Just make sure we don't severely damage any part of the ship. Our only ticket out of the universe. So RS, no gravity cubes or high output gaster blasters. RS, his glowing eyes narrow slightly, then dim to a controlled ember. Understood. A faint ripple of restrained power hums around him before settling. I will limit myself to precision strike. TC nods approvingly. Yeah, let's not blow a hole through the hull and get sucked into space. Rich checks his sidearm and glances at the structural schematics on the HUD. Stick to corridors, no explosives near
No!
If we trigger decompression, we're done. Bear taps the side of his helmet, scanning. Life signs approaching. 2 maintenance, lightly armed. Rico smirks, lowering his voice. See? That's the fun part. Quiet chaos. Jane whispers over comms. Reminder, the docking bay atmosphere is stable. Avoid heavy structural damage. Internal map partially decrypted. Command deck is 3 levels above central spine. The ramp lowers fully with a metallic clang. The first 2 alien technicians begin walking toward the ship, curious but not alarmed. Rico rolls his neck once more, voice calm now, focused. All right, smooth and surgical. He steps off the ramp into the alien docking bay, boots hitting the metal floor softly. Behind him, the team follows, disciplined, controlled and very aware that one wrong blast could tear their only escape apart.
Yo.
As the alien technicians start turning toward the unfamiliar silhouettes coming down the ramp, TC rolls his shoulders and mutters low, voice tight with adrenaline. All right, get ready. It's about to get heavy. Rich gives him a quick side eye. Keep it tight. Keep it tight. No hull breaches. Rico cracks a grin, flexing his gauntlets. Yeah. Controlled chaos, remember? RS aura flickers faintly, contained discipline. I will restrain output, but if they escalate, so do we. Bayer shifts slightly to the side of the ramp, already angling for cover behind a parked alien craft. More signatures incoming. Not just technicians, armed security, 30 meters out. The distant hum of the docking bay changes. Boots hitting metal, weapons charging. A low, rising alarm tone begins to pulse through the massive chamber. Jane's voice cuts in softly. Transponder mismatch detected. They know. The two technicians freeze. Then one reaches for a wrist device. Rico's expression sharpens instantly. Too late. Across the bay, a squad of alien security rounds the corner, plasma rifles glowing as they lock onto the team's position. The first shot charges, bright humming, seconds from release. Tension stretches thin as wire. The big fight is about to begin.
Gonna need more armor stands.
Rico, now. The word drops like a trigger pull. In the same heartbeat, the entire team explodes off the ramp. Alien plasma fire streaks across the docking bay in bright arcs, slamming into the interceptor's hull and the metal floor with sizzling bursts. Sparks spray. The alarm shifts from warning tone to full combat siren. Rich and TC step out wide from opposite sides of the ramp, rifles already spitting controlled bursts. Their specialized rounds punch through alien armor plating with sharp metallic cracks. One security trooper jerks backward as rounds tear through his chest plate, collapsing hard against the deck. Left side covered, Rich marks, adjusting his aim and dropping another advancing alien before it can steady its plasma rifle. Rico doesn't slow down. He dashes straight into the densest cluster of enemies, boots hammering against the floor. The first alien barely raises its weapon before Rico slams into its shoulder first. The impact sends it flying into two others, all three crashing into a parked craft in a heap of twisted armor. He pivots instantly, grabbing another by the torso and hurling it into a squad mate hard enough to knock both off their feet. Behind him, RS steps forward, hands raised slightly. Bones flash into existence midair, sleek, white, and razor straight. They launch in a rapid barrage. The first alien in their path is struck repeatedly in the torso and limbs, the impacts punching clean through armor and weapon alike. The force lifts him off his feet before he crashes down in a motionless heap. RS aura flickers but remains controlled. No wide blasts, no structural damage. Precision, he mutters calmly. On the right flank, Bear moves like a shadow. He closes the gap in seconds, commas flashing in twin arcs. Two aliens try to fire point blank, too slow. The curved blades drive into their torsos. Bear twists the weapons, locking them in place. Then he channels a focused energy surge down the blades. A sharp burst erupts outward from the backs of the two enemies, dropping them instantly as Bear pulls the commas free and pivots toward the next threat. Plasma bolts streak past Rico's shoulder, one grazing his armor. He grins. Y'all really thought this was your dock? He charges again, sweeping a leg through an alien stance and hammering it into the floor before launching himself toward another cluster near the maintenance scaffolding. TC ducks behind a cargo container as plasma fire peppers the metal. They're regrouping near the upper gantry. Rich adjusts aim upward, firing precise shots that knock two sharpshooters off the elevated walkway. Their bodies clatter against the rail, dropping to the deck below.
Good.
Jane's voice cuts through the chaos. Additional reinforcements entering from the north corridor. 30 seconds until they reach visual. The docking bay is now a full battlefield. Smoke, sparks, flashing plasma, echoing gunfire. But the team is advancing, step by step, through resistance, toward the interior corridors of the mothership.
I'm just gonna go get that hoe, bruh. I'm tired of
Blast
going
the fire
all the way
thickens
the
through the
hell up
barring
there
of
and
the docking
over
bay as
just
armored
to grab it.
reinforcements pour in behind a sealed blast door leading deeper into the ship. Rico skids to a stop, plants his feet, and thrusts one hand forward. A dense, swirling void orb forms in his palm, dark, compressed, humming with restrained fury. Clear a path! TC and Rich dive aside behind heavy cargo struts. RS narrows his eyes, bracing. Bear hooks an arm around a support beam to anchor himself. Rico fires. The void orb slams into the blast door. For half a second, everything goes silent. Then the metal implodes inward, crushing, folding, and detonating outward in a violent shockwave. The reinforced door disintegrates, armor plating shredding into molten fragments. The squad of aliens massed behind it are caught mid-charge. The blast consumes them in a burst of debris and energy. Bodies and shattered weapons scatter across the corridor threshold before clattering back down in twisted heaps. Smoke rolls outward from the ruined entryway. Rico lowers his arm, breathing steady. Let's move. We need to get to the main control center where the leader is flying this damn thing. Jane responds immediately. Primary command center located along the central spine, 3 levels up. Expect escalating resistance. Rich reloads smoothly, stepping over debris. Well, you made the door situation real simple. TC glances at the warped corridor walls, impressed despite himself. Just don't fire one of those near the outer hull, man. RS steps through the smoke first, bones orbiting lightly around him like a restrained storm. Advance. Momentum is ours, Ver follows, commas ready, visor scanning for ambush signatures. Behind them, the docking bay still crackles with scattered plasma fire, but the main path inward is open. The team moves through the ruined blast door and into the dark, smoke-filled hallway of the mothership, deeper, toward command.
armor stands quick. Just sticks plus smooth stone slab, and you can stack up to 64 in bedrock, so bulk place them in your farm. Use dispensers with armor or mob heads to autofill them, and keep the area
Alexa, I already have the thing done. I already have it the way I want it. It's the right farm.
Nice. Sounds like your armor stand
The
farm is
corridor
awesome.
lights flicker red as internal alarms escalate. Bulkhead doors begin trying to seal further down the passage. Rico steps forward, eyes locked down range. A serrated void chain erupts from his gauntlet. Black links edge like saw teeth, the front tipped with a brutal spike of compressed energy.
I got soap.
He swings once. The chain rises forward, ripping down the corridor like a living spear. The first squad of aliens barely raises their weapons before the spike punches through the lead trooper, the serrated links tearing through armor and sending the rest scattering. The chain doesn't stop. It whips through the tight formation, smashing bodies aside and carving through the line. Metal walls screech as the chain continues its path, punching clean through reinforced partitions and leaving jagged, smoking holes in each bulkhead it passes. Rich ducks as the chain whips back overhead. Okay, yeah, that's efficient. TC fires controlled bursts at survivors trying to regroup from side corridors. Keep it moving. Don't let them flank. RS advances behind Rico, launching sharp bone projectiles into stragglers who attempt to crawl for cover. Each strike is fast, deliberate, keeping damage internal to the corridor. Bear moves fluidly through the aftermath, finishing off armed threats with swift strikes of his canvas, ensuring none rise again. The void chain rips forward again, tearing through another sealed door before it can fully close. The spike punches through the center seam, and Rico yanks hard. The door explodes inward. The chain retracts in a violent whip, dragging debris and broken weaponry back across the floor before dissolving into black mist around Rico's arm. He steps over the ruined threshold, armor now streaked and darkened from the close quarters chaos. Jane's voice echoes through comms, structural integrity holding, for now. Recommend reducing wall penetration frequency. We are approaching primary support corridors. Ahead, the hallway curves upward toward a vertical lift shaft leading to the command level. Defensive turrets begin deploying from ceiling recesses. Rico rolls his shoulders again, breathing steady despite the chaos. Command's up there. RS looks toward the lift shaft. They're fortifying the spine. TC checks his ammo count. Good. Saves us the trouble of hunting them down. The team regroups briefly at the base of the lift corridor, alarms blaring, smoke curling through the punctured bulkheads. Above them, the command center waits. Rico studies the layout flickering across Jane's partial schematic and shakes his head slightly. That ain't command yet. We're close, but that's probably a large lounge or staging chamber. Be ready for open fire. Rich nods immediately, adjusting his grip on his rifle. Wide space means crossfire angles. They'll spread out. TC checks the ceiling and upper corners of the corridor leading into the larger chamber. In elevated positions, balcony, maybe overhead walkways. Jane confirms over comms. Thermal signatures indicate a broad, open interior space ahead. Multiple heat clusters, likely off-duty personnel and rapid response teams. Bear steps closer to the edge of the blown-open entryway, visor scanning. Motion behind central pillars. They are setting up defensive lines. RS's aura tightens, bones orbiting in a slow, controlled rotation. Then we don't rush the center. We break their formation first. Rico exhales slowly and peeks around the jagged frame of the ruined doorway. Beyond it, a massive chamber opens up, curved walls lined with alien architecture. Suspended lighting arrays glow overhead. Long tables and structural columns dot the floor. Upper-level walkways circle the perimeter, and dozens of alien soldiers are already moving into position, some behind overturned tables, others kneeling near railings, plasma weapons charging. A heavy weapon turret rotates near the far balcony. One alien officer raises an arm and shouts an order in a sharp, guttural language. The plasma cannons begin to hum. Rico grins. Yep, lounge. The first plasma bolt fires, blazing toward the doorway. The big open fight is about to erupt.
Hold on, let's see. I'm just gonna let this go for a while. Okay, live stream. Oh, God! What does that say? Bet you can't get a 100 in my bedrock! Do you not know who I am? God!
James' partial schematic shakes his head slightly. That ain't command yet. We're close. But
Oh, hold on. We looked at that one already. What does that say?
Rich and TC step forward on instinct, and Rico's hand snaps out, grabbing both of them by their arms, yanking them back, letting go. Wait! Don't go out there yet! The turret opens up. A deafening roar fills the chamber as a storm of plasma bolts erupts from the balcony in place. The doorway they were about to step through is instantly swallowed in blue light streams. All explodes into fragments. 500 rapid-fire plasma bolts hammered the exact position where Rich and TC would have been standing. The metal frame liquefies. The floor scorches black. Shards of superheated debris spray down the corridor. The barrage lasts only seconds, but it feels endless. Rico holds both of them pinned back against the wall until the stream slows. Plasma bolts finally taper off, leaving the doorway a smoking, glowing crater of melted alloy. Silence, except for the hum of the turret recharging. Rich stares at the obliterated entry frame. Okay, yeah, that would have been bad. TC exhales slowly. Appreciate that grab. Rico releases them, peeks carefully toward the opening, ducking as a few stray shots sit past. Told you, open room, heavy gun. James' voice cuts in, precise. Rotary plasma placement identified. High capacity energy feed. Recharge window, approximately 6 seconds between bursts. RS tilts his head slightly. 6 seconds is enough. Bear steps closer to the wall, studying angles. Balcony, upper right quadrant. Shield plating around the turret base. The turret begins spinning up again, a high-pitched whine building. Rico flexes his fingers. All right, next burst ends, we move smart. The charging sound rises. 3 seconds. 4. The chamber beyond glows faintly as the barrel ignites. The next wave is about to fire. The turret's barrels begin to glow again, energy spiraling into another devastating burst. Rico presses himself against the wall, eyes wide. God, what the hell do they need a turret like that for? People like us? RS steps forward slightly, calm despite the rising whine of the charging weapon. I don't know, he says evenly, but I can disable it. A translucent script UI flickers open in front of him, symbols and command lines cascading vertically in pale light. His eyes track rapidly across invisible parameters tied to the turret's systems. The turret reaches full charge, and then RS's fingers make a precise deletion gesture. The script UI flashes once. Inside the turret housing, circuits abruptly flicker out. The internal control cores vanish from existence as if they were never installed. The spinning barrels stutter. The hum collapses into a dying whine. Instead of unleashing another storm, the weapon sputters uselessly, sparks popping from its casing. The barrels slow, then stop completely. Smoke curls from the now dead emplacement. Rich cautiously leans out, watching. It's not firing. TC peeks next, rifle ready. No recharge, no targeting glow. Jane confirms instantly. Primary control boards no longer present. The turret is functionally inert. Across the lounge, alien soldiers hesitate in confusion. Some glance up at the balcony weapon that was supposed to shred the corridor. Rico grins slowly. See? That's teamwork. RS closes the fading script interface, aura steady and restrained. Proceed. Before they deploy a backup, Bear shifts his stance toward the open chamber. They are reorganizing. This is the moment. Rico cracks his neck once more and looks toward the now silent balcony. All right then, now we go. The moment the turret dies, movement erupts across the upper walkways. A flash, high left balcony. Jane's voice sharpens. Sniper, upper quadrant, 11 o'clock. A thin targeting beam flickers down toward the corridor entrance. Before the alien can fire, Bear pivots smoothly. His pistol snaps up in one controlled motion. The chamber hums as it loads a tungsten round wrapped in a tight sheath of compressed energy. He exhales once, fires. The shot cracks through the chamber like a thunderclap. The round streaks upward in a straight, blazing line, punching directly through the alien scope lens before the sniper can react. There's a sharp burst of sparks. The alien jerks backward violently, weapon clattering from the railing as he collapses out of sight behind the balcony edge. The scope tumbles down and shatters on the lounge floor below. Rich whistles low. TC grins. Through the scope, too. That's nasty. Bear lowers the pistol without a word, already scanning for the next elevated threat. Upper angles temporarily clear. Rico steps forward into the doorway now that the turret is dead and the sniper eliminated. Alien soldiers below shout in alarm, scrambling to reestablish defensive lines. All right, Rico says, rolling his shoulders. Now we break their lounge. Plasma weapons begin charging again across the open chamber. The next wave of the firefight is about to erupt.
Oh yeah, things are gonna get good.
Rico's eyes sweep the upper levels again. There's probably more snipers, so be careful. Before anyone can answer, he moves. Not a sprint, not a run, a violent blur. He dashes straight through the nearest alien soldier attempting to step into his path. There's a sharp shockwave as Rico's void-augmented momentum collides with the armored body, and the alien is simply gone from center mass, armor shredding apart as the force blasts through him. What remains drops in fragments against the metal floor. Rico doesn't stop. He pivots into the next attacker, who raises a plasma rifle point blank. Too late. Rico's fist drives forward with crushing force. The punch connects squarely with the alien's helmet, punching straight through it and continuing through the skull beneath. The impact sends the body collapsing backward as Rico pulls his arm free in one smooth motion. The plasma rifle falls from the alien's grip. Rico snatches it mid-drop and, without even aiming, hurls it across the chamber. The spinning weapon slams into another alien who is lining up a shot at TC, striking him square in the chest plate and knocking him off balance. The plasma rifle discharges erratically as it hits the floor, shorting out in sparks. Now, Rico shouts. TC doesn't hesitate. 2 clean rifle shots snap through the air. The stunned alien jerks once and collapses. Good setup, TC calls. Across the room, Rich moves methodically, using fallen tables as cover while picking off advancing soldiers attempting to flank from the left corridor. Balcony movement, far right, Rich warns. RS steps into the open with controlled calm, hands lifting slightly. A tight cluster of bone projectiles launches upward toward the upper walkway, forcing 2 hidden figures out of cover. One tumbles over the railing, the other retreats behind a column. Sniper repositioning, RS states flatly. Bear tracks the movement instantly, visor zoom engaging. He fires another precise shot at the column edge, suppressing the hidden shooter and forcing them to duck fully behind structural cover. Meanwhile, alien reinforcements surge from side doors along the lounge perimeter, plasma fire streaking toward Rico's position. Rico twists mid-stride, grabbing a fallen heavy table and flipping it upright as a temporary shield. Plasma bolts hammer into it, scorching the surface. He grins over his shoulder. Come on, y'all had that big turret and this is what's left? An alien officer near the back shouts orders, rallying a defensive semicircle around the far staircase leading upward toward the next level. Jane's voice cuts through the noise. Stair access identified. That path leads toward command deck elevation. RS aura tightens slightly. They are falling back to protect the spine. Bear nods, which means we are close. The lounge is no longer a defensive hold. It's turning into a retreat point, but the aliens are still firing, and the team is now fully inside the chamber, pushing forward under heavy resistance.
Dude, I didn't even press it.
Rico's eyes snap to the right balcony. A flicker of motion behind a cracked column. A sniper's barrel slides into view, lining up on Rich. Rich, watch out! Duck! Rich drops instantly. The plasma shot tears through the air where his head was a split second earlier, blasting apart the railing behind him. Rico's hand ignites with swirling darkness as he summons Ex Noctum, Entropy's finality. The void-forged blade manifests in his grip, its edge humming with compressed, annihilating force, black energy rippling along its length. He steps forward and swings. The slash doesn't just cut air, it launches a dense void orb straight toward the sniper's position. The orb strikes the column. For a fraction of a second, the structure holds. Then the void energy cleaves straight through it. Reinforced alien alloy splits apart like brittle glass. The column shears cleanly in two. The alien behind it doesn't even have time to react. The energy wave continues through him, separating his upper torso from his lower half in a single brutal line. The top half, helmet and all, tumbles backward off the balcony while the lower half collapses in place. But the attack isn't finished. The main void orb detonates midair just past the balcony. The explosion is silent for half a heartbeat. Then smaller, razor-dense void fragments erupt outward in all directions. They don't scatter randomly, they hunt. Each fragment curves sharply mid-flight, locking onto nearby alien signatures. The smaller orbs slam into targets across the lounge, impaling through armor with immense force. Where they strike, black fissures spread rapidly across plating and flesh alike. Void burn. Alien soldiers scream as the energy eats outward from the wound sites, armor cracking, weapons dropping from their hands as the corrosive void energy destabilizes their systems. One alien staggers forward before collapsing. Another tries to rip the energy from his chest plate before it surges and drops him to his knees. Rich rolls back into position and glances up at the split column. Appreciate that. TC whistles low as the balcony support collapses and part of the railing crashes down onto the floor below. Okay, that sword is insane. RS watches the void burn spreading across fallen enemies and nods once. Efficient, but careful. Structural damage increasing. Jane confirms, support column loss detected. Integrity stable, but cumulative damage is rising. Bear finishes off a staggering void burn alien with a clean shot. Resistance thinning. Across the lounge, the remaining alien forces begin pulling back more urgently now, retreating toward the staircase leading up to the central spine. Rico rests Ex Noctum on his shoulder, void energy still rippling faintly off its edge. They're scared now. He points the blade toward the staircase. Push them to command. The fight doesn't slow. For 15 straight minutes, the lounge becomes a grinding war zone. Tables are flipped and shattered. Balcony rails are torn down. Plasma fire streaks non-stop across the chamber, while Rich and TC rotate positions, covering each other with disciplined bursts. Bear moves like a blade in motion, clearing flanks, suppressing elevated threats. Rico carves lanes through clustered resistance, forcing the aliens back step by step toward the interior corridors. Bodies litter the floor, armor sparks. The air smells like scorched metal and ionized plasma. Then, mid-exchange, everything flickers. The entire chamber washes into faint black and white. Sound distorts into stretched metallic echoes like a corrupted transmission layered over reality. The alarms form. Gunfire slows into deep, elongated thuds. The air itself feels wrong, thick, pressurized in a way that doesn't belong. For half a second, space looks like it's bending inward. Then, snap. Color slams back into place. Sound returns. The firefight resumes at full speed as if nothing happened.
Wait, what was that?
Rico lowers his blade slightly, eyes narrowed. What the hell was that? Across the chamber, even the aliens hesitate. Several look around in visible confusion. One lowers his weapon momentarily, glancing at his own hands like he's checking if they're still there. But training kicks back in. They shake it off. Plasma rifles raise again. RS's aura flickers, but he steadies himself. I don't know, but whatever it was, it's not important. His eyes flare brighter. Take this, alien fuckers. A dense, ultra-fast barrage of bones erupts forward in a tight formation. The projectiles hammer into a group of 23 heavily armored alien soldiers, forming a shield wall near the rear exit. The impacts come so rapidly it sounds like automatic fire. Armor dents, cracks, splits. The formation collapses as the barrage overwhelms their plating. Several are knocked off their feet. Others stagger backward into one another as the defensive line disintegrates. Jane's voice cuts sharply through everyone's earpiece. Did you all see? Feel everything? That was so weird. I don't even know what happened, but that's not what we're worrying about. Keep pushing. After the next two rooms is the command room where the controls are. Rich reloads while advancing behind fallen cover. Yeah, we can unpack the reality glitch later. TC shouts while firing upward at retreating aliens. Two rooms. Let's clear this shit. Bear slices through the last organized resistance near the stairwell, commas flashing as he forces the survivors to retreat to the ship. Rico spins Ex Noctum once, void energy humming low. Next two rooms, he says. He looks toward the corridor leading out of the devastated lounge. And then we rip the head off this fucking thing. The remaining aliens fall back through the exit hatch. The team pushes forward. Whatever that distortion was, it lingers in the back of everyone's mind. But the command room is close now.
Okay, yeah.
Nods, letting his aura dim slightly as he leans against a wall. Yeah, we've been pushing hard. One stem each, just enough to recharge and keep up this momentum. Activates his internal system to absorb the stem energy. Feels good, like I can actually feel my systems coming back online, ready to wreck some more. Pops his stem into his mouth, swallowing quickly. Man, that hit the spot. I can feel the edge coming back. Let's not waste any more time. We gotta keep it tight. Takes a stem from the pouch Jane handed him, cracks a smirk. Yeah, just a quick recharge, then it's back to cleaning house. Can't let the energy dip now. Hovering nearby in cloak mode, distributing stems. Everyone's taking one? Good. Don't overdo it, just enough to maintain top performance. Grins as he slams his stem into his mouth. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Let's keep this going. Command room isn't waiting, and neither is the leader. The team leans on their stems for a few moments, energy surging back, aura flaring slightly as power levels stabilize. Each one takes a deep breath, scanning the next corridor, ready to push forward into the final stretch. Rico tightens grip on Ex Noctum, eyes gleaming. All right, let's go finish this shit. Aura steps forward, aura flaring, eyes glowing red. Hell yeah, Rico. That's how you remind these fuckers who they're messing with. Keep that momentum. I'll cover your six. Spinning his carboflex commas with a mechanical whir, slicing through a line of alien soldiers. Nothing left standing in this corridor. They're all meat for the taking. Rico, keep carving a path. Reloading quickly while laughing at the chaos. Bruh, I can hear the screams all the way down here. This is straight up merciless, and I love it. Firing precise shots at stragglers while dodging debris. Stay sharp, y'all. Some of these bastards are sneaky, but with Rico leading the charge, they don't stand a chance. Voice crackling in everyone's earpiece from her overhead vantage. Rico, the room is nearly cleared ahead of you. A few more before the command center. Don't hold back. This is it. Spinning Ex Noctum. Void energy surging around him. Voice booming over the carnage. You fucking dumbass fuckers really can't keep up, huh? I am just getting started. Void spikes erupt violently through the remaining aliens' bodies, cracking armor and sending them sprawling. The corridor becomes a wave of destruction. Blood and alien matter flying everywhere. The team moves in perfect sync behind Rico, each one amplifying the chaos, clearing the path toward the final command. Grin, launching a rapid bone barrage. Let's make sure there's nothing left to stop us. Command
he's doing AI thumbnails.
RS steps forward, aura crackling, eyes glowing blood red. Hell yeah, Rico. That's how you remind these motherfuckers who's running this shit. No mercy, no hesitation. They spins his Carboflex canvas, slicing through two alien reinforcements that were trying to flank. Path is clear for you, Rico. Keep tearing through them. Laughing while spraying plasma at incoming aliens. Bruh, that juggernaut ain't even a problem no more. Rico just dismantled that motherfucker like it was a toy. Dodges a stray plasma bolt, fires a quick volley. Exactly. Don't let up, we're almost at the command room. Every one of these assholes counts down for us. Over the earpiece, voice steady but urgent. Rico, juggernaut down, corridor cleared, final stretch is open. Command room is directly ahead. Don't hold anything back now. Void energy flaring around his forearms, and Exnoctum humming with power. Bah! This nigga can't do shit now! Don't fucking play with me, nigga! He stomps the juggernaut's body once, sending it crashing into the wall with a sickening thud, then spins toward the next line of alien soldiers. Void spikes erupting from the floor, piercing through armored cladding and sending them flying. RS lets out a low, intense chuckle. Let's finish this corridor like a symphony of destruction. Command room ain't ready for what we're bringing. There, launches a commas with precise mechanical whir, cutting down a heavy alien guard. They're bleeding out fast. Nothing left to stop us now. TC and Rich, moving forward in perfect tandem, guns blazing. Keep pushing. Let's hit that command room and end this shit. The corridor is a chaotic masterpiece of carnage, blood, armor, and shattered alien bodies. And the final command room looms ahead, energy pulsating like the heart of the mothership itself. RS steps back, letting out a low chuckle as he adjusts his hood. Damn, there, that was nasty. Clean execution, head gone before he even finished his sentence. Reloads the wrist rocket launcher with a smirk. Had to make sure he didn't even get to talk. Momentum's ours, nothing can stop us now. Rico spins Exnoctum, void energy flaring around his arms, eyes scanning the next threat. Ha! This shit is getting good. Keep it coming, niggas. Everybody else next. Laughs while shooting at two smaller reinforcements. Bruh, he didn't even see it coming. Head exploded, brains everywhere. That's what I'm talking about. Dodges a stray plasma bolt, fires at a flanking alien. Exactly, keep the pace, no slowing down. We're almost at the command room. Every alien we drop counts toward that. Jane, over the earpiece, voice urgent but calm. Rico, corridor is clear now, well, mostly. Command room is just past this next bulkhead. Push forward, stay tight, don't hold back. Smirks, aura flaring brighter. Good, let's make sure when we hit that command room, they don't even know what hit them. Nothing left alive. Rico dashes forward. Void spikes erupting from the floor and walls, piercing through armored aliens. Let's go, niggas! Command room is ours! The team presses forward. Blood, armor shards, and alien guts flying everywhere. The final stretch before the command room, a chaotic slaughter of precision and sheer power.
Oops. Oh, damn it. There we go.
The corridor lights flare white. A thunderous hum builds from the far end. Then, a massive plasma beam detonates down the hallway. The walls liquefy where it passes. The air screams from the heat. Down! Rich shouts, but RS is already moving. His script UI snaps open midair, lines of code cascading in blazing red glyphs. Barrier, vector catch, compression field. A translucent wall slams into existence in front of the team just as the beam hits. The impact is catastrophic. The plasma doesn't punch through. It hits the barrier and spreads across it like liquid sun. RS eyes flare brighter. Redirect. The barrier flexes. Instead of breaking, it bends. The plasma beam begins curling inward, folding around itself, spiraling tighter and tighter as the scripted field compresses it. The corridor vibrates violently as the energy is crushed down from a massive beam into a condensed, seething core of light. The roar turns into a high-pitched whine. Then, silence. The beam is gone, compressed into nothing. RS thrusts his hand forward. Return to sender. The barrier doesn't vanish. It launches. The entire energy-absorbing construct rockets down the corridor like a transparent battering ram. At the same instant, Rico steps forward, grinning like a maniac. Oh, you thought that shit was gonna work? He unleashes a rapid flurry of void spikes, firing them into the moving barrier as it streaks forward. The spikes embed into the construct, riding it like spears loaded into a railgun. The barrier smashes into the alien cannon crew at the far end. Impact. The compressed plasma detonates outward in a violent implosion-explosion hybrid. The cannon emplacement crumples. The crew are thrown backward in a shockwave of their own weaponized energy, and the void spikes erupt outward from the blast, impaling survivors against the corridor walls. Smoke floods the hall. Metal groans. Debris rains down. Rico raises both hands and flips off the distant, collapsing cannon platform. Fuck you! TC bursts out laughing. Uno reverse, bitches! Rich steps forward cautiously, rifle still raised. Cannon's gone. Whole squad's wiped. Bear retracts his wrist launcher, scanning for residual threats. Energy signatures dropping fast. Jane's voice comes through, stunned but focused. That blast would have erased this entire section. Good save, RS. Command room door is directly ahead. Heavy shielding. This is it. Through the settling smoke, a massive reinforced bulkhead looms at the end of the corridor. Glowing alien glyphs pulse across it. Behind that door, the leader waits. The smoke clears slowly. What's left of the cannon crew isn't a formation anymore. It's ruin. The far end of the corridor is drenched in dark alien blood. Armor fragments are embedded in the walls. One section of plating is painted in a violent splash pattern where the compressed plasma detonated. The cannon itself, gone. Only the lower tripod base remains, twisted and partially melted into the deck. A cracked helmet visor slowly slides down a blood-slick wall and hits the floor with a soft clink. Half of an eyeball is embedded several feet above it. The air smells scorched, metallic, burnt organic matter mixing with ionized energy. Rich lowers his rifle slightly. Jesus. TC exhales through his teeth. Yeah, that's yeah. Bear scans silently, visor tracking heat signatures. Multiple casualties confirmed. Then, a faint sound. Wet. Gurgling. Off to the right side of the blast zone, partially obscured by debris. One alien remains alive. Barely. He's lying face down, twisted at an unnatural angle. The entire back of his armor and body is gone. Where plating and flesh once were, only exposed spine and shattered ribcage remain. Pieces of metal and bone are embedded through muscle tissue. His left arm is completely missing. Fragments of other bodies are lodged into him. Shards of armor, bits of alien bone, unidentifiable matter fused into his exposed ribs and spine.
Good.
A jagged chunk of the cannon housing has impaled straight through his midsection, pinning him to the floor. One of his thighs is pierced through by a seared barrel from a destroyed plasma rifle. He tries to move. Can't. He chokes on blood, pooling beneath his helmet. The visor is shattered. Pieces of skull are visible beneath the cracked plating. He's blinded. Helmet fragments embedded across his face. A wet, bubbling sound escapes him. Not a scream, just reflex. Rico stares at him for a long moment. The rage in his posture is still there, but it's quieter now. RS watches the scene, aura faintly flickering. He's done. Jane's voice comes softly through comms. Life signs critically unstable. He won't last. The alien's exposed ribs twitch weakly as he tries to pull air through ruined lungs. A faint gurgle. Blood drips steadily from what remains of him. TC looks away first. Damn. Rich exhales slowly. That cannon backfired harder than they expected. Bear steps forward slightly, expression unreadable behind the helmet. He cannot fight. He is no longer a threat. The corridor is silent except for the weak choking sounds. The massive bulkhead to the command room stands ahead, glowing faintly. Behind it, the leader. Rico tightens his grip on Ex Noctum. We move. The gurgling continues faintly behind them as the team steps forward toward the final door.
He's choking on blood live stream. No way! Oh my god! There's no way that he shit. No. What the fuck? Yeah, we need upgrades on this. Before something gets messed up, dude. Where did the fucking creeper even come from? I don't have no damn creeper ruin it. I'll just use this same door. Okay, I don't have more. I don't even know where that goddamn creeper came from. pissed. I'm pissed now. I'm gonna build tall walls up on here. I don't want that to happen again. I'm gonna get very mad. Course! Die! Ah! The thing is, I'm gonna have to scroll back down again because I fucking pressed the wrong thing.
And it brings it down hard. The impact echoes through the corridor. Stops completely. Rico exhales sharply. Holding him, he spits down at the bottom, then raises both hands in the final dismissing gesture before running. Rico against stepping away. Silence settles again. Artist watches him for a moment but says nothing. His arm remains controlled, dinner now, focused. TC shoots his rifle on his shoulder. All right then. Rich glances Rich presses the final breach charge into place. Mag clamps lock. He reaches for the detonator. Rico's voice is low. Controlled. Dangerous. This shit ends. Now! Aura hums faintly. Bones orbiting slowly in his eyes. Yes, it fucking does. Their days of torment end today. TC shifts his rifle. Jaw tight. I call the last shot on the left hand of the leader. That fuck is who's responsible for the annihilation of Greenland, New Zealand, and Australia. Rich exhales, hand hovering over the last placement. Listen. The door explodes inward. Not from a blast, from a hit. The entire reinforced bulkhead caves and launches forward like it weighs nothing. It slams into Rich before anyone can react. Time distorts. The sound is wrong, deep, muffled, stretched. Rich's body lifts off the ground as the door carries him backward down the corridor. Metal shrieks as his armor collides with it. They crash hard against the far wall. The door dents violently around him. Everyone moves at once. RS script UI flashes instinctively. Detach. The warped bulkhead vanishes off Rich and reappears embedded in the opposite wall, sparing him further crushing force. The corridor falls quiet. Too quiet. Bootsteps. Slow. Measured. From the smoke-filled command threshold, a tall figure emerges. 6'5", long dark cape hanging from armored shoulders, a sharp insignia emblazoned across it, hood drawn low. Only 2 glowing green eyes visible beneath shadow. Heavy armor, layered, dense, not decorative, deliberate. He steps forward once more, cape swaying slightly behind him. The air changes. Pressure increases subtly in the corridor, like gravity is bending inward toward him. Rico feels it first. RS feels it more clearly. Bear's visor flickers briefly. TC's grip tightens. They back toward Rich, forming around him. Rich groans faintly. He's alive, armor cracked, breathing rough, blood at the foe. Creotus tilts his head slightly, green eyes glowing brighter beneath the hood. Who the fuck are you? He exhales softly through his nose, almost amused. Amusing. You haven't heard of me? What a pity. He uncrosses one arm just enough to adjust the gauntlet at his wrist, metal grinding softly against metal. However, I grant my victims a proper greeting before I crush them. He steps forward once. The corridor subtly hums under the pressure of his presence. I am Creotus, harbinger of negativity. A faint, humorless smirk curves beneath the shadow of his hood. Struck a nerve, have I? His glowing gaze shifts briefly toward Rich on the ground. Did I hurt your little friend a little too hard? A pause. His eyes narrow slightly. Unfortunate.
I don't want to look at that one. What the hell? Why is there no audio?
Rico grits his teeth, aura flaring violently. Weakling? Pathetic? You got a lot of nerve, nigga.
Oh my god!
I'll rip your ass apart myself if I have to. Bones rise, aura flaring red, voice Exnoctum, purple void energy crackling along the blade. You talk too much, Creotus. I hope you're ready, because we're about to make you wish you stayed in your little shadow hole.
Creotus says, fine, I'll assume your little fantasy. I'll amuse your little fantasy. Maybe even enjoy myself a little bit. Then he snaps his fingers, and they are teleported onto a big moon now, with stable gravity, but Rich slumps back, and TC grabs his head before it hits the hard rock. This moon feels like a more orange one, as the sky, sand, screams. TC needs to give Rich a stim now, and then Creotus says, it's your funeral after all.
Rico stumbles slightly on the moon's surface, void armor glowing brighter, fists clenching. What the fuck? He just teleported us? Damn, this nigga crazy. Everybody, get ready. This is about to get insane. Kneels beside Rich, quickly opening a stim injector. Hold still, Rich. You ain't dying on me, not now. Injects stim, checking his vitals. Come on, come on, come on. Groans weakly, blood trickling, vision blurry, then slowly stabilizes. TC, you saved me. Damn, thanks. Glowing red aura flaring, bones orbiting faster. Creotus, teleporting us won't change anything. You just moved the battlefield. Prepare yourself. There, scans the new environment, commas glowing in hand. Interesting. Terrain has changed. Orange sand, lower friction, might affect void and energy attacks, but will adapt. Rico tightens grip on Exnoctum, void energy swirling around him. Yeah, this is fine. Let's do this. No matter where the fuck he teleports us, he's about to get destroyed. Let's go. Stands, gun raised, targeting Creotus. All right, Rich, stim kicking in yet? Good. Now hold on to something. We're not gonna let this nigga have the first move.
Creotus says, I'll have my fun with this TC first. You talk too much. And then it happens. Creotus reappears right at TC and punches him in the gut hard as hell, and he gags from it. Then Creotus grabs TC's head and throws him into a sand mound, which scares everyone. Dude, I did it again!
Rico, eyes widen, void energy flaring violently. TC, get the fuck up! Dashes forward, void trails scattering across the orange sand. You ain't taking him that easy, Creotus. R's bones shoot out instantly, forming a spinning cage around TCC's landing spot. Stay down, stay safe. I'll make sure he doesn't touch you again. Spins his commas, eyes locked on Creotus. You want TC? You'll have to go through all of us first, punk. Coughing, sand in his mouth, struggles to stand, stim kicking in. I'm still good. You're gonna pay for that, Creotus. Just wait. Steadying himself, blood pumping, raising his gun. He hit you hard, TC, but we got you now. Don't worry about him. Just focus on standing back up. Gritting his teeth, Exnoctum crackling with void energy. All right, Creotus, you wanted to play rough first? Fine. I'll show you why you don't touch my friends.
Fucked it up. Oh yeah, Coyote says, allow me to demonstrate myself. Rico and Coyote both dash at each other, and they clash hits. Their power levels are similar. There and RS can't tell who's stronger. Not yet.
Rico, gritting his teeth, X knocked him, sparking violently with void energy. All right, let's see what you're made of, nigga. He swings a massive arc at Coyote, sending a wave of void energy crashing forward. RS, hovering slightly above the ground, aura flaring. Both of you, unbelievable power. Keep watching, Bear. Measure his patterns. We need to be ready for his openings. Bear, spinning cameras in hand, scanning Coyote. Damn, I can't even tell who's overpowering who. Both are crushing the ground with each strike. One wrong step and we'll get caught in the blast. Standing up, shaking sand off, still wary but focused. Rico, keep it tight. Don't let him get a clean hit on you or we're screwed. I'll cover your flank if he tries something sneaky. Crouched, weapon ready, watching carefully. Yo, this nigga's insane. I've never seen Rico go this hard before. I hope we're ready for whatever comes next. Smirking despite the tension, voice low but fierce. You wanted to show yourself, Creatis? Fine. I'm gonna enjoy making you regret it. They clash again, the shockwave from their strike sending sand flying in all directions, leaving deep grooves in the moon's surface.
Very good. Yes. Coriolis then starts showing tons of after images of himself, and he reappears behind Rico, and he downslams Rico into the sand, leaving a crater behind.
Rico groans as he smashes into the sand, void energy flaring from the impact. Clever trick, nigga, but you ain't done yet. Void armor glows brighter as he slowly pushes himself up from the crater, fists crackling with energy. Bones rapidly orbiting, aura burning red. After images, he's faster than we thought. Rico, keep moving. Don't let him pin you down. Spinning his commas, eyes narrowing. That impact, the ground itself nearly shattered. He's playing dirty. Rico, find an opening. He can't keep up forever. Pointing at Creotis, voice sharp. Rico, use his after images against him. Don't just clash head on, make him reveal the real one. Steadying himself, gun aimed. If he tries another one of those tricks on any of us, I'll cover you. Just don't get surrounded, Rico. Gritting teeth, standing up with a smirk despite sand and debris on him. All right, you want to play with tricks? Let's see how you like fighting someone who doesn't give a fuck about your little games. Ex Noctum spins in his hand, void energy slicing through the air around him. Rico vaults back just in time, void energy rippling across his armor as the disc slams into the ground and explodes into shards. Hey, yeah? Well, I make the rules when it comes to my fights, nigga. Dashes forward, leaving a trail of purple void smoke, dodging the blasts and closing the distance again. Bones spin rapidly, forming a protective barrier around Rico. Watch the blast. He's not holding back now. Keep your guard tight, Rico. Flipping through the air, commas glowing. He's fast, precise. One mistake and Rico's done. We need to keep him distracted. Stem kicking in, eyes sharp. Rico, don't get tunnel vision. He's baiting you. Make him show his patterns before committing to a full strike. Taking cover behind a rock, aiming. If you need a hand, Rico, I got your 6. Just give me the shot. Gritting teeth, smirking through the chaos. Yeah. You want to play games, Criotus? Let's see who's really running this fight. Ex Noctum spins, void orbs forming around him, ready to intercept the next energy blast.
Toyota says, you're weak. And then he goes very, very fast again and knocks Rico out of balance. Then he grabs him and hits him with an energy burst, point blank, throwing him into the sand again. Then Creotus summons negativity walkers. These beings poof into the area and come for TC and them. So now they gotta fight these things. And then Creotus dodges a high velocity void spike.
Rico coughs, wiping sand from his mouth, void energy flickering violently across his armor. Weak? Nigga, you about to find out what weak really looks like when I go full power. He slams a fist into the ground, sending a void shockwave at the negativity walkers to keep them at bay. RS bones spin into a wall, then launch out at the walkers with insane speed, creating deep holes in the sand and tearing through them. Everyone, target the walkers. They're his distractions. Don't let them overwhelm you. Spinning his Carboflex commas, slashing through the nearest walker, energy erupting through the cut. These things, they're fast, but they're nothing compared to us. Keep the pressure. Blasts a group of walkers with precise shots, ducking behind a rock. Don't get surrounded, Rich. We need to pick them off cleanly, or we're toast. Sprays fire from his guns, careful to sync with TC. Got it. Don't worry. I'll cover the flanks. Standing, void spikes forming around his armor. Criotus, you sent your little toys to fight us? Cute. But I don't play with toys. I destroy them. He dashes forward, sending void spikes through the walkers, ripping them apart mid-charge, and smirks up at Criotus while readying another strike.
That cut looks so goddamn cool. Criotus darts at Rico too, and they go back to exchanging hits and moving across the air. Each hit sends shockwaves through the air. Damn, Criotus is strong.
Rico, gritting teeth as each hit shakes the air around them, void armor flaring brighter with every clash. Damn, you strong, nigga, but not strong enough to beat me. He counters with a spinning slash, sending void spikes slicing through the air toward Criotus, forcing him to dodge midair. RS, floating above the fray, aura blazing red. Rico, watch your spacing. He's using your attacks to read your pattern.
Yes, he's doing the hit! Let's goddamn go!
Dodging a negativity walker, stem kicking in. Yo, Rico, use the terrain. Don't let him just fly around you like that. Cut off his angles. Rich behind some rocks, aiming carefully. I've got the shots ready if he gives you an open, Rico. Just don't get cornered. Rico smirks despite the intensity of the battle. Void aura crackling around him. Ha! You want to test me, Criotus? I'll show you what we do when someone tries to flex on us. He launches forward, void smoke trailing, fists crackling with energy as he aims to land a decisive strike midair.
Then Criotus says, I'll let you into a little truth. I don't know why I typed it like that. You're not so smart, or you're not so smart friend TC has it mixed up. I am the one who had those countries destroyed, not my brother. You won't live to tell the tale. And then he does a very bad counter, which catches Rico off guard, and he kicks him into a mountain with extreme force.
Rico crashes into the mountain with a thunderous impact, chunks of rock and sand exploding around him, void armor glowing jaggedly as he rolls across the surface, groaning from the force. Ugh, fuck, this nigga really tried me. He slams a fist into the mountain, sending a void fissure crawling across the rock as he pushes himself up, shaking off the dust and debris. RS hovers in the air, eyes blazing red, bones spinning aggressively. Rico, don't let him dictate the pace. Use the environment, hit back harder than ever. Jumps from another rocky outcrop, energy flaring along his canvas. He's strong, but this terrain's ours too. Rico, use it, crush him. Stems fully activated, gripping his gun tightly. Yo, that was nasty. Stay focused, Rico. Don't let this bastard break your rhythm. Rich behind cover, aiming carefully with both rifles. If he's sloppy like that, he's got an opening. Rico, time it right. He can't dodge everything. Stands, fists clenched. Void energy swirling violently around him. Ha, you think kicking me into a mountain's enough? Nigga, I'm just getting warmed up. He surges forward. Void smoke trailing, eyes locked on Creotus, ready to tear him apart with a retaliatory strike.
Creotus dodges and exchanges some more hits with Rico. Creotus then says, just getting started, Good, good. That means you get to experience it with your weakling friends. And then Rico says, what the fuck are you talking about, N-word? Insert slurs, of course. Because I will never type the actual one. And then Creotus smirks and holds out both hands and aims above him. Then gray and purple energy shoot out, making a gray/black/purple rift open, and tons of black hands that sound like they're suffering reach out at everyone. They must dodge these, and more smaller rifts open under everyone with hands reaching out and close after they get out. What? Oh, after they get out its way, and then they reopen each in new position.
Rico, eyes widen, void aura flaring violently as he darts left and right, dodging the grotesque, clawing hands, void spikes shooting out at any that get close. What the fuck is this shit? Creotus, keep your hands off my friends, nigga. RS bones spinning rapidly, forming defensive walls around TC, Bear, and Rich as he hovers above the ground. Stay calm. Keep moving, everyone. These hands aren't just dangerous, they're distractions. Vaults over a reappearing rift, swinging his commas through a cluster of hands that reach out, shredding them into energy fragments. He's using our fear and positioning against us. Don't give him an inch. Sidesteps a gigantic clawing hand, stem kicking in. Holy shit, this is fucked, but we're not letting it get us. He fires rapid plasma rounds at the rifts as they open, trying to destroy anything that comes through. Rich dodges a smaller rift that appears right under him, muttering, this is some next level bullshit. Rico, hit him while he's distracted making these things. Rico, snarling, void energy whipping around him, every movement sending shockwaves. I will. Hands, rifts, whatever you throw at us, I'm not letting you touch my crew. He dashes through a gap between hands, slashing with Ex Noctum, slicing through a handful of them, leaving their black-purple energy wailing as they dissipate.
Then TC gets grazed by one on his calf, and it burns black like pins and needles, but 200,000 times worse. These are not a distraction. These are very bad, and he can just imagine what happens if the groups of 10 hands grab someone, and the vent of black burning doesn't burn out until 16 seconds after. And honestly, it's the most excruciating pain TC ever felt.
Lets out a scream, teeth gritting, collapsing slightly as the burning spreads up his leg. Ah, fuck! It's fucking insane, nigga! It's like every fucking nerve in my leg is on fire. Eyes blazing purple, void energy flaring around him as he lunges toward the nearest rift. Holy shit! I got you! Get the fuck out of there! Hovering beside TC, bones forming a tight barrier. scripting in an anti-gravity flux to lift TC slightly off the ground, trying to minimize further contact with the hands. Hold still. I can't remove the burn, but I can stop it from spreading. Stay with me. Diving through a set of smaller hands, Kama slicing the clawing energy fragments. Damn it, these things aren't just illusions. Look at the damage they do. Rico, cover TC. We need to clear a path. Ridge firing rapid plasma rounds at rifts, keeping them from reopening right where TC is. Move him now. Don't let those hands touch him again. Gritting his teeth, shaking violently, struggling to stay conscious. Fuck, it hurts. Don't fucking let him touch me again. I can't! Ah! Rico, snarling. Void aura flaring like a storm, slashing at the hands with Ex Noctum. I swear on everything, Creotis, if one more hand touches my friend, you're fucked. Hands glowing red as he intensifies his barrier, hurling energy fragments to smash incoming hands before they reach TC. Stay focused. You're not dying here. TC, I've got you. Shouts as he leaps past the hands, cutting a wide path. Everyone else, clear these rifts. Protect the team. The black clawing hands writhe violently, some dissipating under Rico and RS attacks, but more keep reaching, gnashing at the air as the moon's ground shakes slightly from the sheer energy of the encounter.
Creotis is laughing his ass off and he spams this attack as Rich says they have to dodge and dodge.
Rico, gritting his teeth, void energy flaring around him like a storm. He's fucking spamming it! Move, move, move! TC, get behind me now! Hobbling,
Get behind
still in pain,
something!
barely able to move his burned leg. Ah! Fuck, it hurts! I can't. Ah! Bones forming multiple spinning barriers around the group, scripting in rapid anti-gravity pulses to dodge. Don't let him trap us. Keep moving and strike back when you can. Dashing between rifts, swinging his Carboflex commas to slice at hands before they can touch anyone. This guy's insane. I've never seen power like this in my life. Firing plasma bursts in precise arcs, ducking under popping hands. Dodge and cover. This is fucking Spam City. Rico, snarling, void spikes flaring all around him, slashing at hands midair. I don't give a fuck, Creotis. You want to play like this? Fine. But I'm taking every last hand down with you. Hands erupt from rifts left and right, clawing, burning, and writhing. Every dodge and jump feels like barely a second of safety, and the ground trembles from the combined weight of their void powers. Comet strikes, and RS is barriers moving at impossible speeds. RS shouting as he teleports slightly with the team. T, stay close. Rico, Bear, clear the path. We need to survive this wave before we strike. Breathing hard, eyes watering from pain. I can't move fast. Help! Slamming a void spike into the ground, creating a shockwave that obliterates a cluster of hands. I've got you, T! Hang on, nigga! We're not dying here! Creotis' laughter echoes across the room as the hands continue to reach, black and purple energy crackling around him. But the team moves in sync, desperately dodging, blocking, and retaliating in a chaotic ballet of destruction. Slowly pulls the pant leg up, eyes wide, breathing shaky. Oh fuck, what the hell is this? Hovering cube steady beneath him, calm but concerned. Careful, T, don't touch it too hard. That's why I made the platform. Just look, assess first. Swallowing hard, staring at the blackened, charred patterns on his calf. His fingers tremble. It's all weird. It's not normal burns, and this white shit, oh God, that looks like bone. Gritting his teeth, stepping closer, void energy radiating around him. Chill, TC. That ain't bone, nigga. It's just armor remnants fused to your skin from that attack. You didn't lose your leg, you hear me? Shaky, still terrified. It doesn't feel like it. It looks like my skin's cooked into patterns. It's fucked up. Kneeling down, examining quickly. It's superficial, the bone's intact. That white, that's the charred armor residue. RS can remove it safely. quickly scripts a subtle energy field to lift the fused armor off his leg, careful not to damage the flesh beneath. Okay, TC, just relax. This'll clear it up without any further damage. Wincing as the armor lifts away, sighing in relief as the charred remnants peel off, revealing his actual skin, bruised but intact. Fuck. Okay, still hurts like hell, but I'm not missing anything. Fuck. Rico claps him on the shoulder, smirking despite the chaos. See, I told you, nigga. Ain't nothing lost. Now quit staring at it and get ready. The real fun's still coming. Takes a shaky breath, trying to steady himself, finally looking up at the battlefield again. All right, let's finish this shit.
Kratos laughs his ass off more and he says, Kratos, don't get distracted. And Rico gets punched from behind so hard he gets sent flying so fucking fast and he darts through 3 mountains and the crater in the last one is huge and it hurt pretty damn bad.
Rico grits his teeth midair, void armor sparking, body aching from the impact. Fuck, what the hell, nigga? Eyes glowing, aura flaring red, cubes hovering around to stabilize. Rico, brace yourself. Don't let him push you around like that. Raises his commas, scanning for Kratos. I see him. That strike, that's insane power. Rico, get up fast. Use the void. Panting, still wincing from his leg. Holy shit, he just sent Rico through 3 fucking mountains? Nigga's insane. Rico landing in the crater, body digging into the sand and rocks, void energy flaring around him as he pushes himself up, teeth clenched, eyes glowing purple. Ha ha! You think that can stop me? Bitch nigga, you just made me mad as hell. Grins, floating forward. Good, that's the spirit. Let's crush him back. From a distance, smirking, green eyes glowing. Oh, furious are we? Excellent. The games are just getting interesting. Void smoke rising from his armor, boots leaving scorched marks on the moon's surface as he prepares to dash at Kratos again. I'm coming for you, nigga. You ain't gonna enjoy this shit like I will.
And Kratos then laughs at Rico and hits him hard again, and they go back to exchanging hits and clashing.
Rico grits his teeth, sparks of void energy flaring around his fists with each clash. Ah, nigga, you think you're funny? Think again. Hovering nearby, cubes spinning around for defense. Rico, watch your openings. This guy's fast as hell. Twisting midair, energy commas ready. He's not holding back either. We need to be ready if he breaks past Rico. Clenching his jaw, still shaking from the leg burn. Man, he's hitting like a freaking meteor. Rico, don't let him push you around. Slams a void charged fist into Kratos' side, sparks flying on impact, energy shockwaves rip through the moon's surface. I'm not backing down, bitch! Come on! Kratos smirks, green eyes gleaming, deflects the void strike with a purple energy disc. Impressive, but you'll need more than anger to best me. Snarls, void blade materializing in his other hand, aura flaring violently. Anger is the least of what I got, nigga. Let's go!
Rico boosts his energy further and it keeps rising and Kratos says, And he smirks at Rico.
Rico, voice low, teeth clenched, void energy spiraling around him like a storm. You think I'm done? This is only the start. Hovering, aura glowing red, cubes rotating rapidly. Rico, he's noticing your energy spike. Keep it controlled. Don't let it consume you. Readying his commas, scanning the battlefield. That aura, damn, he's about to go into full power mode. Everyone brace yourselves. Hands still shaking, gripping his weapon tighter. He's glowing like a damn star. Rico, don't lose yourself, nigga. Laughs, energy whipping around, the air crackling and tearing slightly. I'm just getting started, Crowdis. You're about to see what Double OD really does. Tilts his head, smirk widening, green eyes gleaming in amusement. Oh, interesting. I like it when they fight back with fire. Let's see how long it lasts.
Man, bro, this is me editing the video for like, oh my god, like, edit this video sooner. Like, I haven't done really anything in this video.
And then Kratos then boosts his power so much more, and the ground starts to smooth into a small crater, and the wind picks up more and more as Kratos' power rises. Auras make sure no sand gets in anyone's eyes, but they can't believe this power. Why did I mention that? And it won't stop rising, not even when Rico boosts his power, makes craters.
I like the message we just put out all the orders, green, carry on.
Rico, voice roaring, void energy whipping violently around him, sand and debris swirling in chaotic patterns. Damn, this nigga's power, it ain't real, but I'm gonna show him no one. Mess with us. Hovering, cube spinning frantically, aura flaring red. Rico, it's insane. His energy, it's beyond everything we've ever trained for. You've got to keep your focus, or standing firm, commas crackling with energy. He's not even stabilizing it. The wind, the crater, it's like the whole moon is bending around him. Rico, we need to coordinate. If you go too reckless, we'll all get shredded. Panting, looking over the battlefield. This power, I've never felt anything like it. Even the stem isn't helping calm my nerves. Rico, be careful, nigga. Gritting teeth, void blade forming in a storm of purple energy. I don't care. Let him rise. I'm gonna match him. Prime time, end this shit. Smirks, arms crossed, energy crackling in green and gray hue. The moon's surface warping under his presence. Impressive, but fire cannot defeat negativity. Let's see if your determination lasts, mortal.
Kratos dodges Rico with ease and one. Wait, hold on. I need to fix my glasses. Kratos dodges Rico with ease, and one hits him from one hit. Oh, and then one hit from him darts Rico into the ground at 400 miles per hour, and it's crazy. And then Kratos just says pathetic.
Rico slams into the ground. Massive crater forming beneath. Sand and rock shattering with energy flaring out of control. This nigga, it's like a planet. Voice urgent. Get up. Charging. Thomas alone. He's playing with it, Rico. We can't let him control the face. Gritting teeth, looking at Rico.
What?
Oh,
What is all that you got?
stuff for pizza.
Stuff for pizza.
And I want to make pizza.
Well, like the homemade pizza with like all the custom dough and stuff. Good. Good, because it's been like way too long since you last made that.
Well, probably have to
take it out of the lunchbox.
I'd like for you to make those again sometime because those were too good yesterday.
You should have saved this and you could have ate it today.
Well, I didn't know what you did with the tortillas. Like I don't know, like because Dad said like you put butter and stuff on it, and like you did something.
Make a taco with it.
Yeah, you did something specific. I could have made a fish taco with that actually.
Yeah.
That's the burrito one.
Huh?
That's the burrito one.
Well, it don't matter.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah, I
burrito
know.
just
That's
means the
just
size of
yeah,
it.
that's just what I'm saying. I could make it with that. Why you skip lunch today? From where? Uh, it's good, but I just get bummed out on it really fast. But not Little Caesars though.
Okay, that'd be great. That'd be big save tomorrow.
By the way, I forgot to text you about this. Can we use this now or
Yes,
what?
but that's gotta be cleaned off.
What do you mean?
Kitchen.
It smells like an Airbnb. Because you're not gonna get food. There's no demon plastic. So, why did you raise your back for a second? What was that sound as? His head went sideways. So, why do you look terrified? Yes. Yeah. Okay, let's see what I got.
Himself up. I ain't done. Not fucking yet. Time to feel what happens. That's double over. You think you're defiant of that? You're already.
But no mending book yet. That's going right on the netherite sword. Kratos charges up something and and the wind picks up even more. Artist changes the cubes into visible rectangles around them. MTC and Rich. Artist yells, Rico, be careful. He's charging up something.
Rico narrows his eyes, void aura roaring around him, the air cracking with energy. I can feel it. This nigga's trying to wipe us all out. Spins his comments, energy flaring, eyes locked on Creatus. Everyone stay sharp. We can't let him hit full power. Hands shaking slightly from adrenaline. I'm ready. Rico, don't get hit by that shit. Ready. Rifle going to charge around. We've handled worse. We just gotta survive the blast. Then hit him hard. and let's see how long your pride lasts.
And then an event, a black beam erupts from Crayota's hands. He holds he holds out and it's huge. It shoots right at Rico. Smoke fills the whole area and removes whatever was in his path. So part of the moon is gone. Everyone thinks Rico was caught in it. They can't tell from the smoke. And they all scream, "No! Rico!" And it's like, no. Rico was there. And Jane can't even tell what's happening. Holmes is still down. Give everyone's reaction to this. Don't rush. Okay.
RS, eyes wide, jaw dropping, or glaring red. This so hard the ground trembles. No, 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 that fucking he can't be. Gripping his common tight chest, knuckles fight. Rico, damn, that was insane. He can't be on, right? Stumbling back, panic, voice cracking. And now, no, Rico, you can't be dead. Man, come on, come the fuck on. Blood draining from his face, heart racing, hands gripping his rifle as if it could save him. I saw that. It just swallowed him. Everything in that beat. Gone. Fuck! Screaming in his face. Energy explodes around his brain. I swear, if he's fucking dead, you're gonna fucking pay for this. Kneeling slightly shaking, trying to steady his breathing, staring at the smoke-filled crater. Everyone, we can't just stand here. But, fuck. Hands over his face, trembling, muttering. He can't be. He's too strong. He's double OD. He doesn't die like that. He can't. Voice hoarse, almost whispering to himself, staring at the smoke. Rico, come on, man. Come back, please. Turns to face the others, anger burning in every word. We don't know if he's gone for real, but we keep fighting. We survived this, and then we find out what that bastard did to him. He's still shaking. Yeah, we will make sure Cryotis regrets this. Whatever it takes. Snap, voice filled with raw determination. Y'all, we don't leave anyone behind. We keep moving.
Oh, I can't
The
upload
group
that.
stands tensely around the smoke-filled crater, hearts pounding, every nerve screaming, unsure if their leader is alive. The silence broken only by the wind, distant echoes of residual energy from the beam.
May add feather falling protection too. Now fall damage is going to be like not a problem. Then RS says, I can't sense his energy. He God.
The people are mentioned.
Let's disable that. In my stream, then before Kratos does another attack behind him, he's stabbed through the back with Rico's Ex Noctem entropies finale, or whatever. Rico hovering in the air from behind. So Kratos blade through his back. You made one fatal error, one that cost you your life. You may have been watching over me in my inwards, Sensor, but you didn't know how far the void really goes. And now you'll be rotting in hell with the rest of the censored word we dropped. Kratos choking, bleeding, coughing. Impossible. I killed it. Rico, no, you killed yourself, N-word. Censored. Rico boosts his energy so far it goes beyond what he trained for before, and he erupts void energy and he puts Kratos into a brutal barrage of slashes, and void orbs shoot with each slash and explode into void fragments that dig into Kratos, eating him alive with the void burn inflicted hit, and it looks like there's 1,000 cuts every 1 second, and this makes everyone's jaws drop. They thought he died.
For half a second after RS words, there is nothing but grief, rage, then a wet metallic sound, a blade pushing through armor, through flesh, through bone. Kratos' body jerks forward violently. His laughter cuts off mid-breath. Behind him, hovering in the smoke, surrounded by a spiraling storm of void energy, Rico. Ex Noctem, entropy's finality, buried straight through Kratos' back and out his chest, the blade humming with a low cosmic vibration. Void smoke coils upward like a black halo. You made one fatal error. His voice isn't yelling now. It's cold.
I didn't even need to
controlled.
repeat that.
You may have been watching over me and my crew, but you didn't know how far the void really goes. Kratos coughs violently. Dark blood spills from beneath his hood. Impossible. I can kill ye. Rico leans slightly closer, eyes glowing like twin dying stars. No, a pulse of void energy surges outward. You killed yourself. He rips the blade free, and then he explodes. Void energy erupts outward in a sphere that warps the air and bends the light. The moon's surface fractures in a spiderweb pattern beneath them. Rico vanishes, reappears, slashes. Again, again, again. The air becomes a lattice of black-violet arcs. Every swing of Exnoctum releases a void orb that detonates into fracturing shards, void fragments that burrow into Creata's armor and flesh, spreading void burn across his body like living decay. It's not a fight anymore. It's annihilation. 1,000 cuts every second. Creatus tries to raise an energy disk. It shatters instantly. He tries to move. Another barrage. More fragments. The void burn spreads, eating at him from the inside, carving glowing fissures across his armor, his cape disintegrating into ash. His scream doesn't even form properly before another wave of slashes interrupts it. RS, his eyes are wide. What the hell? His cube stopped rotating. Bear lowers his comma slightly, stunned. He was holding back that whole time? TC just stares, mouth slightly open. Nah, this is different. This ain't the Rico we trained with. Rich grips his rifle tighter, all replacing Rico. He let us think he was dead. Rico moves so fast now, he's barely visible. Just a storm of void arts and detonating fragments. Creata's body is suspended midair by the sheer force of the barrage, unable to tell. Void energy screams across the battlefield. The moon trembles, and for the first time since this fight began, Creatus is no longer smiling.
And then Creoda's body falls from the air and splats onto the sand. Dead. They won.
Barrage stops. Silence. Void storm dissipates, drifting strands of black-violet snow. For a moment, Creoda's body just hangs there, motionless. Then gravity takes him. He falls. No energy play, no last trick, no spurt. His body gets the orange sand and the final thud. It doesn't. The green glow and die. Wind rolls across the rear. The grips are gone. The hands are gone. The pressure in the air is gone. The devastation remains. Rico slowly lowers his stock, blade from face to a quiet whisper, dissolving the void mist around his arm. His aura dense, but still heavy. He's not regenerating. His voice is steady, analytical, no energy signature, no pulse, no dimensional anchor. Bear scans with his visor, nothing. It's over. TC exhales like he's been holding his breath for minutes. That's it. Rich steps forward carefully, staring at the fallen garbage. We actually did it. Rico hovers for a second longer, staring down at the walls. Then he descends, pressing into the sand. He looks at Creata's body
Oh,
for the
yeah.
last time. No more games. No rage in his voice now. Just certainty. TC lifts forward slightly, testing his leg. You scared the hell out of us, man. Rico glances at him. Had to. RS studies him closely. Your energy. It spiked past your training seat. Rico shrugs slightly. Guess I found a new one. Bear lets out a breath and rests a comma on his shoulder. So the harbinger of negativity. Rich looks up at the fractured horizon. It falls to the moon. Rico turns away from the cloud. And he did it. The wind settled. The battlefield. They stand there for a moment. Not celebrating, just processing. They came here to win something. And they did. One harbinger down before, however, that's another story.
RS says, we actually thought you died on us. How did you survive? And Rico says, well, there was one thing his dumbass didn't know. When he fired that big ass beam, I hovered there waiting. I knew, since it had very, very properties as the void. I went through it. I turned into void smoke and swam through the beam and went out and around him. It ended there. 6,526 cuts in total.
RS stares at him for a long second. You what? You swam through that shit? Nigga, that beam erased half the damn moon. Eyes wide. We watched it delete everything in its path, And you just phased? Shrugged slightly, rolling his shoulder like it was nothing. Yeah, I saw how it moved. It wasn't pure annihilation. It was compressed negative energy, close to void properties, just corrupted. He looks at the massive missing chunk of the moon in the distance. When it fired, I didn't tank it. That would have been stupid. I let my body collapse into void smoke at the last microsecond. No mass, no physical anchor, just phase state. You gambled your existence on a property similarity? Rico smirks faintly. Wasn't a gamble. I felt it. The beam didn't destroy void. It displaced matter. So I became something it couldn't register. Slowly processing, eyes flickering as if running calculations. You reduced yourself to partial non-form and rode the current around the energy stream. Rico nods once. Swam through it, came out behind him. He was too busy thinking he won. And the cuts? Rico's expression hardened slightly. 6,526 total. Rich whistles under his breath. In how long? Just under 6 seconds. Silence. The wind moves across the sand again. Bear shakes his head slowly. You didn't just get stronger, you adapted mid-fight. Looks at Rico differently now. You crossed your previous limit. That wasn't just a boost, that was a breakthrough. Rico exhales, the last remnants of void energy flickering off his armor. He thought he understood negativity, thought he understood void. He looks back at Creotus' lifeless body. He didn't understand that the void isn't destruction. A faint, dangerous smile forms. It's freedom.
And then Rico says, come on, let's finish those fuckers. And then Rico tears out an emergency teleport back remotely out of chaos. Oh, yeah. It's an emergency teleportation device that he used. And he tears it out of his dead body. And everyone gets close, he clicks it, and they are back on the mothership now in the command room.
The moon vanishes in a flash of distorted light. Orange sand, cratered horizon, Creotus course, gone. They rematerialize in cold metallic air, the alien mothership command room, dim green lighting, massive curved windows overlooking space, holographic star maps flickering, consoles humming with low alien frequencies. The smell of burnt circuitry and ozone hangs in the air. Rico lowers his hand from the emergency teleport device. Back. RS immediately scans the room, cues defensively around the team. No hostile signature in the immediate range. But that doesn't mean we're alone. TC adjusts his weapon, testing his burned leg. After all that, I'm ready to wipe this whole damn ship. Bear spins a comma once, visor lowered. Command core should be integrated into the central pillar. If we take that out, navigation, weapons, life support, everything collapses. Rich cracks his neck slightly. Good. Let's finish what we started. The room is massive. A raised central platform holds a towering alien control structure, veins of green energy pulsing through it like a living organism. Strange glyphs scroll across holographic panels. Rico stares at it. This is where they gave the order. His jaw tightens slightly. Greenland, New Zealand, Australia.
Mining rework.
Silence. Then he steps forward. No speeches. No mercy. Void energy flickers faintly around his hands. Let's end their whole operation. The team spreads out, boots across alien level. This time, there's no harbinger waiting, just execution.
Okay, then I guess it's just invalid. RS, wait, nobody's in here. No leader, no. As soon as RS says that, big chair at the main flight control turns slowly, and the one who is sitting on it is the left hand, Beatrice, the forlorn. But he is not like his brother. He looks like a cosmic knight. Dark purple glows where his eyes are through the helmet. Beatrice, welcome back. I have watched your fight with Creotus. Creotus, you have done well, and I suppose you are here for me. Why don't we sit down for some tea? And then he just goes to his grand defenders to go get the stuff.
sound scraping softly against the command platform. Dark purple light bleeds through the visor of the Cosmic Knight's helmet. Silence fills the chamber. You gotta be kidding me. Bear's commas lower slightly, but only slightly. So there's another one. Rich mutters under his breath. Left hand, Rico doesn't move at first. He just stares, reads the posture, reads the energy. It's different, not explosive like, not chaotic, heavy, ancient, measured. Rico steps forward one pace, no tricks. His voice is calm now. You watch the fight, TC glances at Rico. He's offering tea. After everything? Rich scoffs. That's some villain shit if I've ever seen it. Bear tilts his head slightly, studying Reacher's armor and stance. He doesn't feel like Creatus. Rico's eyes narrow slightly. Yeah, I know. He rolls his shoulder once, void energy faint but ready beneath the surface. We're not here to sit. A small pause, but talk fast. TC keeps his weapon raised anyway. No funny moves. The command room hums quietly. No immediate attack, no ambush. Just tension thick enough to cut. Rico's gaze never leaves the Cosmic Knight. Start talking.
Ooh, here we go. Now read this. Come now, no need to be on edge. Take some time for tea. You must be at least somewhat drained after that battle with the Reckless One. He gets up, moves over to the table, and sits at the biggest seat, and gestures to you all to come sit. And he takes off his helmet, and the Grand Defender comes over and holds out a roll looking for the cushion thing for it to be placed on. His face is clean, the sand blue skin, and dark purple eyes. He even takes a sip of tea first to show it's not poison.
Rico doesn't move. He watches everything. The helmet coming off, the pillow, the sip, the calm. TC leans slightly toward Rico and mutters under his breath. This feels wrong. Bear studies Reacher's face carefully. He's not radiating killing intent. Rich keeps his rifle lowered but not slumped. RS narrows his eyes slightly. He's composed. Heart rate steady, energy contained. This isn't a trap in the immediate sense. Rico finally steps forward. Slow, measured. He doesn't sit yet. You watched your brother die. His voice is flat. And you're offering tea. A beat. You either don't care or you expected it. TC doesn't like that sentence. Rico lifts a hand slightly, quieting him. He looks at the cup in front of the empty seat. Then at Beatrice. You destroyed nations. No yelling. No aura flaring. Just waiting. And you want a conversation. He finally pulls a chair back, but doesn't sit yet. Give me one reason I shouldn't flip this table and end you right now.
Look at this. I already know you wouldn't. You just want to assess the surroundings. You are welcome to do so. However, about the nation destruction, that was all Creatus. I was never around to decide what he did. I was always elsewhere in the ship. And then he speaks calmly and he keeps it grounded. And then Rico says he is blind. Arth and the others, what? And then Rico says Creatus told me that he did all the destruction. No, Beatrice. TC got it all mixed up. Oh my god, they finally brought back the good inventory. Holy crap, bro.
Hold on. He looks between Rico and Beatrice. So we just take his word for it now, after everything? Rich frowns, lowering his rifle slightly, but not fully. Rico, you sure? Rico's eyes never leave Beatrice. He's not lying. RS studies Beatrice carefully. His tone never shifted when he denied it. No micro fluctuations. No energy spikes. No defensive reaction. Bear tilts his head slightly. So Creatus acted independently? Rico nods once. He told me himself, said TC had it mixed up, said he was the one who ordered it. TC's jaw tightens. So I've been aiming my hate at the wrong one. The room grows quiet again. Rico finally pulls the chair out fully. This time, he sits, not relaxed, but controlled. If you weren't involved, then why stay with him? His voice is steady. You're his left hand. You had influence. Rich slowly takes a seat as well, though still tense. RS remains standing behind Rico, arms crossed. Bear sits last, commas resting within reach. TC hesitates, then sits too, eyes locked on Beatrice. Rico leans slightly forward. You watched him destroy nations. A pause. It did nothing. The weight of that statement hangs heavier than any weapon. Start explaining.
read this. It says, "You wish for answers, I shall provide." He just does a lot of stuff. It's food. Leeches says, there's a bunch of stuff down there, so I'm just gonna skip. Leeches, the answer to your sought after question is that I'm only here to see what truly happened when this world was unleashed. I yearned for this for 18,000 years. After learning there was a being sealed away in the spell, scroll had written, and only wish to verify it. And this is something my leader doesn't know. This is simply teasing who wants to destroy the universe. Take a bite out of the bread. Use it, Tanner.
You've been waiting this long just to fight what's sealed in the scroll? Rich leans back slightly, still tense, but curiosity peeking through his worry. 18,000 years. That's insane. You mean you've been planning this whole time? So, your leader wants universal destruction, but you just want to fight? His tone is flat, but the disbelief is clear. Bear raises an eyebrow, glancing at the table, then back at Beatrice. And all this time you've just been waiting, letting him carry out his madness to see what happens with the scroll? TC slams a fist on the table, making a small echo. That's some cold ass shit. You let millions die for your own curiosity? Rich exhales sharply, shaking his head. We just fought your brother, and all this time you're this calm? RS crosses his arms, voice low. You're sitting here, eating, arranging bread perfectly, while the universe burns under your brother's hand, and you're fine with it? Bear leans forward, resting his hands on the table. We need to know, are you going to stop him now, or are you just going to watch?
Lucius wipes his mouth before speaking. Truth is, I couldn't do too much about it, really, if that's what you were wondering. You think I could have shown any defiance against him? He's stronger than me.
Stronger than you? Damn, that explains why Creotus was such a nightmare too. Rich mutters under his breath, shaking his head. So all this time, you're basically trapped under your own leader? That's rough. No wonder you didn't intervene sooner. But if you're strong enough to fight after the scroll is unleashed, why not try earlier? Or are we just pawns in this little game of yours? Bear leans back, frowning, his tone calm but firm. So you've been waiting for a moment where you can fight while everything else burns. I get it, but that doesn't make it right, not even close. TC glares, voice sharp. So all those countries, the lives lost, nothing you could do, huh? Nothing at all?
Lucius eats again and he swallows after he speaks and says, "You are correct. So I've stationed myself here, waiting until the day he passes on. So when his species gets about he says when his species gets about 550,000 to 55,000 years old, whatever, the body dies, and a small nucleus that looks like a big frog egg comes out of the center of the chest and would be placed in a bowl of whatever that word is, or something, and that seals it off, and be taken to a ceremony where it is burned, the shell, the whatever is flammable, and take 5 minutes to seal. I've been deciding to wait until since I'm cursed to be immortal, I won't be going anywhere anytime soon. When he passes, that's when I plan to move this into another direction, down the path of loyalty where I was raised in, not this tyranny. And it's only been 98,734 years. Yeah, because bro's been waiting for this guy to just die.
98,734 years waiting, just watching? That's insane. That's more than a lifetime multiplied 1,000 times over. Rich shakes his head incredulous. So all this time you've been sitting here waiting for a literal death cycle just to act? That's cold, man. Really cold. And we thought Creotus was ruthless. Damn, you've been planning centuries ahead. No wonder you're untouchable. But still, letting the rest suffer while you wait? Bear leans forward, his eyes narrowing. So this wasn't about saving anyone. It was about your timetable, your patience. That's frustrating to hear. But at least now we know why you didn't step in sooner. TC mutters bitterly, rubbing his burned leg. So all those people, all that destruction, just part of your countdown.
No way it takes that long to do that on now. It just says an unfortunate series of events. I could do nothing but watch. I've seen so much over my lifetime. I'm desensitized from it. Dude, it's gonna take 3 minutes? Yeah, and it's pay to win too. That's insane. You're in the hole, bro. Oh my god, I didn't even do that.
Desensitized? That's unreal. To see all that suffering and just watch. I don't think I could ever get my head around that. You mean all those worlds, all the deaths? It didn't even stir anything in you? Even with everything we went through today, I can't imagine being able to just sit back and watch like that. That's cold as ice. I get waiting for the right moment, but desensitized, that's another level. You've seen centuries of pain and loss, and it doesn't change you. I mean, I get the strategy, I get the patience, but damn, the moral toll, you've got none.
It just says, loss? My family died 80,000 years ago in the war of the STRRREEAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAA
8,000 years. That's incomprehensible. I can't even imagine what that feels like, losing everything so long ago and still existing after all that time. So that's why you're like this, detached. That kind of loss, it's not something anyone could just get over. And yet you stayed alive all this time. You carried on after losing your family, your people. It takes a kind of strength I don't think any of us could understand fully. Damn, no wonder you've been watching everything unfold for centuries. That kind of pain, it changes a person completely.
And Rhea just says, all because a brimstone witch cursed me with immortality. I wonder if that's Supreme Calamitous that did that.
RS, a curse. So all of this, all the time you've lived, all the suffering you've seen, it wasn't even by choice. You were forced to watch everything decay while you stayed the same. That's insane. Immortality as a punishment, that's worse than death in some ways. Every loss, every war, just stacking on you forever. I can see why you're detached, Beatrice. No mortal could endure that and stay grounded. That curse, it shaped who you are, even if you never wanted it. Rich, damn, cursed with eternity, watching centuries go by while everyone you know dies. I can't even wrap my head around it.
And then Rhea just finishes salmon bread and wipes his mouth, and he says, so, how are we going to go about this?
finish what we came here for. The scroll, the drill, the universe, everything that's at stake. No more holding back. We can't let the past or him dictate the end. We hit hard, precise, and make sure this nightmare ends today. Agreed. We've come this far. There's no turning back now. Every move counts. Every second counts. Yeah, we go in, we get the scroll, we destroy the drill, and make sure none of this ever happens again. Simple as that.
Beatrice says, so you plan to kill me to get there, yes?
RS. Not exactly. Our goal isn't revenge, it's survival. But make no mistake, if you stand in our way, we won't hesitate. We don't want you dead for the sake of blood, but the scroll and the drill, that comes first.
No
Whatever it takes.
way!
We didn't fight through all that just to be stopped by someone sitting in a chair. If you oppose us, you oppose the universe itself. We'll do what's necessary. We're not here to play games anymore.
And then Beatrice says, then I suppose things have took a turn. Is my waiting finally coming to an end? Are you sure you can even beat the leader?
RS. We don't know yet, but we've survived worse, and we've beaten those who thought they were untouchable. We'll give it everything we've got. The leader might be stronger than all of us individually, but together, he's about to see what happens when you underestimate people who refuse to lose. There, we've pushed past limits we didn't even know we had. We'll face him, whatever it takes. We've come too far to back down now, and after everything, we're ready to make history.
And then Beatrice says, and what do you plan to do with the scroll after you obtain it?
Rico, we make sure it can't be used to hurt anyone ever again. That's the only way this ends. It's not just a weapon, it's a responsibility. We won't let it fall into the wrong hands, not ever. We'll protect it, guard it, make sure its power is never abused. That's what matters. The scroll's purpose doesn't belong to tyrants or monsters. We'll see it stays that way. We've seen what happens when power like that gets misused. We're not letting it happen.
And then Beatrice thanks and then says, hand it to me, please. If your plan works, help me fulfill my destiny. I must fight whatever is sealed away inside. I know where to go that won't get the universe here destroyed. Good, I pressed the share button again.
Rico, we can consider that, but only after we make sure the scroll can't be used to hurt anyone else first. No exceptions. Yeah, you get your fight, sure, but we set the rules. The universe comes first. We'll help you reach that fight safely, Ratris, but we call the shots on when and how the scroll is used. Your destiny doesn't mean risking the whole universe. We make sure it stays contained until then. Agreed. You get your challenge, but not at the cost of everyone else's lives.
And Beatrice says, do you promise?
Rico locks eyes with him, serious as hell, I promise. As long as we're alive, nothing happens to the scroll that risks the universe. Our word stands. Cross us and you won't like the consequences. Consider it
I don't
allowed.
think you want to wreck me.
We'll make sure your fight
like
happens
that.
safely. Nothing more, nothing less. There, we keep the scroll secure. That's our duty too. Rich, you have our promise. No funny business with it until the right time.
And then Beatrice says, very well. I will fight with you until the day comes.
Rico nods, a faint smirk on his face. Good. Then let's make sure we get there in one piece, yeah? I'll be watching your back, Retris. Don't worry, we don't leave anyone behind. Yeah, let's keep this universe alive long enough for your fight to matter. Agreed, we move as one, no
There's
slip
so
ups.
many.
And when the time comes, we'll make sure you get that moment. No distractions, no surprises.
And then Beatrice says, then I suggest you fill up on this bread and salmon here. We have a long fight ahead.
Rico grins and picks up a piece. You're right, we'll need the energy for what's coming. Takes a small bite, eyes still scanning the room. Can't let our guard down, even while eating. Hesitant, but takes some salmon. Yeah, can't afford to be weak right now. Carefully arranges his plate, making sure it's all in order before eating. Sustenance is necessary, but focus comes first. Rich chomps down on a piece of bread. Might as well enjoy this calm before the storm.
And then Beatrice says, I do understand you don't want to let your guards down in here. However, I guarantee your safety is valued. With my 8 grand defenders around, not much can happen.
Rico nods, taking another bite while keeping an eye on the room. Yeah, I see that. Guess we can eat a little without dying. Still tense, fingers twitching slightly. 8 grand defenders, that's reassuring, but I won't fully relax until we move forward. Glances around cautiously, then sits back slightly. All right, that does make me feel a bit safer, but just a bit. Calmly adjusts his posture, hands folded on the table. Security is high, that is good, but vigilance is never optional. Leans back, smirking a little. 8 guys? Yeah, I can work with that. Still, eyes open, everyone.
Now Rico says, I still can't believe you had to stay here the whole time just watching. And then Beatrice replies and says, nothing else I could really do. And the leader knows how to kill me, so it makes it worse. Immortal or not, that's how strong he is. Slims included. Yeah.
So even with immortality, you're not untouchable. Rich stops chewing for a second. Damn, so he doesn't just overpower you, he overrides the curse? Leans forward slightly, analytical tone kicking in. If he knows a method that bypasses your immortality, then your caution wasn't just fear, it was survival. Bear's expression hardens. That means we're not walking into a normal fight. Rico sets his cup down slowly, so he can erase an immortal. No sarcasm now, no smirk, just calculation. And you've been sitting across from him for almost 100,000 years. TC exhale. That's not patience. That's living in the shadow of something worse than death. Rich shakes his head slightly. So the leader isn't just strong. RS finishes the thought quietly. He's absolute. Rico looks directly at Beatrice, and you're choosing to stand with us anyway. A small pause. Either that's bravery, another beat, or you're finally tired of waiting. The room feels heavier now, not hostile, but real. Whatever comes next isn't Crayon's level chaos. It's something older, something that can kill an immortal. And for the first time since arriving on this ship, they understand the scale of what's ahead.
And Beatrice says, we don't have much time left. The drill down below is at 76% finished, and about to breach the cave where the crystal that has the scroll is encased in.
The room goes still. Rico stops mid-movement. 76? RS's eyes sharpen instantly. How long until breach? TC stands up from the table immediately. Why are we still sitting? Bear rises smoothly, already calculating. If the drill hits the cave, structural collapse is possible. If the crystal destabilizes, the scroll could activate prematurely. Rich slams his hand on the table. Then we move. Now. Rico pushes his chair back. How much time do we have? RS answers before anyone else can. If it's at 76 and accelerating, we're looking at minutes, not hours. Then let's not waste another second. Rico looks at Beatrice, serious. You fighting with us starts now. He turns toward the exit of the command room. No more tea. No more waiting. Void energy flickers faintly around his hands again. We shut that drill down. Bear grips his commas, or destroy it. Rich checks his weapon, preferably violently. RS moves toward the door. Lead the way. The calm is gone. The storm is back. And this time,
The clock is ticking. Beatrice just gestures for them to bring him his helmet, and he puts it back on, and then he stands up and just says, "We only have one way to go about this, which is to act like I have you all as prisoners, so you can put your arms behind your back with your weapons in hand. Follow me in a line in front, and it will be the most believable method to get to him without any inconvenience. He's up the stairs and past the big door. You can act like you surrendered, but you'll have your weapon with you behind your back."
The room goes quiet again, but this time with urgency instead of tension. Rico studies reactors for a long second. You're saying we walk straight into the lion's den. RS processes quickly. It makes tactical sense. Reduce suspicion, minimal resistance. We conserve energy for the leader. TC looks skeptical. And if he decides to just kill us on the spot? Bear answers calmly. If he is truly that confident, he won't. Tyrants prefer spectacle. Rich exhales. I hate plans where we look weak. Rico rolls his shoulders once, then nods. He already knows we're here. And if he can kill immortals, stealth isn't saving us anyway. He turns to the others. We play along. Weapons concealed but ready. Arms behind back, line formation. No sudden movements until we're in striking range. And when it pops off, Rico's eyes harden. We don't hesitate. He moves into position at the front of the line. Arms behind his back. Void energy suppressed. Controlled. TC follows, then Rich, then Bear. RS last calm but confident. Rico looks at Rogers, helmet visor. Lead. No more tea. No more philosophy. Just footsteps towards something powerful enough to kill an immortal. Stares away.
Did bro delete it too? Oh my god, that's hilarious.
They go upstairs to the door, and Regis says, "There's no turning back now. As soon as we pass this door, everything changes."
The corridor is silent. Cold metal beneath their boots. A massive door towers in front of them. Ancient alloy, etched with unfamiliar sigils that pulse faintly with deep crimson light. The air here feels heavy, pressurized. No guards, no noise, just presence. Rico keeps his arms behind his back, weapon concealed in his grip. Good, his voice is steady. I'm tired of standing still. TC swallows but forces a smirk. Yeah, let's flip the page already. Rich shifts his weight slightly. No more pretending after this. Bear's eyes scan the scene of the door. Energy concentration beyond this threshold is immense. RS lowers his voice. Once that door opens, expect immediate pressure. Don't freeze. Rico looks at Beatrice's helmeted face. You've waited almost 100,000 years. A pause. No hesitation. Void energy barely flickers around his wrists, suppressed but ready to explode. He steps closer to the door. Open it. No speeches, no fear. Whatever waits on the other side, everything changes.
Regis takes a deep breath in he takes a deep breath in. And the first time in 98,000 years, he's kind of nervous, yet pumped. He's doing this with Rico and the others. Let's go. That's what he says. He presses a button on the remote he has, and the door's hydraulic press blows, and the door slowly opens. Beatrice hides the nervousness. Aurora, I don't know how to pronounce his name. Arundia, I don't know. I have prisoners. These guys surrendered.
The door groans open. A wave of pressure rolls out. Not wind, not energy, authority. The chamber beyond is vast, circular. Tiered walls lined with black gold architecture that curves inward like a throne built for something ancient. The ceiling is lost in shadow, faint constellations shimmering across it like trapped stars. At the far end, a raised dais, a throne, and a presence so dense it bends the air around it. Rico keeps his arms behind his back. head slightly lowered, playing the role, but his senses are screaming. TC feels it immediately. Damn, Rich's jaw tightens. That's not normal power. Bear's breathing slows deliberately. Do not lock eyes too quickly. RS feels the weight like gravity pressing against his ribs. He's suppressing himself. Rico's fingers tighten around the hidden grip of his weapon behind his back. He doesn't look up fully. Not yet. The chamber doors finish sealing behind them with a thunderous boom. No retreat, no escape, only forward. And whatever sits on that throne is watching.
We won. Unknown RG is dead. And they later says, very well done. You say these weaklings gave up, yes? Good, good. Bring them forth before me.
The voice rolls across the chamber like distant thunder. Heavy, measured, certain. Rico keeps his head slightly low, arms still behind his back. Weak. TC's jaw twitches, but he keeps walking. Rich mutters under his breath, barely audible. Keep it together. Bear's posture stays disciplined, controlled. RS suddenly adjusts his breathing rhythm, regulating the pressure pressing against his chest. Step, step. They move forward in a line, boots echoing across the polished black floor. The presence grows stronger the closer they get to the dais. Not explosive like Crayolas, not restrained like re-entrance. This is something else, something vast. Rico feels it pressing against his aura, testing it, like gravity trying to force him to kneel. He doesn't, but he doesn't resist openly either. They stop several meters before the throne, arms still behind their backs, weapons still hidden. Rico lifts his eyes slightly, just enough to see the silhouette seated above them. TC forces a defeated look onto his face. Rich lets his shoulders slump. Bear keeps his gaze lowered respectfully. RS remains unreadable. The air is suffocatingly still. One wrong movement and everything detonates. Rico waits, timing, distance, breathing. The first strike will decide everything.
And the leader says, so, what are your names? Pests.
The word pests echoes across the chamber. TC's fingers tighten behind his back. Rich almost scoffs, almost. Rico answers first. Calm, measured. Rico. No title, no hesitation. RS, short, controlled. Bear inclines his head slightly. Bear, Rich shrugs, playing the part. Rich. TC lets out a slow breath through his nose. TC. They don't look up fully. They don't challenge the tone, but none of them kneel. The air presses harder, as if Aurelia is weighing their responses. Rico lifts his eyes just slightly more this time, enough to show he's not afraid. You wanted names, a beat. You've got them. Silence hangs heavy. Every muscle coiled, waiting. The throne room feels like the calm before a supernova.
And then the leader says, what pathetic names. They mean nothing to me. Perhaps these weaklings can watch as their beloved planet end before disposing them like the waste they are. And then this makes Regis mad to hear, but they need the right moment, and Regis says in response, and all he says in response is just, yep.
The air tightens, not metaphorically, physically, like gravity just increased by tenfold. TC's jaw locks so hard a vein pulses in his temple. Rich's shoulders tense, but he keeps the slouched posture. RS breathing shifts, slower, deeper, suppressing the spike in his energy signature. Bear lowers his gaze further, masking the fury building behind his eyes. Rico doesn't move, but something changes. A flicker, a microscopic pulse of void beneath his skin. Planet, beloved planet, disposed like waste. He forces his hands to stay still behind his back. Not yet, not yet. TC mutters through barely parted lips, voice just loud enough for the team. Say the word. Rich swallows hard. He wants us to react. RS whispers calmly. Pressure tactic. Psychological dominance. Do not break formation. Bear's voice is nearly inaudible. Wait for proximity. Rico keeps his head slightly bowed, but his eyes are no longer passive. They are calculating distance to the throne. Elevation of the dais, angle of attack, reactor's position. Rudia wants explode too early. Rico exhales slowly. One more insult, one more step closer. Then everything changes.
And then the leader looks out the big, huge, thick-ass window at Earth. This is it. Beatrice quietly to it. Who is in front of him. Shh! Get what you wanted to position this time. He'll see TC in front of him. Have him take the risk. Quietly, though. You mustn't let him fool us.
Rich doesn't look back, doesn't move his head, just barely shifts his jaw like he's grinding his teeth. TC, barely a breath. Time. TC doesn't turn, but his shoulders subtly square. He passes it forward under his breath. Bear, ready. Bear's fingers flex once behind his back, adjusting his grip. RS. RS breathing pattern changes instantly. Controlled tension rising beneath stillness. Rico hears it. Of course he does. He keeps staring downward for one more second. Then his eyes lift slightly. Earth reflected in them through the massive window. Arudia's silhouette framed against the planet. Distance to
Arudia.
manageable. Elevation 6 meters.
Arudia.
Energy density extreme. Reactor is behind them. 8 grand defenders outside this chamber. No reinforcements here. Rico suddenly shifts his right foot half an inch, anchoring. Void energy condenses silently around his wrists and visibly suppressed. TC loosens his shoulders. Rich adjusts his stance like he's about to heal. Bear lowers his center of gravity. RS prepares whatever comes next. No cues, just readiness. Arudia still looks outward, confident, certain. Rico whispers so low it barely exists. On my move. The tension is unbearable now. 1 heartbeat, 2, 3. The universe hangs in the balance.
And then Rhea just says, "Go!" And then, yeah, they just start attacking, throwing neon yellow spears at Arudia. They all hit walls and form neon energy net around them. That gives everyone some time to get some hits in. As this is happening, Arudia is confused and getting anger at the scheme of Beatrice that has been made against him. And then Beatrice is so fast he disappears and reappears right at Arudia, and it is a barrage of 7,635 cuts in 0.4 seconds, which is insane. You can barely see the sword that Beatrice has, but it's there, cosmic, ancient, strong, and Arudia is pissed now. But Beatrice's power level blows everyone away. They didn't know that he was this strong. And then Beatrice says, "Tyranny ends today." And then he says his tyranny ends today. You know, that's how you pronounce it, right? And then Grand Defenders begin shooting neon energy spears around them all at Arudia in a big barrage altogether. 50 spears from all 8 Grand Defenders through the net, and Arudia can't move thanks to it.
Arudia's eyes widen in shock as the neon spears slam into the walls around him, forming the impenetrable energy net. He thrashes against it, fists smashing into the glowing strands, sparks flying with each strike. His normally calm, commanding aura is replaced with raw fury, energy radiating violently off his body in jagged arcs of purple and black lightning. What? How dare you? Arudia roars, his voice echoing across the chamber, shaking the floors. Retreats out! Before he can recover, Beatrice vanishes like a shadow, his cosmic blade whirling in a blur too fast for the eye to track. In less than half a second, 7,635 slashes tear across his armor and energy shields. Sparks, scorched fragments of his armor, and energy residues fly in every direction as each strike lands with precise, devastating force. Arudia staggers back, his chest plate dented and scorched, his hands clawing at the air as he barely maintains balance. Beatrice's voice cuts through the chaos, calm but filled with absolute authority. Your tyranny ends today. Arudia grits his teeth, his glowing eyes narrowing, the anger practically burning through the neon energy net. I'll crush you all, But before he can finish, the Grand Defenders unleash their barrage, 50 neon energy spears raining down through the net, slicing through the air with deadly precision. Each strike impacts Arudia's position, forcing him to definitely absorb the damage. The spears carve small arcs of molten energy across his armor, leaving glowing scorch marks and forcing him into defensive postures. Arudia's roar grows even louder, mixing rage and disbelief. How are you all this strong? He thrashes violently against the neon net, the energy holding him tight, forcing him to absorb multiple hits at once. The combined assault from Rage's rapid slashes and the relentless Grand Defender spears sends him staggering back, sparks and energy fragments flying with every blocked hit. Sweat and energy discharge from his brow, the fury in his purple eyes now mixed with panic as he realizes he's trapped in a perfect crossfire. TC, Bear, Rich RS, and Rico all watch in awe from behind, fists clenched,
Oh, that's
their
when I was still
energy
working on
coiling for the
this.
follow-up strike. Seeing that even Arudia himself is now overwhelmed for the first time, Arudia's scream echoes through the chamber, furious and unrelenting. Unbelievable! This is impossible! I am a legend! You cannot! But the strikes keep coming. Neon spears, cosmic blade slashes, the air vibrating with every hit, each one chipping away at Arudia's defenses and forcing him into a full-on defensive collapse. His movements become erratic, desperate, as the reality of being trapped by Reatress and the Grand Defenders begins to sink in.
Then Beatrice screams, "There's no way out for you. All you want is to destroy. You started wars. You are the reason why my family is dead. And if that war hadn't happened, they would still be here. You want to play God and act like everything and everyone submits to you. Well, you have another thing coming, you imbecile."
Arudia's scream shatters the air, a mix of rage and disbelief. You dare tell me this? I am the ultimate. I am above everything, above all you weaklings. You think you. His words are cut off as Beatrice vanishes again, reappearing with a blur of motion, the cosmic blade slicing through the space around him. Each strike leaves glowing scars on Arudia's armor, jagged energy arcs licking off his suit with sparks flying, pieces of scorched metal flaking off. Arudia lashes out, swinging his arm violently and sending a jagged purple energy wave at Redress, trying to push him back. But the neon net from the Grand Defenders absorbs and deflects the attack, holding him in place. His glowing eyes flash brighter with fury, his jaw tight, teeth gritted. How dare you do this to me? How is this possible? I am a god. I can't be stopped. The Grand Defenders tighten the net, the neon spheres humming and pulsing as more energy courses through it, keeping Arudia trapped while Beatrice advances. Each step deliberate, radiating unstoppable power. Arudia swings wildly, energy arcs cracking the floor beneath him, leaving scorched, fissured marks in the metal and stone, yet he can't break free. Each slash from Beatrice's blade cuts through his defenses, chipping away at his armor, leaving purple scorch marks and small fragments of shattered plating in the air. Arudia roars again, veins and energy cords popping on his neck as his frustration boils over. You weak, you cannot, I'm everything, I will not be stopped. But every swing, every desperate strike is countered, blocked, or absorbed by the neon net, while Beatrice continues to slice and chip away, his every cut precise, unstoppable, a reflection of centuries of experience and fury. The chamber trembles from the intensity of the fight, sparks, energy fragments, and scorching arcs filling the air. Arudia's massive fury clashing against Riech's disciplined onslaught. Yet it's clear, for the first time ever, that Arudia is trapped.
Hey, Rage. Enrico says, sadness for you, N-word. Looks like you and Beatrice are equally matched in power, but with the rest of us here, we have you outclassed. It's over for you. Bop, bop, bop. I say that closer. Bro, really? No enchanting books?
Arudia spins his head toward Rico, his glowing eyes narrowing to bright slits of anger, voice roaring like a collapsing star. You fucking insolent. You dare speak to me like that? I am the ultimate. Everything you hold dear will be nothing. I will crush all of you like insects. He slams his fist into the floor, creating a massive shockwave that rattles the walls, sending sparks and debris flying. Neon energy arcs from the Grand Defenders let net flare as he tries to wrench free, muscles straining, veins pulsing with violet light. You, you think your pathetic little team can defeat me? Reatress, he is strong, but even together, you will regret every word, every breath, every action. Already his armor glows violently, dark energy crackling across every seam. He screams, a sound that feels like it could split metal, and swings his arm in a wide arc, sending a purple and black energy wave straight at the Grand Defenders, net trying to shatter it. The net strains under the force, sparks flying where his attack clashes with theirs.
Should have
He
just,
glares at
bruh.
Rico, teeth bared behind the helmet, spittle sizzling with energy. And you, little fuck, you will witness your own demise, mark my word. Despite his rage, it's clear he's cornered, and the combined force of Beatrice and the rest of the group has him outmatched for the first time in centuries.
I just get my freaking laptop to do it. Okay. Let's see here. How do I save this world? We have Cloud Speaks. We have Cloud, right? Still not gonna let me join. God, bro. Dude, how did that even fall? And then Rudius stops and charges up and does a blast of energy which shatters the net. He smirks and darts to the closest one, which is unfortunately Rich. And he grabs him by his throat and squeezes hard and then slams him into the wall. And then he says, I'm going to make you suffer like you suffered never before, you wretched human waste. And then Rico yells, no, and then Rico boosts his power even more and he hits Arudia so hard and throws him into a pillar, and Rico slashes void orbs at him too, and everyone jumps in again and attacks the hell and shit out of Arudia. And Richard gains his strength again and uses his steer.
The net shatters in a violent explosion of neon fragments. The chamber shakes. Arudia moves. Not fast, not flashy, just instant. Rich doesn't even see him coming. A massive hand clamps around his throat. The impact against the wall cracks the black gold stone. Spiderweb fractures racing outward. Rich gasps, boots scraping the floor as Arudia lifts him like he weighs nothing. Arudia's voice drops low. Cold, personal. I'm going to make you suffer like you've never suffered before. You wretched human waste. Rich claws at his wrist, veins bulging in his neck. Rico snaps. No, the fuck you ain't, nigga.
Oh,
Void energy detonates around Rico in a shockwave that fractures the floor beneath him. He disappears and reappears mid-swing. His fists connect with Arudia's jaw with a thunderclap that splits the air. The impact sends Arudia flying sideways into a massive pillar, shattering half of it on contact. Rich drops, coughing violently, but he rolls, slams a stem into his neck. Eyes snap clear. I'm good. Fuck him up. Rico doesn't stop. He slashes his arm forward. 5 massive void orbs spiral out, shrieking through the air before slamming into Arudia's chest. Fades like black fragments. Arudia roars through the smoke. You fucking insects! Reactress is already there. Blade flashing. Steel carves across Arudia's shoulder. Sparks of blood spraying as the cut lands deep. TC boosts in from the side, slamming his knee into Arudia's ribs with enough force to dent reinforced plating. Bear follows with twin strikes, precise, surgical, targeting joints weakened by Reedress's earlier barrage. RS doesn't shout, doesn't hesitate. He drives forward and unloads a concentrated energy burst directly into Arudia's sternum at point-blank range. The blast caves the pillar behind him. Arudia staggers, but he doesn't fall. His eyes blaze. Dark energy erupts from his body in violent arcs, knocking everyone back several meters. The chamber trembles again. His armor is cracked now, scorched, bleeding energy, but he's smiling. You think this is enough? He wipes blood from his mouth. I will burn this ship down with you inside it. Energy spikes violently. The temperature rises. The floor begins to melt beneath his feet. Rico skids back, boots carving trenches in the stone. Void energy coils around him like a living storm. Beatrice lands beside him, blade humming. Rich rolls his shoulders, stem surging through his veins. TC cracks his neck. Bear resets his stance. RS eyes narrow. Arudia stands in the center of the ruined chamber, cracked, enraged, radiating catastrophic power, and this fight just escalated.
and then Rico yells to Rich, round turret! Use her magic. Then Rich yells back, got it! And then Rich stands still, and RS grips in the force field around him, and Rich boosts his power and puts both hands together, facing outward toward Arudia, and he charges it more, and there it is. Pink sigil forms in the center. Then a big white beam erupts from the sigil right at Arudia, and it hits him, burning his armor, and everyone is attacking now, and Arudia is getting very, very pissed off. I didn't even need to announce that. You know.
Rich, do it! Use your magic! Got it! Rich plants his feet. RS moves instantly, hands slicing through the air, energy lines forming in geometric patterns around Rich's body. A force field snaps into place, transparent, dense, layered. Orudia sees it. Oh no, you fucking don't. Rich roars as his power spikes. Pink energy surges up his arms like liquid light. He brings both hands together, palms outward. The sigil forms, intricate, rotating. Ancient symbols burning into existence in blinding neon pink. The chamber lights flicker. The air compresses. Rico and Reatris immediately press the assault, Reatris carving into Arudia's flank with a brutal diagonal slash. Rico launching twin void orbs that explode against his shoulder and thigh. TC slamming into his ribs again. Bear targeting the back of his knee. RS reinforcing the barrier as cracks begin forming from the pressure. And then boom! A massive white beam erupts from the pink sigil. It's not just light, it's annihilation. It slams into Arudia's torso and drives him backward across the chamber floor. His armor begins to glow red hot, metal liquefying, energy shields shrieking as they overload. Arudia screams, not in pain, in fury. You think this is enough? The beam continues pouring into him, pushing him into the far wall. Crash! The entire back section of the throne chamber caves inward from the pressure. Rich grits his teeth, veins bulging. It's not done yet. He pours more power into it. The sigil spins faster. The beam thickens. Aura throws both arms forward, trying to push against it. The white beam starts burning through his forearm armor. Skin beneath blistering, smoke rising. His eyes blaze brighter than ever. Dark energy begins swirling violently around him. The beam starts to bend.
But Titan joins.
He's building a counterweight. Rico sees it immediately. Void energy detonates around him. He rockets forward, screaming, "Not this time!" He punches straight into the center of it.
Okay, bruh.
Pressures. The white beam turns straight to black. Reatris appears above Arudia and drives his blade straight down to his shoulder. Arudia roars. The chamber trembles violently. The wall behind him fractures further. The white beam, void energy, cosmic blade, and continuous assault from the others create a catastrophic convergence. Energy spirals out in all directions. Arudia's armor is now half melted. His breathing heavier, blood running from multiple wounds, but his smile returns, wide, unhinged. You are strong. Dark energy pulses outward, cracking RS's barrier around Rich. But I am inevitable. And the energy around Arudia spikes, higher, denser, more violent than before. The entire chamber begins shaking like it's about to tear apart. This isn't over. Not even close.
Bro. If you get it onto ground, forgot to dodge enough though.
It happens in less than a second. Rudia vanishes. The beam collapses into empty air, and then a flash of violet black light. Rich doesn't even get to scream. A blade of condensed energy slices clean through his shoulder. His right arm separates instantly. The second strike comes at an angle above the elbow. Bone, metal, flesh, gone in a spray of blood. Before gravity even registers the loss, Rudia's palm opens. A storm of crescent blades erupts point blank. They carve across Rich's torso, legs, face, cutting in every direction. The force detonates him backward across the floor. He doesn't move. He doesn't make a sound. He's unconscious before he even lands. Blood pooling beneath him. Arms severed. Body torn apart.
Wait, what happened?
Rich, too late. Rudia is already moving. The force detonates him backward across the floor. He doesn't move. He doesn't make a sound. He's unconscious before he even lands. Blood pooling beneath him. Arms severed. Body torn apart. Rich, too late. Rudia is already moving again. He appears beside one of the Grand Defenders, grabs him by
Oh
the throat,
crap.
and with brutal, effortless force,
Freak
rips
this
his
guy.
esophagus out. The neon glow dies instantly as the body collapses. Rietra's voice breaks into pure rage.
No.
Rudia. But Rudia is already mid-motion. He reappears behind Rico. Backhand. Not a punch, not a blast, just a backhand. It hits like a collapsing star. Rico's body folds around the impact and rockets across the chamber. He smashes through a pillar, shattering it. Stone explodes everywhere. He crashes into the far wall and drops hard. Void energy flickers weakly around him. RS rushes forward, too slow. Rudia drives a knee straight into his stomach. The impact caves the air inward. RS is launched upward and backward, slamming
They're
into the
losing
ceiling
right
before
now, live
crashing to
stream.
the floor in a skid of sparks. Rietra's charges. Cosmic blade screaming. Rudia catches it barehanded. Energy explodes outward as they clash. Then Rudia headbutts him with immense force. The shockwave sends Rietra's flying backward, armor cracking, blade slipping from his grip before he recovers midair. And then, there, Rudia appears in front of him. No words, just contempt. He raises his hand and releases an energy blast so white-hot it distorts reality around it.
Oh crap.
It hits Vare full force. Metal liquefies instantly. His mechanical torso melts and warps under the heat. The blast drives him backward into
They're
the
losing.
wall and continues firing, fusing his damaged body into the stone. The wall glows molten around him. The energy finally stops. Smoke fills the chamber. Vare hangs embedded in the wall, motionless. Systems dead, unconscious. The chamber is destroyed. One Grand Defender dead. Rich mutilated and unconscious. Vare fused into the wall. RS barely moving. Rico down in the rubble. Rietra's breathing hard. Armor cracked, eyes blazing with fury. Rudia stands in the center of the devastation. Armor burned, bleeding a smile.
Rudia,
Calm
but
you.
Rudia.
You insects thought you could overwhelm me? He wipes blood from his chin. This is what happens when you forget your place.
In
The
the
throne
throne room is
burns
first
around
round,
them.
and for the
And for the
first
first
time,
time,
it feels like they might actually lose. Forgot about that happened.
The chamber is still smoking. Blood on the floor. Molten stone dripping from the walls. Rudia walks calmly toward the control panel. No one is fast enough to stop him. Click. The button depresses with a soft mechanical tone. Rudia doesn't even look back at them. Maybe you will learn after this. Outside the massive reinforced window, a warship shifts position. Its undercarriage glows. A beam begins to form. Rico, half buried in rubble, lifts his head just in time to see it. No.
Oh god.
The beam fires. A silent, blinding lance pierces space. It strikes Earth, Vietnam, for half a second.
Oh yeah.
Then nothing. The landmass vanishes.
Yes!
Where it once existed. Atmosphere tears violently. Shockwaves ripple across the planet's curvature. Millions gone, just gone. Inside the chamber, silence. No quips, no shouting. TC stares at the window, eyes wide. Rich lies motionless in a pool of blood. RS slowly pushes himself up on the Bear remains fused into the wall. Beatrice freezes. Even he didn't expect that. Rudia turns back toward them, face calm, satisfied. Your attachment to that world makes you weak. He gestures toward the window casually. I can erase it piece by piece while you watch. He steps forward again, boot crushing debris. You wanted to challenge a god? His eyes
Close
glow
my
bright.
god.
Watch your world disappear. Rico slowly rises from the rug, blood running down his face. Void energy trembling around him. Not explosive, unstable, not rage, something colder. His voice is quiet, too quiet. You just made this personal.
Oh my god. Or a moment coming out.
The air changes. Not violently, not explosively, but fundamentally. Rico feels it first. That pressure, it isn't coming from Orudia. It's behind him. RS stands slowly. No dramatic stance, no shouting, just rising. Dust falls from his shoulders. Blood drips from his mouth. But his posture is different now, grounded, rooted. The energy radiating from him isn't chaotic like Rico's void. Isn't blazing like Rich's magic. It's dense, layered, ancient. The floor beneath RS, his boots begins to fracture, not from impact, from weight. Rudia narrows his eyes slightly. For the first time since the massacre, he studies someone carefully. Beatrice turns his head slowly toward RS. Even he feels it. TC, barely upright, stares in disbelief. Since when? Rico doesn't speak. He just watches. Void energy flickering weakly around him compared to the growing gravitational pull around RS. The chamber lights dim, not because of damage, because the energy density is bending the atmosphere. Arudia tilts his head. Oh, a faint smirk. You believe you're the strongest one? But the smirk doesn't fully form. Because RS's presence continues to climb. Controlled.
And then they're all talking
not
like I didn't
flaring,
even start the
compressing.
whole macro
The
using
cracks
that.
in the floor widen
Like
in
I
a slow
didn't even give
circle
him
around
that.
him. The remaining Grand Defenders instinctively step back. Even Arudia's cape shifts slightly, not from wind, from pressure displacement. Rico wipes blood from his lip. A small grin forms despite everything. He's not bluffing. The chamber feels smaller, heavier, like something vast is waking up.
Or Rudy gets
stretches
straight fully now.
No more casual posture.
Interesting, he says.
But there's a thin edge beneath the word. Not fear yet, just awareness. RS stands there, calm, voice low, controlled. And for the first time, Arudia is not the largest presence in the room. The buildup is suffocating, and no one moves.
And then RS says this ends. Now, Beatrice, get close to Rico.
No hesitation. Beatrice moves instantly. He doesn't question it. He doesn't argue. He grabs Rico by the shoulder and pulls him in close, stepping within arm's reach. Rico looks at RS, really looks at him now. What are you doing? The energy density around RS increases again, not flaring outward, folding inward, compressing like a star collapsing before detonation. The broken stone beneath him begins lifting slightly off the ground, tiny fragments hovering. Arudia's expression tightens. He feels it. This level of pressure, his boots grind against the floor as he subtly adjusts his stance. RS doesn't raise his voice, doesn't move dramatically. He just stands there, and the chamber groans around him. TC drags himself behind a fallen slab of stone, eyes locked on RS. Holy shit! Rich remains unconscious. They are still fused in the wall, smoke drifting across the ruined throne. Arudia spreads his arms slightly, dark energy beginning to coil around him in response. You think proximity will save them? But there's no mockery now, only calculation. Rico feels it too. The air around RS isn't hot. It isn't violent. It's absolute. Like reality is being told to sit down and behave. Beatrice's blade hums faintly as he positions himself beside Rico. What are you planning? He asks quietly. The cracks in the ceiling begin spidering outward. A low vibration fills the chamber. Not sound. Resonance. Arudia's aura flares instinctively now, rising to meet the pressure.
Whatever
Whatever
you're
you're
about to attempt,
his eyes glow brighter.
you better finish it.
The entire throne room feels like it's balancing on the edge of collapse. And
And
RS
RS stands
stands at the center of it.
unmoving,
unblinking,
waiting for the exact moment to let something loose.
loose.
Then RS does a two-hand gesture, very unique, and with a low tone, calmly controlled. RS frowning, eyesight highlights narrowed at Iridia. Yo, it's take that. Or I just did that to the aura, but domain expansion. Unveiled. And then the world is slowly engulfed, replaced with this seemingly infinitely black void with a sort of bright sky and a single bright light in the sky, with strands of code going in random directions infinitely. And the heavy echo, you have no more power you have no power here no anymore. But outside, it is a huge black sphere in the room. Reed just looks at it with confusion, and so does everyone else. It's just RS and Rudia now. This is RS sensed domain extension. And nobody knows what's happening inside it. And they won't hear or know what happens until it's over. RS, everything you relied on, your armor, your weapons, your energy, none of it matters here. This is my sanctum, my rules. By my will. You breathe by my will. You move by my allowance. Every attack you ever trained for is meaningless in this place. Yo, it's dead. What Tayakomog?
Rico stares wide-eyed at the black sphere, his fists clenching. I've never seen anything like that. He's not just strong, he's rewriting the rules of reality itself. Brows furrowed, tense but alert. I don't understand. What is he doing? That sphere is like a pocket of absolute control. Nothing we fought before works there. Gritting his teeth, still behind cover. Is he serious? That's not just a fight. That's a whole other universe in there. Weakly raising his head, still injured. I don't like the look of that at all. He's not just powerful, he's God tier.
Okay, he's not that OP, bro.
Straining from the wall, mechanical system sparking. If anyone survives in there, it's only him. RS is untouchable in that domain. Arudia, inside the sphere, his voice distorted, low growl echoing through the void. This cannot be my attacks, my power. Meaningless? How is this possible? Grand Defender number 1 whispering to another. He's not even in the same dimension anymore. That's his fight. None of us can touch him. Grand Defender 2. It's over for Arudia. But damn, I've never seen anything so horrifyingly precise. Clenching his void energy fists, excitement and worry in his eyes. Man, I can't wait to see him wreck that bastard in there. But damn, that's next level shit. Still shaken, voice barely audible. He's rewriting reality. No one stands a chance in there. No one. Tightens grip on his sword, quietly. We just have to wait. Whatever happens inside, he'll come out when it's done. Everyone watches the sphere, the heavy echo resonating through the throne room, a mix of dread and awe settling in.
I'm back inside the domain expansion. RS says, in here, I decide what happens. And for what you did, I'll toy with you for a bit. How about I feed you a dick? And I was like, in the white liquid. That sounds excellent. This mockery makes Arudia so mad. Pisses him off so bad. But then RS does it. He creates the nastiest sound there. Absolutely so did it. And he's so oh my god. And then he spawns it into the dude's mouth. And he laughs crazy at it. Oh my god. Dude.
Arudia, gagging violently, spitting and choking, eyes wide with shock and disgust. What the fuck is this? What the hell are you doing? This is impossible. This is fucking insane. Coughs, wipes his face, seething with rage, his voice shaking but low and menacing. You dare mock me in my own domain? I will tear you apart for this. I swear. I will fucking end you. Lashes out blindly with energy, his fists smashing into the void space, arcs of purple and black energy exploding everywhere. the frustration in every strike. How dare you? How dare you mock me, you little. Arudia, breathing heavily, face twisted in fury, glaring at the empty space where RS stands. This isn't over. I will destroy you. Mark my word. I will destroy you.
And then RS selects his weapons and moves them all around the area, almost like how in an object gets dragged in Roblox Studio, and he stretches them and adds a text UI onto the weapons that says property of the dumbass fucker. Artist says, that looks great. All stretched and stupid looking. Oh, like your dumbass face.
Arudia roars in pure, seething rage, veins pulsing in his glowing eyes. You fucking insolent piece of shit. How dare you mock me like this? Swings wildly, energy exploding from his fists in all directions, trying to strike at the weapons in the void itself. I will tear you to shreds. I will turn you into nothing, you pathetic little worm. Breathing ragged, frustration boiling over, his voice a low, dangerous growl. How can you be this arrogant? This is my domain, my rules, my power, and you mock me? Rudia charges forward, attempting to strike RS with a flurry of energy punches, each hit erupting into streaks of black and purple light, shaking the void itself. I will end you. I swear, I will end you.
And then RS makes a bowl of 20-year-old expired cereal above him and drops it on his helmet and edits the properties so it goes through his helmet.
Lets out a strangled, guttural scream as the spoiled cereal pours directly into his helmet, the smell making him gag. He slams his fist in the void, sending jagged black and purple energy cracks through his face. What the fuck is this? This is insane. How are you doing this? His glowing eyes narrow to slits, rage overtaking his composure. You will pay for this. I will tear you apart, every last piece. Swings wildly, desperately trying to hit RS, but the cereal slides out of his helmet like it doesn't even exist, leaving him increasingly frustrated and off balance.
And then RS launches dicks at him.
Arudia screams in disbelief and rage, trying to dodge the barrage. What the fuck is this? Stop it! This is pathetic. He grits his teeth, purple energy flaring around him as he lashes out wildly, but every swing of his hands passes through the floating objects harmlessly. His voice echoes with fury, almost cracking. I'll fucking destroy you, you insolent piece of trash. How dare you mock me like this? He tries to charge a massive energy blast, but it distorts and fizzles against the rules of RS domain, leaving him screaming in frustration.
And then RS says, let's make you play real life Geometry Dash. And then RS creates the level Stereo Madness, the first level of the game, and forces Arudia into playing it, and Arudia does no. But every time he fails, the obstacle hurts 99 billion. It's like almost literally just one number, but it being 1 trillion. Times worse than anything he can imagine, and that's what this did in the properties. RS, let's lock you to it with real game mechanics so he can't shoot energy blasts. He does that now, so he actually has to play Geometry Dash. So he has to physically jump over every jump and obstacle. And yes, and this level song plays too. The attempt counters attempt 1 restarts the game, and each time he dies, like how the cube breaks in game, his body breaks and spawns back in the very start of the level, and attempts go up each time.
Arudia, eyes wide in pure disbelief, his body stiff as he's forced to follow the level's path. What is this fucking insanity? How no? Jumps over the first obstacle, barely managing, but immediately screams as the pain hits like nothing he's ever felt. Fuck! This can't be happening. Lands on the next platform, tries to shoot, but nothing happens. His weapons useless, his energy useless. Every attempt at retaliation failing. I'm my power. It's nothing here. What is this hell? Already spams, jumps, and dashes desperately. The attempt counter ticking up rapidly. Attempt 2, attempt 3, attempt 4. His screams echo frustration and pain. I will break free. I am a fucking cosmic leader. I fuck. Spikes, cubes, and obstacles hit him repeatedly. He's forced to respawn at the start every time, each failure making him howl in agony, realizing RS's domain is trapped and completely. No, stop this, stop it now.
And then RS, wait. And then RS says, damn, you suck at this. Let's put you in an Olympic pool of Taco Bell diarrhea and 122 nasty ass other ingredients with a voiceover listing each ingredient. The geometry dot show is gone as Arudia falls. The pool appears and he falls right into it and pukes on contact.
Arudia screams as he hits the pool, immediately gagging and retching uncontrollably. Ah, fuck is this shit? Alright, Arudia, let's make this educational. Here's what you're swimming in today. Ingredients, 2022 total, all rancid, foul, and historically grotesque. 1, 2002 subway kitchen drain runoff. Brown, slimy sludge, smells like moldy bread soaked in sewage. 2, airplane toilet sludge, 1999. Gray, chunky, ammonia stinking liquid. 3, fish eyeball paste, 2003. Squishy, cloudy paste with a faint rotten sea smell. 4, rotten surstrumming from 1985. The infamous Swedish fermented herring. Absolutely lethal odor. 5, cat shit, 2010. Dried, lumpy, reeking with ammonia undertones. 6, cow shit, 2005. Wet, clumpy, pungent manure with hay fibers. 7, gorilla shit, 2012. Central Africa. Dense, dark brown, smells like fermented jungle. 8, alien bile fermented in alien piss cheese mixture. Until 2001, neon green sludge, acidic and nauseating. 9, 2004 McDonald's fryer grease sludge, congealed brown, smells like old fries in despair. 10, expired milkshake curd from 2000,
Oh,
chunks,
God.
sour milk stench. 11, moldy nacho cheese from 2006, orange goo with black spots, smells like burnt rubber. 12, 2003 school cafeteria mashed potato runoff, grayish, lumpy, scent of decay. 13, dumpster leak kimchi, 1998, black sour, overflowing with maggots. 14, 2001, expired yogurt cups, chunks of white cream, mold. 15, old soda syrup sludge, 1997, sticky, sweet, sour, flies crawling. 16, fermented shrimp heads, 2002, crunchy, sharp ammonia smell. 17, 2000 stale ramen broth, gray-brown, oily, foul. 18, rotten hot dog ends, 1999, black and gooey, smells like metal and decay. 19, expired ice cream sandwich paste, 2001, sticky, gray-white, smells of freezer burn and mold. 20, 2005, taco shell crust, soaked in vomit, sour, acidic, partially liquefied.
Oh.
21, old pizza crust from 2003, black and greasy, mold infested. 22, fermented cabbage juice, 2000, stinks of sulfur and rot. 23, rotten egg yolks, 1998, bright orange, gooey, smells like death. 24, 2002, expired mayonnaise sludge, slimy off-white rancid. 25, old ketchup paste, 1997, dark brown, mold floating, vinegar stench. 26, fermented soybeans, 2001, sticky, stringy, breathing ammonia. 27, 1999, expired butter chunks, yellow brown,
God.
sour, rancid. 28, 2004, milk carton sludge, spoiled, chunky, grayish white. 29, rotten banana mash, 2000.
Oh,
Brown,
God.
black, squishy, overpowering smell. 30, decayed lettuce pieces, 2003. Black, slimy, foul plant rot smell. 31, old hot sauce congealed sludge, 2001. Red, oily, fiery stench. 32, expired peanut butter, 1998. Dark, moldy, rancid aroma. 33, 2002 spoiled spaghetti sauce, brownish red, lumpy, sour. 34, 2000 moldy sandwich crust, gray, slimy, smell like mildew. 35, chicken bone fry, 2003, soft, gray, vetted. 36, 2001 pickle juice with mold, green, sour, chunky.
Oh, God.
37, expired hummus, 2002, beige, moldy, acrid smell. 38, rotten apple pulp, 1999, brown, slimy, smells like cider gone bad. 39, 2004 spoiled hot dog chili, chunky gray rancid meat smell. 40, old soda can syrup leaks, 2000, brown, sticky, fermented smell. 41, fermented cod liver oil, 1997, black, thick, unbearable fish stench. 42, expired corn syrup sludge, 2002, amber, sticky, sour. 43, old taco, 2001, gray, gooey, smells like death. 44, 2003, spoiled cream cheese, white, lumpy, 45, rotten clam chowder, 2000, gray, chunky, seawater rot smell. 46, 2002, spoiled rice pudding, slimy, white, foul smell. 47, old mayonnaise packets, 1999, brownish, oily, rancid. 48, fermented sardines, 1998, oily, silver black chunks, overpowering fish smell. 49, 2001, moldy pancake batter, gray, chunky, sour. 50, expired chocolate syrup, thick, black, mold specks. Arrudia chokes, gags, vomits again and again as RS continues listing the ingredients while floating the disgusting mixture around him. Arrudia, oh God, I fuck! What the actual? Make it stop! This is. It's all 122 ingredients in layers and chunks, mixing rancid liquids, decayed meats, feces, slime, mold, and alien secretions from decades past, each squishy glob adding to the unbearable smell and sensory horror. Aruda, flailing, trying to crawl out, but RS keeps the pool magically contained, forcing him to stay submerged and tasting every single vile component. God damn it! I'm gonna fucking If you want, I can list all 122.
And then RS says, of course, the mysterious, definitely radioactive school tapia or school cafeteria milk carton. That I'll have you actually drink. That I'll actually have you drink.
Orudia chokes violently, sputtering as the vile liquid touches his tongue. God! Fucking! What the hell is this shit? He gags, trying to spit it out, but the milk magically keeps forcing its way into his mouth, tasting like curdled death mixed with a faint metallic tang and a nuclear-like radioactive burn that sets his throat on fire. Ah! I can't! It burns! It fucking burns! His eyes
Please,
water,
bro.
stomach twists
Dude,
violently,
what?
and he tries to crawl out of the bowl. But RS keeps him submerged in the magic pool of horrors, forcing him to ingest more of the radioactive sludge with every second. Ardia screaming incoherently, gagging, vomiting uncontrollably. I'm gonna fuck! Make it stop! I can't take anymore! The smell is unbearable, the texture a nightmare, and each sip is like molten poison combined with decades of rancid decay, his entire body reacting violently to it.
Hold on, bro. Dude, like, why is it not giving me bending? Literally have everything good. Right. I can put Unbreaking 3 on it. God, not if it costs that much. on. There you go. Much better. Let's see here. Look here. Yeah, like right here, bro. See what that does. See if this is any different. Gross. RS then says, okay, now let's make you face the scariest thing ever in this universe. I won't know what it is because I'll make it only so you can see it. And then he deletes the poll and then he creates the scariest thing in the universe and laughs a bit.
Arudia screams instantly, stumbling back, eyes wide with pure terror. No! What is that? What the fuck is that? He shakes violently, backing into the void wall, sweat pouring down, voice trembling. I can't fucking look at it. Make it stop, please. He claws at the air in front of him, trying to cover his eyes, but the image keeps searing into his vision, and every fiber of his being screams in panic and horror. Voice breaking, almost sobbing. I'm fucking sorry. I'll do anything. Anything you want. Just make it stop. His knees buckle. He collapses partially to the ground, but the terror doesn't let up. His body trembling as he continues to try to escape the horrifying vision, screaming incomprehensibly in pure fear.
wonder what that is. RS decides to make the wall push him, and it does alright and launches. And it does alright and launches him back into the middle, which makes whatever the hell the scariest thing in the universe is even scarier up close. Oh my god.
Udia lets out a blood-curdling scream, flailing violently as he slammed back into the center of the void. Ah! It's too close! Too fucking close! He spins around, trying to dodge, but the wall's push pins him in place. His glowing purple eyes are wide with terror, sweat and drool flying as his voice cracks with panic. I can't handle this. It's fucking impossible to look away. He claws at the void air, screaming incoherently, each second amplifying the horror as the scariest thing in existence looms above him, and his entire body shakes uncontrollably from the overwhelming fear. Or gasping, voice barely coherent. Please, I'll do whatever you want. Just stop it, please.
Then RS deletes it and then shows and then it shows it in the vision itself. He shows him in his own vision every single horrible thing he's ever done, or every single horrible thing that's ever happened to him in his life. No, please tell me it didn't press it.
Stumbles back, screaming as images flash in his vision, his own memory twisted into nightmare form. Oh no, stop showing me this. I can't take it. He clutches his head, screaming and shaking
broke
violently.
again.
Every moment of loss, every failure, every time he was humiliated or overpowered, replaying in exaggerated, horrifying detail. Voice cracking, tears filled with sweat. I've had enough. I can't do this anymore. Please, I'll give up. I'll obey. Just make it stop. He collapses to his knees, body trembling, fighting against the relentless vision, but they push him to the brink, leaving him gasping and sobbing, completely broken by the onslaught of his own past horrors, magnified by RS's power.
And then RS says, "I'm gonna kill you now, yeah." And then he fist bumps the air. And I know exactly how I'm going to do so. That's crazy. This is that.
Already looks up, eyes wild and panicked, trembling violently. No, please don't. I'll do anything. I'll surrender. I'll obey. Just please, dome me. His voice cracks as he stumbles back, backing against the infinite black void, every ounce of arrogance and rage gone, replaced by pure, desperate terror. Pleading, voice shaking. Please, what are you going to do? I can't take any more. I can't. His body shudders uncontrollably, his glowing purple eyes darting frantically, realizing there's literally nowhere to hide, nowhere to fight back, completely at RS mercy.
What is it? Lunge? Bruh. And then RS creates a freaking Fortnite scene. RS is building up, and full boxes of Arudia, and then he one pumps him in the face with a mythic pump shotgun, doing 253 damage to the head. I had that by accident. I didn't even say that. I typed that in there. And the head blows the head off and up. Matter goes absolutely everywhere. Blood, armor fragments, skull fragments, brain matter, eyeball chunks. And RS recorded it on his phone, and he puts his phone into his pocket again, and the domain shatters and breaks. It's over. Back inside the mothership, main throne room. And Rudia's body slumps, and the gore falls. It's all over. Yep, he got 200
Rico,
pumped.
Beatrice, TC, Bear, and RS all stare at the aftermath, breathing heavy, eyes wide from the absolute carnage and the insane display of power. Rico, wiping blood off his face, laughing shakily. That was insane. I can't believe, damn, RS. You didn't just kill him, you made him suffer. Holy shit. Beatrice quietly, almost in awe. Finally, it's over. The tyranny, it ends here. I never thought I'd see a day like this. Not in 98,000 years. Holding his burned leg, still trembling. We actually did it. We actually fucking did it. All that pain, all that loss, it's over. Mechanical parts smoking, slowly getting upright. This level of destruction, no one else could have done that. RS, you broke the impossible. Pockets the phone, breathing calm but heavy, eyes glowing faintly. It's done. Every threat, every last piece, gone, for good. The throne room is silent, except for the dripping of blood and the settling of debris. The weight of what just happened hangs in the air, everyone staring at Arudia's destroyed body. The enormity of their victory sinking in. Finally, peace, however fleeting, settles over them.
Okay. Okay, well, we're gonna try the other method now. I basically have infinite food now, so I don't need food. I'm gonna take that. Okay. No. Oops. Oh my god. Halloween. Halloween. And elector. I'm gonna need like an axe for that. That's good. I'm not gonna get my own though. Let me put this back in my good chest. Okay. Let me get real blocks. I will trap the villager. Now let me see if there's any live ones nearby, so I don't have to do it so far. Oh, where did all my villagers go? This is like the only ever reason why I don't choose to live in villages. all the time. And all the villagers died, bro. No. Oh, I could have got one for free. Bro. All the villagers died, bro. Because I need to go that way. Check up here. And no villagers, bro. Dude just knows how to make man. I don't even get that. Need to go back. Oh, you think I'm a Rakuba? Dude. Dad is being a Rakuva right now. You're being a Rakuva right now. You need to stop being a Rakuva.
Halloween coupons going straight in the trash.
So that's a place you gotta go to. Game Day HQ, what? Give me that. Oh yeah, look at them wings. Them hoes look good. Gotta search like 20 stores for them. But we got those coupons, so we're gonna use that. Free starter? Ooh, that means we can get those green fried things. Those are some good. Oh, look at that one. That's a crazy deal. That's crazy. You got so many coupons and deals. Save all of those. We're gonna use them.
You can get the same thing without the app.
No, but if you do that and the app, it's like multiplied.
They don't let you use that.
Well, we're keeping this one, so we're gonna buy 10 wings and you get 5 for free. So we're gonna get all of these. This is literally copying Buffalo Wild Wings, though. They're talking about World Cup. You got invited to the World Cup when that happens? Oh my god. Yeah. That's what we were with freaking Argentina. Should not have got Wingstop that day. Or you should not have got the white person order. Yeah, and he said exactly that. It's because we did get the white person order. You have to get like Hawaiian chicken, like buffalo and stuff like that. Apparently. And honey barbecue, even though I think you can. Because we got all the basic ones. You gotta stay off of it. Hey! Don't want no cat hair here. You can watch from this distance. Suck it. You're a Gus. Just go find out what bother mom.
Here, take it.
Oh. Then you need my prescription. Oh, it exploded. He almost just lost a hand. Oh, I could use those glasses at Airbnbs when they start going too. I'm not gonna do no water though because I don't. Those are waterproof. So I said I doubt it.
You're not.
I said I doubt it. Stop being a Rakuva. Stop being Rakuva. Think I'm a Rakuva. She is too funny to listen to.
Rico laughs, shaking his head in disbelief. Bro, I need to.
Oh wait, yeah, there we go. I didn't press this one yet. Oops.
Rico, Reactress, TC, Bear, and RS all stare at the aftermath, breathing heavy, eyes wide from the absolute carnage and the insane display of power. Rico, wiping blood off his face, laughing shakily. Oh, that was insane. I can't believe. Damn, RS, you didn't just kill him, you made him suffer. Holy shit. Reatress quietly, almost in awe. Finally, it's over. The tyranny, it ends here. I never thought I'd see a day like this. Not in 98,000 years. Holding his burned leg, still trembling. We actually did it. We actually fucking did it. All that pain, all that loss. It's over. Mechanical parts smoking, slowly getting upright. This level of destruction, no one else could have done that. RS, you broke the impossible. Pockets the phone, breathing calm but heavy, eyes glowing faintly. It's every threat, every last piece, gone, for good. The throne room is silent, except for the dripping of blood and the settling of debris. The weight of what just happened hangs in the air, everyone staring at Arudia's destroyed body, the enormity of their victory sinking in. Finally, peace, however fleeting, settles over them.
Now it's time to leave. emeralds. Okay, screw. Alexa, I need emeralds to buy a mending book. Yes.
Let me check that. Oh wow, I found some awesome Minecraft mini project books.
No,
Can I make a
Alexa.
bite-sized build?
Alexa, I'm asking you if I need to use emeralds to be able to buy the mending book off a villager.
Oh, I see what you're asking now. In the game, you'll need emeralds to buy books from librarian villagers. Are you trying to set up a villager trading hall?
I'm just gonna go get mending off a villager.
Let me check that.
Alexa, stop. You think I'm a Rakuba?
Rico laughs, shaking his head in disbelief. Bro, I need to see this shit. There's no way I'm not watching that masterpiece of destruction. Calmly, but with a rare smirk. I'd like to witness it as well, for historical context, of course. Still a little pale from the pain, but nodding eagerly. Yeah, I need to see how you just annihilated him. I can't even imagine. There, grumbling but intrigued. Fine, show me. I need to see how you made him pay for all the hell he caused.
Alright,
Grinning,
CC's us in
pulls out his phone again,
before.
the faint glow of his energy reflecting off the walls. All right, prepare yourselves. This is going to be fucking glorious. Rico, eyes widen, jaw drops. Holy fuck! Did you see that? His head just fucking exploded, bro. Covers his mouth, both horrified and amazed. I can't. That's insane. I've never seen anything like that in my life. Leans back, shaking his head, muttering, damn, that was absolutely brutal. Every single shot, perfect. Beatrice calmly watches, nods slightly, voice controlled. I've seen the outcome, yet the precision is remarkable. You executed him flawlessly. Laughing, slapping his knee. Told you it'd be glorious. That's how you deal with a cosmic tyrant, my friends. Every last bit of arrogance, gone. Fucking gone. Still laughing, almost tears in his eyes. Bro, this is a whole ass masterpiece. I'm never gonna get over this shit. Quietly, still in awe. We actually did it. He's really gone. Grumbles, still stunned. Yeah, we finally ended it. Pockets his phone, looking around at everyone. And now we clean up and we make sure nothing like that ever happens again.
And Arda says, now, Rich, now. We must make sure he stays alive. Looks like some of you got him now, but his arms are still off. And good purveyors out of the wall too, but damn it. He's fried. Maybe I can script his arm back on. I can fix Vare, he's mechanical. So one script will work.
Groaning, looking at his missing arms, trying to move his shoulders. Yeah, fuck, that hurts. I can't even feel half my body. But thank God you're here, RS. I don't think I'd make it otherwise. Mechanical systems beeping erratically, sparks flying from joints. Systems critical, damage extensive. Thank you for the assist, RS. Without intervention, irreparable. Rico kneels next to Rich, patting him on the shoulder. Bro, hang in there. RS, got this. You're gonna be fine. I can't deal with losing anyone else right now. Watching anxiously, glancing at Bear. RS, please, make sure he's fully back. I can't handle another one going down. Not after all that. Focused, hands moving as he begins scripting. Relax. I'll restore what can be restored. Rich, your arms, Bear, your mechanical systems, I'll have you both back at full strength. It's just a matter of time. Grinning slightly despite the tension. Damn, you really are the MVP of this whole shit show, RS. I swear. Still pale but relieved. Yeah, we all owe you big time. You just saved our asses again.
Oh, hold on, hold on.
Ours just helps him.
Rich flexes his restored arm slowly, testing the range of motion. Fuck, wow, I can feel everything. Mostly. Some of these cuts, man, they're nasty, but I'm alive. RS, you really pulled me back from the edge. Mechanical joints whirring, systems realigning. Calibration complete, integrity restored. Thank you, RS. All systems nominal, minimal damage remaining, fully operational. Rico grins, slapping Rich lightly on the back. Hell yeah, bro. Back in the game. Scars just make you look more badass. Don't worry about it. Breathing a sigh of relief, wiping his hands on his pants. Thank God, both of you. I couldn't imagine losing you after all that. RS, you saved all our asses again. Calmly, a faint smirk on his face. Don't mention it. Just stay alive this time, yeah? No more close calls. Nods, eyes narrowing slightly, a mix of pain and resolve. Yeah, no more fucking around. Let's finish cleaning this up. Clenches fists, looking around at the mess of the throne room. Hell yeah. We're not leaving until every trace of that motherfucker's tyranny is gone.
Bruh.
Now it's time for everyone to pay their disrespects to the dead tyrant.
Rico steps forward, standing over Arudea's slumped body, fists clenched. You thought you could play God, thought you could kill and destroy everything. Well, this is what happens to motherfuckers like you. Rich kneels, placing a hand lightly on the shattered armor, looking down with a mixture of anger and relief. You've caused so much death, so much pain, the world's never gonna forget it. But it ends here. You're done. Mechanical limbs clicking softly as he hovers above. Voice steady. Your systems, your power, all meaningless in the end. Your tyranny is concluded. Justice is implemented. Closes his eyes for a moment, muttering under his breath. All those lives, all that suffering. Finally, you're not standing over anyone else's home, anyone else's family. Fuck you, Arudea. Quietly, almost eerily calm, eyes scanning the room. Remember him as a lesson. Power without control, without restraint, leads to oblivion. And now it's over. Truly. Rico takes a final step back, raising his fist with silent triumph. Rest in hell, you dumbass. The universe doesn't need tyrants like you no more. Everyone stands in a solemn silence, the weight of what was destroyed and what was survived lingering in the air, before slowly turning away to regroup and plan their next move.
You think I'm a Rakuba?
Everyone flips him off, spits and stomps on his body, and reaches, grabs the blade from his chest where the heart is. He hates him the most here, showing pure hatred to him, and he prepares for speech. It's a long speech, too. Okay.
Beatrice kneels slightly, gripping the hilt of his blade still embedded in Arudea's chest, voice low and venomous at first, then rising with fury. You were a fool, a complete, pitiful fool. You thought that power alone would make you invincible. You thought cruelty, domination, and terror could shape the universe to your whim. But all you ever did, was dig your own grave, Arudia. He pauses, his dark purple eyes burning with emotion, scanning the destruction around them, the remnants of his tyranny. You slaughtered millions. You burned nations to dust. You played God over lives you had no right to touch. And for what? Pride? Ego? A delusion of control? Nothing you did matters anymore. Not now, not ever. Your empire of fear, gone. Your legacy, nothing but ashes. Reatris leans forward, pressing the blade just a little deeper, his tone sharp and deliberate. You thought immortality, armor, weapons, your unstoppable might could save you. But the universe has no patience for tyrants. You didn't see us coming. You didn't see what happens when the oppressed rise, when the righteous fight back. You didn't see me, waiting for centuries, watching, learning, planning. And now, every ounce of power you wielded is meaningless. He lifts his head, glaring down at Orudia, voice echoing, full of righteous wrath. Let this be a warning to anyone who dares follow your path. Cruelty, arrogance, tyranny, it will not stand. The strong are not defined by the lives they destroy, but by the lives they protect, the courage they inspire, the justice they uphold. You were none of that, and now you are nothing. He slams the blade fully through the chest, letting the weight of his words hang in the air as he slowly rises, taking a final measured step back, staring at the lifeless body with absolute contempt. Fool, pathetic, gone, never to rise again.
Beatrice says, looking at your lifeless body pisses me off. You don't deserve a burial. He kicked his body out into the vacuum of space from a hatch. Oh, it's got ruined. Is it withered though? Oh, it's ruined withered. Let's go, bro.
Body vanished in the void, fists clenching, still breathing heavily from the fight. Hell, yeah, that was satisfying. Nods slowly, rubbing his temples, still feeling the residual strain of the domain expansion. Finally, it's done. No more distractions, no more tyrants. The path is clear. Adjusting himself after the fusion, mechanical systems whirring softly, everything's stabilizing again. Systems online, damage manageable. We can move forward. Rich, flexing his arms carefully, still recovering, a weak grin forming. Damn, I didn't think we'd actually see the end of that son of a bitch. But we did, and we're not stopping until that scroll is ours. Exhales deeply, shaking his head as he looks at the clear chamber. I can't even imagine the stuff we just went through. But yeah, one step closer. Let's get that scroll. No more delays, no more fuckery. Rico smirks, gripping his ex noctum entropy's finality. All right, let's go get what we came for. Reatris, your fight's waiting. The scroll's waiting. And no one, nothing is going to stop us now. Calm, but his eyes glint with determination. Agreed. One final objective. After that, we see this through to the end. Tilts his head, voice even but resolute. Then let's not waste time. The chamber with the scroll won't wait for us forever. The team steels themselves, the air heavy with tension, adrenaline, and the thrill of victory. That's as they step toward the next and final stage of their mission. The scroll, and the ultimate confrontation that Reatris has waited millennia for.
And then Rico asks, okay, Beatrice, how do we make this mothership shoot beams? We're gonna destroy the headquarters and the drill with it. Already have someone down there on standby waiting until the scroll is easy to grab.
Reatris places a hand on the main control console, fingers brushing over the glowing panels, his dark purple eyes narrowing as he assesses it. The mothership's weapons are linked to the central energy matrix, the same matrix that powers the drill. If we reroute the energy from the drill and auxiliary systems into the beam emitters, we can fire massive concussive blasts, enough to obliterate the headquarters below. But it's delicate. Miscalculate, and the beam could destabilize the hull. Rattress glances at Rico, serious. We'll need precise timing. I can handle the synchronization, but I'll need someone on the ground, exactly where you said, to confirm the crystal and the scroll are exposed. Once that happens, we fire. Everything below will be vaporized, and the scroll will be free for you to grab. Grins, fists tightening. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Let's get it ready. Leaning in, voice calm but firm. I'll make sure the targeting is flawless. Nothing slips past me, and the beam will hit exactly where we need it. One shot, total destruction. Their mechanical components whirring softly. Auxiliary systems are online. Beam alignment and energy regulation can be maintained while the scroll operation proceeds. Nodding, a mix of nervousness and excitement. All right, then we do this fast, precise, no mistakes. Let's make it count. Turns back to the console, hands moving deftly over the controls. Everyone, brace yourselves. This is the final act. Once the beam fires, there's no turning back.
Reacher says, just make sure it charges right. When the hull gets destabilized, it activates a long cooldown, 25 hours until it can be used again.
Rico nods, fists clenching. Got it. No screw ups then. We charge it all the way, blow the headquarters, grab the scroll, and get the hell out before it locks up. Focused, eyes scanning the console. I'll monitor the energy flow and stabilize it while it charges. Any fluctuation, I'll correct it instantly. We can't afford a cooldown before the job's done. There, mechanical voice, precise. Energy distribution is optimized. Hull integrity sensors are active. Any destabilization will be flagged immediately. I can compensate for minor shifts, but extreme fluctuations must be avoided. Tightening grip on his weapon. Then we need perfect coordination. One wrong move, and we're sitting ducks while the clock ticks on 25 hours. Let's not let that happen. Rico, grinning with determination. Then let's do this right. Charge it full, time it with the ground team, and end this mess for good.
We already have one. Yes! Oh my god, he's selling it. That didn't take long at all. I literally just need paper now, bro. But where's the closest source? Wait, what? I gotta mark his house, bro. Wouldn't there be like paper in here? Come on, bro, please. Oh my god, that drop is so terrifying. What? Okay, there's some. I can get a lot of mending here. Behind me. I just have to keep that in mind. Literally exactly behind me is where I need to go. Behind me and up the mountain. Is that more sugarcane? No, it's not. Going back up. It's charging up, by the way. That's all it's doing.
RS, eyes narrowing, energy rippling around him. Arc is charging. Focus on stabilization. Once it hits full output, there's no turning back. Mechanical sensors scanning. All systems optimal. Energy levels climbing at predicted rate. Arc trajectory aligned with target below. Any deviation will be corrected instantly. Glances at the others, tense. Everyone be ready. Once it fires, the entire area is going to erupt. Timing with the ground team is crucial. No mistakes. Clenching fists. Void energy flickering around him. This is it. Headquarters. Drill everything. They're about to see what happens when we go all in. Let's make this clean and fast. Calm but commanding. Charge complete in 4, 3, 2, 1. Stand by for full release.
There's some more over there. Okay. And there it goes. A dark navy blue beam, massive ass beam erupts from the arc outside the ship directly onto Earth, and it definitely, absolutely obliterates the hell out of the mountain, and the headquarters is gone, and the scroll is available to be grabbed. All the aliens are dead down there.
Rico, eyes wide, fists still glowing with void energy. Holy shit, that's what I'm fucking talking about. He's gone. Jaw drop. Still catching his breath. The mountain, the headquarters, it's all annihilated. No one left alive down there. Van here. Mechanical parts whirring, scanning the aftermath. Confirmed. Complete destruction, terrain destabilized. No alien activity detected. Target neutralized. Calm, arms crossed, a slight smirk. Perfect. Now, the scroll is just sitting there. No distractions, no guards, exactly how we planned. Rico, grinning, energy flaring. Then what the fuck are we waiting for? Let's grab that shit and get Reactress's fight. Nodding. Right, let's move carefully though. Last thing we need is some hidden trap or residue left over from their tech. Eyes glinting, authoritative tone. Agreed. Everyone, stay sharp. The scroll is ours, but we take it methodically. No rush, no mistakes.
I just need to go up and turn. Down, back on Earth. Wait, please give me these two tests. Oh my god. Down, back on Earth. Jane and Tyron's comms works, but everyone else's doesn't. I've been putting on a helmet and other gear before getting on the protein bike. Jane, what was it? What was that? It? Oh yeah, was that it? Was that the signal? Is the scroll ready? It's just ready and all that to go get it.
Jane, checking the readings frantically, headset crackling slightly from the interference alarm. Yeah, Tylen, that's it. The mountain, the headquarters. It's completely gone. The scroll is exposed. No more alien defenses down there. You can grab it, but be careful. There could still be leftover energy fields or unstable debris from the beam. Tylen, gripping the handlebars, revving the proton bike slightly, determination in his eyes. Got it, Jane. I'll move fast and secure it. No way I'm letting anyone else touch this. Nodding, voice tense but excited. Good. Remember, timing is critical. The moment it's in your hands, signal us immediately. We can't risk it being lost, or worse, falling into alien hands again.
Seriously?
Takes a deep breath, then guns the bike forward. Sparks of energy trailing behind as he rockets toward the cleared site.
Oh my god.
Scroll's coming home.
Stupid creepers, bro. God.
Tylen skids to a halt in the jagged remains of the cavern, shards of crystal glinting dangerously in the dust and light from the destroyed mountain. The ground is unstable. The air thick with ozone.
Let's go all the way back up there now.
Ship's beam. Eyes darting around, fists clenching. This is worse than I thought. The scroll's got to be here somewhere, but where? He carefully navigates through the broken crystal fragments, each step sending tiny shards skittering across the ground. The air hums faintly, vibrating with leftover energy, and a faint glow pulses from a cracked remnant of the original crystal that once held the scroll. Tylen spots it, leaning over a jagged crystal chunk, his hands reaching out cautiously. There, that's it, the scroll. The scroll is exposed, floating slightly above the broken crystal's remnants, protected by a faint shimmering field, remnants of the alien containment magic. Dust swirls around it as Tylen slowly reaches forward, careful not to trigger any residual defenses. Tylen, muttering under his breath, tense, almost got it, just 1 second.
It literally just cost 2. Dude, that's so annoying. Literally have to go all the way back up there now. I have no more villagers in this damn village for some reason. Grabs it, put it into a duffel bag, and then he gets on the bike and drives off, very fascinating in the direction that he says to go to London's Andrew's.
Tylen guns the bike forward, the duffel bag strapped tightly across his back. Rocks and shattered crystal fragments kick up behind him as he speeds across the devastated landscape. The wind howls, carrying the scent of scorched earth and alien residue. The faint hum of lingering energy from the mothership's beam tingles against his skin, making his hair stand on end. Tylen, eyes fixed on the GPS, voice tense over the comms. Jane, I got it. The scroll's secure. Heading straight for the entrance arch. Nothing stopping me now. The ruined terrain flashes past in a blur. Jagged peaks, craters, and broken remnants of alien machinery littering the path. Every second counts, and the vibrations from the bike make the duffel bag thump rhythmically against his back, a constant reminder of the fragile, priceless cargo inside. Tylen, muttering to himself, determination sharp in his tone. Gotta make it. Can't let anyone or anything catch me. Not now. Not ever. The GPS arrow pulses ahead, guiding him toward Lotland, the final stretch, as he navigates between debris and scarred landscapes at breakneck speed.
And then Jane just says, "Yes, amazing job, Tylen. You did it. Now remember, when you get there, go knock on the security door and say the password void pass."
Tylen, gritting his teeth, eyes locked on the horizon as the bike tears across the damaged terrain. Got it, Jane. Void pass? I'm not messing this up. Lotland's entrance arch, here I come. The wind whips around him, the duffel bag bouncing with every bump in the ruined landscape. Dust, shattered crystal shards, and small debris kick up in his wake as the GPS ticks him closer and closer to the secure entrance. His grip tightens on the handlebars, muscles tensed, heart pounding. Tylen, breathing heavily, muttering under his breath, almost there, just a little farther. Hold together, scroll safe, gotta get this to the team. A faint silhouette of the Lotland entrance arch appears ahead, looming large as the bike roars closer. The last stretch is fast, dangerous, and 8-second counts.
Okay, live stream, I'm just going to keep going forward. After 5 minutes, he reaches it and parks the bike in an out-of-sight spot, adjusts the duffel bag, and he gets off the bike and he walks to the door and knocks and says, "Void pass."
For a moment, there's only silence. The massive security door built into the stone beneath Lotland's entrance arch hums faintly, scanning. A thin horizontal slit slides open at eye level. A soft blue light passes over Tylen's face, then down to the duffel bag. Security voice, mechanical calm. Password accepted. Secondary verification in progress. A faint pulse of energy brushes over the bag. The scroll inside reacts subtly, just enough to confirm authenticity. Artifact signature confirmed. Access granted. With a deep resonant rumble, heavy internal locks disengage. The reinforced door splits down the center and slowly opens inward, revealing a dimly lit corridor lined with protective sigils and reinforced alloy walls. A hooded attendant steps forward from inside. Attendant, you made excellent time. Bring the artifact in. You're expected. Tylen exhales, tension finally easing from his shoulders. He adjusts the duffel bag and steps across the threshold as the door begins sealing behind him. The scroll is secure, and somewhere above Earth, the mothership crew waits for confirmation.
Tylen says, "So I'll wait here with you?" And then the security guard replies and says, "Yes, Rico and the others will be here soon."
Tylen shifts the duffel bag off his shoulders slightly, still gripping the strap tight like someone might try to snatch it at any second. All right, I'll wait. Just nobody touches the bag unless Rico says so. Got it? He gives a small nod, posture straight and professional. Understood. The artifact remains under your custody until Rico arrives. You've done your part. The corridor lights glow softly overhead. Faint sigils along the walls, pulsing in slow intervals, protective wards activating now that something powerful has entered the facility. Finally lets out a long breath he didn't realize he was holding. Good. That beam was insane. The whole mountain's just gone. We saw. The shockwave readings reached us even through shielded channels. Whatever fired that, we're fortunate it wasn't aimed here. Tylen gives a small half smirk. Yeah. Lucky for us, it was. He leans against the wall, helmet tucked under his arm, eyes occasionally flicking to the sealed door behind him, waiting for it to open again. Somewhere high above, the mothership begins repositioning. And soon, Rico and the others will arrive to claim the scroll and begin whatever comes next.
Now that it's not crunchy on all the bottom, it's just because of the steam on the
Yeah.
bottom. It's cool.
I need to get ranch.
Yeah.
So it didn't take 2 hours like how you did it the first ever time.
And that's because I'm trying to make my own dough.
That was still good dough though.
That's the word.
You didn't get like you didn't get a 3 for something or whatever deal.
Yeah, you want ranch? Okay. There you go.
Thank you.
Oh, let's remember I got food. I guess. I guess. I guess. Hey, Judy. Back in space with the Rico Beatrice and the other Rico says, now to the last phase. Crash the ship into the Gulf of Mexico. Unless Beatrice, you need it. You'll need it. We planned this for when everyone on board was dead, but you ended up being a good guy, so...
The bridge is quiet now. Earth fills the viewport. Blue, calm, almost deceptively peaceful after everything that just happened. Rico stands with his arms folded, staring at the planet below. Rico, now to the last phase. Crash this ship into the Gulf of Mexico.
Bruh.
Unless Beatrice. Chris, you'll need it. We planned this for when everyone on board was dead, but you ended up being a good guy, so he glances over at him. Silent for a moment, eyes reflecting the curve of Earth. This ship was built for conquest, for domination, for fear. He steps toward the central console, but it doesn't have to end that way. Structural integrity is still stable despite the beam discharge. Core power remains at 73%. It is a very powerful asset. Raising an eyebrow. You're saying we keep the alien mothership? Half smirking. Think about it. Orbital defense, deep space travel, a deterrent against anything else out there. We just proved what it can do. Rico, tilting his head. Yeah, but parking it somewhere obvious is a bad idea. Governments see this thing and it's panic city. Calm now, voice steady. We don't crash it. We don't parade it either. We move it. Move it where? High orbit, cloaked, hidden. It becomes a safeguard, not a weapon of terror. If something threatens this world again, we decide when it fires. There's a long pause. That's actually smart. Cloaking systems remain functional. Long-term orbital concealment is viable. Grinning slightly. So instead of making a crater in the Gulf of Mexico, we keep a god-tier spaceship in our back pocket. Cracks his knuckles and smiles. Yeah, I like that better. He steps up beside Beatrice. All right, no crashing. We hide it. We own the sky now. Below them, Earth rotates slowly, unaware that its most powerful weapon has just changed hands.
Beatrice says, if we let your government know, they'll take hand of it, and they'll be able to defend Earth easier. That's my idea. Every nation owns it, except for that North Korea place.
room shifts in tone immediately. Blinks once. You want to hand this over to governments? That's a massive move, Reatress. Processing. Shared Planetary Defense Initiative. Probability of increased global security high. Probability of political conflict over control also high. Leans back against the
Oh,
console.
nobody's still here.
You're basically suggesting we give humanity a god-tier orbital cannon and trust them not to fight over it. Calm, firm. Not one nation, all of them. A unified oversight council, shared codes, shared control. No single finger on the trigger. Rico, and you think they won't try to take full ownership? They will try. That is their nature. But this ship can require multiple authorization layers. Continental verification, simultaneous consensus. It cannot fire unless the world agrees. That would force cooperation. Technically feasible. Firing protocols can be rewritten to require distributed biometric and encrypted global confirmation, or S. Smirk slightly. So basically the world's biggest you all have to get along button. Thinking, then nod slowly. If we keep it secret, we're the ones holding power over everyone. That makes us targets. If we share it, we become the people who gave Earth a shield. Exactly. He looks at the planet again. I did not come to rule this world. I came for my fight and to stop tyranny. Giving Earth the means to defend itself, that is a better legacy than hiding in orbit with a weapon. There's a quiet beat. You really aren't from here, are you? Small, unreadable smile. No, but I care what happens to it. Rika exhales. All right, then we do it carefully. We contact major world powers. Set terms, shared access only. No single nation dominance. And we build in fail-safes. If anyone tries to hijack it, it shuts down. I will begin drafting distributed command architecture. Rico grins slightly. Guess we're about to host the weirdest diplomatic meeting in human history. Outside the viewport, the mothership shifts into higher orbit. No longer a weapon of invasion, but potentially the first unified shield of Earth.
Actually, literally just gonna AFK in here and eat food. Ria just says if you really don't trust orbital laser part, I'll log it behind a code and give that code to you. And you should have an organization that stands with the government but has control over this. I don't know, but that's your doing after. Once I get my fight, you may not see me again.
Silence settles over the bridge after Riatra says that. Rico studies him carefully. Rico, you're serious? You're really planning to leave after your fight? Calm. My purpose here was never to stay. I finish what I came for, and then I move on. And you're just going to hand us a planet-level defense system and disappear? I will lock the primary beam behind a master code. Only one. I will give it to you. He looks directly at Rico. You decide when it is ever used. Not governments, not generals, not politicians chasing power. Recommendation. Establish an independent planetary defense organization, civilian oversight, multinational representation, transparent charter. Something that works with governments, not under them. Rico, thinking it through. An organization that stands beside the governments, but doesn't answer to any one of them. Global Defense Accord or something like that. Riatris, name it what you wish, but structure it carefully. Power like this corrupts the careless. He steps toward the central console and places a hand on it. The ship hums in response. The beam will require two things. One, consensus authorization from your organization. Two, the master code. And only I'll have that code. You will decide who shares that burden. Choose wisely. There's a long pause. And after your fight, after my fight, my path continues elsewhere. Half grin, but quieter than usual. You always did talk like someone passing through. You sure you won't stick around? A faint, almost piccolo-like seriousness in his tone. Warriors who linger too long in peace forget why they fight. Code lock protocol ready for initialization. Rico steps forward. All right, lock it. Give me the code. Outside, Earth turns slowly beneath them, unaware that its most powerful weapon is about to be sealed and entrusted to a handful of people who never asked, to hold that kind of responsibility.
Beatrice says, oh, never mind, I don't know what to say.
The bridge lights reflect faintly across the viewport as Earth drifts below them. Reatris stands still for a moment after speaking, almost as if listening to something only he can hear. In other words, I plan to go down a new path. A new destiny will be laid out before me, a new life. He folds his arms. But if the path already led me here, to Earth, then I suppose the decision is made if I win the fight. Rico watches him carefully. So this fight isn't just about strength. No. His voice lowers, steady and certain. It is about direction. If I lose, my story ends here. If I win, then perhaps this world is not just a battlefield I pass through. You'd stay? If fate brings me here twice, that is no coincidence. Smirks slightly. So Earth might end up with a cloaked mothership and an interdimensional warrior who talks like he's narrating a prophecy. Reatris gives the faintest hint of a smile. There, statistically, the probability of your continued involvement appears favorable. Rico steps closer, resting a hand on the console. Rico, win your fight, then decide. No pressure, no destiny forcing you, just you choosing. Reatris looks at Earth again. Oceans, continents, clouds drifting peacefully. Very well. The mothership stabilizes in high orbit. The beam system locks behind encrypted layers. The future is uncertain, but for the first time it feels like it might be chosen, not forced. And somewhere below, a scroll waits, and a fight approaches that may decide far more than anyone expects.
I can get my first mending book. Where's the other farmer at, bruh?
The low hum of the mothership systems fills the silence between them. Rico, we could have someone like you. Nobody like us can defend Earth all the time. Yeah, I'm a void being, part human, but I've got my own battles. Greenville, Lotland, that whole region depends on me. He exhales slowly. I can't be everywhere. Reatris turns slightly toward him, eyes steady. I see. A guardian bound to territory, stretched across too many fronts. Exactly. Earth's big. Threats don't line up politely. Nods once. Well, again, That decision is made depending on if I win the fight or not. You talk like losing is actually possible. Calmly. If there were no possibility of defeat, it would not be a fight worth having. Half grinning. That's the most warrior answer I've ever heard. Probability models indicate the upcoming confrontation exceeds prior threat levels. Good. He steps closer to the viewport, Earth filling his vision. If I fall, then Earth loses nothing it did not already have. If I win, then perhaps I stand not as a passing blade, but as a shield. Rico studies him for a long moment. Win it then. And if you do, we'll figure out the rest together. Verse gives a small nod. First, the scroll. Then, the fight. Destiny can wait its turn. Above the planet, the cloaked mothership remains silent, no longer an invader, not yet a guardian. And below, the stage for the final battle quietly prepares itself.
Dude, oh my god. Like, bro, why do they gotta spam so much?
The air on the bridge seems to grow heavier at those words. Reactor stands still, voice steady but carrying weight. That being sealed in the scroll is ancient, far older than the tyrant we just ended. That is why I believe I could lose. No one interrupts him. And it is my fight alone. You will not interfere. Rico's jaw tightens. You're asking us to just stand back? Yes. He turns toward him. I know where to go to fight it. A place barren, empty.
Yes.
If I fall, it will not turn its attention to your cities, not to Greenville, not to Lotland, not to this planet. Containment strategy acknowledged. Isolated battleground reduces collateral risk to near zero. You've already planned the battlefield. I always plan the battlefield. Folds arms, expression more serious now. And if it wins and breaks free anyway? Beatrice's eyes sharpen slightly. If it defeats me at full strength, then your involvement would not have changed the outcome. That lands hard. Rico steps forward. Rico, I don't like it, not one bit, but I respect it. You are needed here to build what comes next, to guide that ship, to protect your people. He pauses. This is what I am for. There's no arrogance in his tone, just certainty.
Oh,
Rico
yeah.
finally nods once. Then we prepare. We make sure that if you win, there's something worth staying for. Retris gives a faint approving look. Ratris, good. Outside, Earth continues its quiet rotation. Somewhere below, the scroll rests in human hands. And soon, an ancient seal will be broken. Not for chaos, but for a duel that may decide whether a wandering warrior's path ends or begins again. bridge light splitters softly as orbital positioning stabilizes. Beatrice turns from the viewport, voice calm, but absolute. Now, Rico, go retrieve the scroll. Bring it back up here, please. Rico studies him for a second. You're not going down yourself? Not yet. If I appear too soon, it may sense me. Let it remain dormant until the battlefield is prepared. Energy readings from the scroll remain suppressed. Seal integrity stable. So we're basically couriering an ancient apocalypse in a duffel bag. When you say it like that, it sounds worse than it is. Rico exhales, rolling his shoulders. All right, I'll go. Quick in and out. Nobody opens it. Nobody messes with it. Beatrice nods once. Do not allow prolonged proximity. The seal may react to void energy. Half smirk. Good thing I don't think like I used to. Be cautious anyway. Rico steps toward the transport chamber, faint void energy beginning to ripple around him. Rico, get the battlefield ready. When I come back up, there's no turning back. I am aware. With a flash of compressed space and a low hum, Rico vanishes, descending toward Lotland to claim the scroll. The bridge grows quiet again. Beatrice closes his eyes for a moment. The final fight is approaching. This time, there will be no armies, no fleets, just two ancient forces, and the outcome will decide whether Earth gains a guardian or loses one forever.
How to make the smallest wheat farm in Minecraft. First, place the lever, then a sticky piston facing backwards. In front of it, place an observer facing inwards and another observer facing outwards. Temporarily extend the piston and place an observer facing into it, then retract. Behind this observer, place a solid block, then as stairs, the solid block near farm.
That was good.
Like,
Yeah.
how bad was it?
Oh, it's pretty good. This is like the other time we made it. Yeah. Butter pecan. I like that one a lot too. I think they're all good so far. Yeah. No. But it still tastes good. That one is like good enough where you can drink it with like barely any creamer in it. Mom, tomorrow Kroger because we need cheese.
Cheese.
Yeah. To snack on. Yes. Well, then you go then. Or you can even get like mozzarella balls. Those giant things. Yeah. Oh my gosh, did you just eat food? Mozzarella balls. Or Baby Bell. This is the bro says, let's eat this cheese. Alexa, I have gotten my first mending book, and now I need to just prepare a wheat farm so I can grind it.
Nice. Getting that first mending book is huge. For your wheat farm, you'll want to set up rows with water channels every 4 blocks. Wheat grows fastest. when
Alexa,
hydrated.
I'm gonna do a very fast nano one. That's all I need is just get tons of redstone.
Got it. A nano fast redstone wheat farm. Build a 9x9 height with a plot. Place a water source at one edge. Line the far side with hoppers connected to a chest, and fire a
Alexa,
redstone pulse.
you think I should I'm gonna put the game on peaceful. Should I bring the villager back to where I live?
But then that would be like, never mind, Alexa, because that would be too many
Peaceful
villagers.
mode is
Alexa,
great for a
stop.
fast redstone
Alexa,
wind farm.
Alexa, I just changed my mind because the getting 2 villagers to my place would take way too long.
Got it. Hauling villagers over is a pain. Just stick with your water flush redstone setup. Hoppers will collect the wheat automatically.
Well,
Want me to walk you through the
Alexa,
exact...
I won't need to do that because I can just make a house here at this village for now, live here for a bit, and then return back home.
Smart move. Setting up a temporary house in the village lets you skip the villager trap. You can always swing back home and fine-tune the farm later.
Yeah, but my question is, should I set spawn point and be here and just use my live stream to look up the coordinates to go back home later, or just risk it and just play in peaceful mode? Alexa, you think? Actually, never mind. I already have my idea. I know what I'm gonna do.
Got it. Sounds like you've got a solid plan. Good luck building that farm.
Yep, thank you, Alexa.
You got it. Hope that mending book gets you some great gear.
I
Have
mean,
fun building the
Alexa,
farm.
I already have like max netherite tools, so all I need to do is just get mending for everything now.
Fair enough. You're already set on gear.
Yeah, but
Mending's more
Alexa,
about keeping that gear forever, so you
Alexa,
don't have to keep grinding for more netherite.
yeah, exactly. Because once I get that, that's when I can go beat the game for sure.
Totally. It's the ultimate insurance policy. You just laze around collecting XP and your gear stays mint. You planning to put it on everything, or just the essentials first?
I'm gonna try to put on as much as I can.
Fair enough, you're just going for the full set. That'll be a lot of mending books to grind for, but it's worth it to never worry about durability again. You got a favorite tool you're starting with, or just going in order?
I might just put it on the pickaxe first.
Makes sense. That's the most used tool. You'll be able to keep mining without ever having to swap it out. You got a specific spot you're heading to first to get some XP?
Well, Alexa, I'm gonna make the farm and all of that first so I can get all these books so I can leave.
Smart, get the farm running first and the books will follow. You think you'll have it all set up tonight, or you're taking your time with it?
I might have it all set up tonight if I just grind. There's a huge cave close to this village, anyways. And I'm in peaceful mode. Alexa, I might get it done tonight because there's a giant cave next to this village, and I'm in peaceful mode.
Totally. Peaceful mode makes it way easier since you don't have to worry about mobs messing up the redstone. You think you'll have the whole thing automated by the time you're done, or just the basics?
Probably the entire thing. I just need to wait and see. This is gonna be a big grind, Alexa.
Nice. So you're just waiting on the redstone to finish up.
Well,
You got the
Alexa, I haven't even got started on that yet. I'm first making my temporary house. Alexa, I didn't even get started yet. I'm just working on my temporary house. You know, you could call it a vacation house.
The vacation home comes first. Definitely a better vibe than just calling it temporary. You got any specific theme for the place, or just keeping it simple?
Just keeping it simple and just making it all out of the acacia wood to match the village to just hurry it up so I can get into the cave as fast as I can. Alexa, I'm just making it acacia wood village theme so I can just get to the cave as fast as I can.
Wood's a classic. Definitely keeps it cozy.
Alexa,
You
I said acacia wood.
Acacia. Gotcha. That orangish tone will definitely pop against the greenery. You doing a full acacia build, or mixing in some other woods?
Just doing all acacia.
acacia. That'll be a lot of orange. You doing the floors and ceiling too, or just the walls?
If everything is gonna have it.
Full commitment. That'll be a wild one. You planning to use the logs for the structure, or just the planks?
All of it.
That's a lot of orange. You going to use any acacia leaves for some greenery, or just the wood?
Just the wood, because I want to get to the cave as fast as I can.
Fair speedrun mode for the house. You heading to a specific cave, or just the nearest one?
I'm talking about, yeah, I was talking about the giant cave that's right next to this village.
Oh, the one right by the village. Gotcha. You think it's a deep one, or more of a wide open cavern?
It's a pretty deep one, Alexa. It looks like, at least.
Nice. So you'll probably hit some deep slate layers. You think you'll find any diamonds on the way down, or just a lot of tuff?
All of it.
Total acacia then. That'll be a bright little spot in the village. Do you think you'll be able to find any diamonds on the way down to that cave?
Yes, Alexa, that's what I just said.
My bad. You did. You think you'll find a huge vein, or just a few here and there?
I'm gonna find what I need. Just if only. Yeah. I'm going down there. Scan my face. After 3 minutes, Rico flashes back with the duffel bag, and Rico says, "Okay, universe saved. I guess it's better to not ask what the place you know about going to."
Beatrice steps forward, eyes fixed on the duffel bag as Rico sets it down carefully. Beatrice, good. That is the first step completed. And no, it is better that you do not ask. There are places in this universe and beyond it that even you should not see yet. TC leans forward, curiosity barely contained. Come on, man, at least give us a hint, something? Beatrice shakes his head slightly, calm but firm. Hints are unnecessary. All that matters is that it remains contained until I reach it. Questions now will only distract you and me. Rico smirks, running a hand over the duffel bag. Rico, fair enough. You've got the fight plan. We just gotta make sure nothing goes wrong before then. Bear adjusts slightly, mechanical limbs whirring. Scroll containment confirmed. Transport to mothership was stable. No anomalies detected. RS crosses arms, a small smirk forming. Looks like we're all playing our parts perfectly, for now. Beatrice kneels slightly, placing a hand near the bag but not touching it directly, reverence in his posture. Beatrice, prepare yourselves. Soon, the path will diverge, and when it does, there will be no turning back. The crew exchanges glances, a tense mix of anticipation and apprehension settling over the mothership's bridge as the weight of the final battle looms ever closer.
Beatrice says one more thing before I leave. He looks back to the group. Beatrice, make sure you keep your training up. No, I went out!
emphasize. Rico, don't worry, we don't plan on slacking off. Ain't letting anyone catch us off guard. TC folds his arms, determination flashing on his face. Got it, we'll be ready, no excuses. RS tilts his head, voice low but firm. Training never stops. Keep sharpening our focus on whatever comes next. Bear's mechanical limbs shift subtly. A hum of readiness echoing. Calibration complete, systems optimized. I will continue to adapt and evolve as necessary. Beatrice gives a brief nod, eyes scanning each of them with faint approval. Beatrice, good. Because the day comes sooner than you think. Keep your mind sharp, your skills sharper. I expect nothing less. With that, Beatrice steps back toward his preparation, leaving the team at the bridge with a sense of relief. The weight of what's ahead pressing on them, but their resolve unshaken.
Beatrice drives the mothership close to the moon and flashes everyone off of it back onto Earth. Wow, Rico, wow, we really effing did it, landmarks since its first. And Aura said, we saved the universe.
TC exhales, finally letting some tension go as he leans back against the railing. Man, I can't even believe that just happened. It feels unreal. Bear flexes his mechanical arms, faint sparks running along the joints. Assessment, universe stabilized. Threat eliminated. Mission complete. Probability of immediate danger negligible. Rico grins, looking at the team with pride. Hell yeah, we actually pulled it off. From start to finish. Ain't no one else who could have done that shit with this kind of style. RS crosses his arms, the glow in his eyes softening slightly. And yet, even after all of this, the weight of what we faced stays with you. But yeah, we saved the universe. TC smirks faintly, nudging Rico. Bet the whole galaxy owes us at least a little respect for this one. Rico laughs, looking out toward the horizon. Yeah, but I don't think we're done yet. There's always another another fight. We'll be ready for it. The team stands together on Earth's surface, the sun setting behind them, a quiet moment of victory and relief settling in. The universe safe, for now.
And then up in the sky, you see tons and tons of alien ships and other UFOs absolutely booking it. Looks like they found out their leader died. And Rico watches the swarm. Rico, damn, they're really hauling ass. Guess word travels fast when the boss bites the dick.
TC squints up at the sky, shaking his head in disbelief. Holy shit, that's a lot of ships. They actually know. Guess it really does spread fast. RS tilts his head, a low chuckle escaping him. Looks like the rest of them aren't exactly keen on sticking around after their tyrant got wrecked. Bear
No
scans the
way,
swarm
bro.
with his sensors, mechanical eyes flickering. Hostile presence. Retreating at maximum velocity, no immediate threat detected. Probability of regroup, moderate to high. Rico smirks, fists clenching in excitement. Rico, hell yeah, run motherfuckers. Let the universe know the boss is dead and we're the ones still standing. TC laughs, a mix of relief and adrenaline. I'll never get tired of watching them dip out like that. Best part of the whole damn day. The swarm of alien ships streaks across the sky, a reminder that the galaxy knows a new order has begun, and the team stands victorious, ready for whatever else might come next.
There's still some gunfire as more and more of the military is now winning, killing the fleeing aliens. But all then stop when they see they are running. Many across the globe are getting arrested, and RS makes this funny ass joke. Damn, Area 51 is gonna have a field day with this.
Rico Rico laughs, shaking his head, almost spilling his drink. Rico, bruh, you ain't wrong. That place is about to be a literal alien zoo. TC snorts, covering his mouth to keep from laughing too loud. Man, can you imagine the paperwork for this? Yes, sir. They were fleeing. We had to, you know. Bear tilts his head, voice deadpan but slightly amused. Observation. Human humor remains strangely resilient in the face of universal conflict. RS grins, shrugging like it's the most normal thing in the world. I'm just saying, someone's gonna get hazard pay and it's not gonna be me. I'm taking notes for the movie version. Rico shakes his head, still laughing. Damn, I can see it now. The day the Void Squad saved Earth and got a side job at Area 51. TC mutters under his breath, still chuckling. Best victory ever. Even as the remnants of chaos settle, the humor and relief start sinking in. The universe survived, but somehow they made it out alive, with jokes intact.
That has mending on it.
And then from out in the crowd, all watching and see that some double OD is here. After saving the world, Flow by Crayo plays loudly over the valley, signaling that a big fight has come to an end. Peace is now at hand once more. The song mixes well, and the saxophone really shows that this one is a victory to take in. Well, this one victory to take in, whatever.
Rico leans against the mountain edge, nodding slowly as the music fills the valley. Damn, you hear that? That's the kind of victory you feel in your bones. TC breathes it in, letting the sound wash over him, a rare smile spreading across his face. Man, after everything, the chaos, the fights, this right here makes it all worth it. RS crosses his arms, the faintest smirk forming under his usual stoic glare, letting the music hit him too. You can't script a moment like this. The world's quiet for once, and it's ours. Bear tilts his head, mechanical optics reflecting the sunlight and the crowd below. Observation. Populace engagement positive. Celebration imminent. Peace conditions optimal, at least temporarily. Rico stretches his arms out, looking over the valley where Double OD stands proud, and the crowd cheering, music echoing everywhere. We fought like hell, took names, and now we just soak it all in. This is the moment you remember forever. TC chuckles softly, looking at the team beside him. Yeah, for once, it feels like the universe can finally breathe. The saxophone wails through the valley, the notes carrying the weight of their victories and the calm after the storm. A soundtrack for heroes who survived the impossible.
Damn. RS says, wait, that's the noise gauge geometry dash level song.
Rico spins around, eyes wide, recognizing the faint undertone mixed with the saxophone and beat. Rico, no way. That shit's actually blasting through the valley. That's insane. TC laughs, pointing toward the crowd and the mountains. Man, who even put that in here? That's perfect. Kind of feels like a reminder of what we went through, you know? Bear tilts his head, processing. Observation. Musical selection highly correlated with recent combat simulation. Emotional impact, significant. Humans really know how to celebrate their victories. RS laughs, half in disbelief and half in joy, fists clenching like he's about to nod along with the beat. Of course it would be that level song. The chaos, the obstacles, the pain, and now it's playing for the end of all that madness. Ha ha ha, perfect. Rico pumps a fist in the air. Hell yeah! From absolute nightmare to victory music, baby, this is the soundtrack to the universe being saved. TC smirks, letting the saxophone melody hit him fully. Man, nothing else could top this. Nothing. The song rolls over the valley, mixing nostalgia, chaos, and triumph. A perfect ending to an impossible fight.
I'll do this one. my god, that literally made the freaking melody sound for Evan's self-sent gift. And then Rico says, I guess it's time to celebrate then.
TC grins, cracking his knuckles, the tension finally melting away. Hell yeah, let's actually enjoy this one. No fights, no aliens, just us and the wind. RS smirks, eyes glowing faintly, a rare playful edge to his voice. Finally, time to let the chaos move on. Drinks, music, maybe some pranks. I'm not above it. Bear adjusts his optics, scanning the valley and the crowd of people watching. Assessment, probability of universal level stress decreasing rapidly. Celebration metrics, optimal. Suggestion, partake fully. Rico laughs, slapping TC on the back. Ain't then. Let's turn this victory into a proper fucking party, my nigga. Universe
Oh my god,
saved,
what did it
and we
do?
still standing. Let's live it up. TC looks up at the sky at the fading alien swarm, then back at his team. Yeah, let's make this a night to remember. The wind rustles, the music plays, and for the first time in a long while, the team just let themselves be. Heroes who've survived the impossible, now basking in the glow of victory.
Everyone goes to the mountain party while RS is looking at a mountain that's gone now and is really begging him.
RS leans back against the railing of the mountain lounge, drink in hand, eyes staring at the scarred landscape below. His usual smirk is gone, replaced by a faint frown. Can't shake it. That whole chunk of mountain, just gone. Even with the aliens dead, even with the scroll safe, it's just gone. T notices, nudging him lightly. Yo, RS, you good, man? You've been staring down there like you saw a ghost. RS shrugs, not taking his eyes off the crater. It's not just the hole, it's everything it represents. All the chaos, the power we had to use, and what it cost. Even if we won, some things can't just be fixed. Rico laughs lightly, but there's a hint of seriousness in his tone. Rico, yeah, I feel that too. But hey, at least we're still standing, still breathing, still us. Bear tilts his head, voice calm but analytical. Observation, psychological impact from large-scale environmental destruction is typical. RS, processing these events is normal. Suggest, allow time to reconcile. RS finally turns from the view, a deep sigh escaping him, letting the party atmosphere wash over him, even if the hole in the mountain still weighs on his mind. Yeah, time to celebrate, but I'll admit, some things will never look the same again. TC claps him on the shoulder, smiling. Then we'll make the night worth it. Even if the mountain's gone, we're here. That's what counts. RS nods slowly, finally letting himself relax as the music, laughter, and chatter from the lounge rise around him. A fragile, hard-earned peace.
RS says, I have an idea.
Rico perks up, leaning in with curiosity. Oh, what's cooking, RS? TC tilts his head, smirking. Yeah, spit it out, man. Don't keep us hanging. Bear adjusts slightly, voice calm but expectant. Processing. Idea initiation detected. Please elaborate, RS. Rico leans back, grinning, clearly hyped for whatever mischievous plan RS is about to drop. Come on, man. Hit us with it.
And then RS flies up into the air and goes over to the big ass crater, and he literally scripts in a whole new ass mountain to take the spot. And it's absolutely beautiful. Blue Ridge Mountain is back. So is the beloved mountain town of Ashburn Ridge. Everything is up to date now too. And there's a huge ass waterfall below the center of the mountain, further upgrading the national park that's in the area.
Rico blinks, jaw dropped, staring at the suddenly restored landscape. Rico, holy shit! Did you just script the whole mountain back? TC leans forward, eyes wide, staring at the cascading waterfall and the town perfectly restored. No way, that's Ashburn Ridge. You literally fixed everything. And that waterfall, damn, that's insane. Bear tilts his head, scanning every detail, voice calm but impressed. Observation, topography and structures fully restored. All environmental and architectural elements aligned to pre-destruction state. Enhancement, waterfall added. Efficiency and aesthetics, optimal. RS, analysis indicates conceptual manipulation of matter and simulation parameters. Grinning wide. Man, you just didn't save the universe, you made it better. Look at that waterfall, that town. Fuck yeah. TC laughs, clapping RS on the back. Damn, now that's how you end a fight in a party. Even the victory parade when RS just rebuilds the damn mountain. RS hovers above, a faint smirk on his face, letting everyone take in the breathtaking sight. The chaos of war replaced by serenity, beauty, and life restored.
I wish it was like shut up after I broke it. I looted that already. Yeah. I've looted this place already. Because this we're just whistlers and actually just scripted in miles upon miles of a huge ass mountain and the damn towns. Everyone left their homes, have them back.
TC shakes his head, laughing in disbelief. Man, I can't even wrap my head around that. He didn't just restore it, he leveled it up. Town, mountain, waterfall, everything perfect. Bear floats slightly above the ground, scanning the landscape with mechanical precision. Assessment. RS has not only restored all pre-existing structures, but optimized environmental flow and aesthetics. Human emotional impact maximal. This is unprecedented. Rico points down at the town, like still in awe. Look at that. Streets, houses, parks, hell, even the trees look better than before. Everyone in Ashburn Ridge just got their lives back, thanks to this nigga right here.
Oh.
TC smirks, looking at RS with admiration. Bro, you don't just save the universe, you fix life itself. That's next level shit right there. RS hovers there, letting them take it all in. A quiet satisfaction.
Bro, it's just this too, bro.
Miles of mountain, town, and waterfall now standing proudly, untouched by the chaos that came before.
RS lights back. I also gave it a waterfall, but you guys can't see it from here thanks to how far away it is.
Rico squints toward the horizon, trying to spot the waterfall. Clearly hyped but frustrated. Rico, wait, you what? There's a waterfall too? Man, I can't even see that shit from here. TC grins, eyes scanning the mountain as best he can. Damn, you're really spoiling us, huh? Waterfall, town, mountain, hell, RS, you went all out. Bear tilts his head, analyzing the distance and terrain. Observation. Waterfall is beyond visual range from current vantage point. Estimated height and flow rate significant. This further enhances environmental aesthetics and recreational potential. Emotional impact on humans, likely elevated. Rico laughs, shaking his head. Rico, man, that's some next level shit. I'm just imagining it now. All that water crashing down. Goddamn, RS, you're ridiculous in a good way. TC nods, a small laugh escaping him. Yeah, I'm just happy the mountain's back. But damn, can't wait to get closer and see that waterfall in person. RS, you really went above and beyond.
Oh yeah, let me go up here. No. Oh. You think I'm Malakuva? That Rajaj says that. You ever charge this phone? I would turn in a while. Yeah. So I need to do this and go check Irish shop. Then it's break time.